As the meeting of Tsunagaku's advisory council dragged on, Baki found himself growing increasingly frustrated. This was mostly due to the complete and utter lack of progress, as no one could agree on a correct course of action. Politicians unable to compromise. Perish the thought. He mentally snarked. He was currently tuning out his fellow councillors, choosing instead to skim Temari's field report of her brother's defeat. Incredible, he thought bitterly. We have a situation that requires decisive leadership and none of these old fools can agree on anything. Fortunately, the Sand Ninja had managed to eke out a ceasefire with the Leaf, but if their scout reports were to be believed, they'd need much more than that. Convincing Konohagakure of their sincerity in drawing up a new treaty was paramount, especially considering the latest fiasco that they currently found themselves in. The reports on the table in front of him showed Baki that Tsunagakure was in a desperate position. The failed invasion of Konohagakure had cost Tsunagakure a significant chunk of its best chunin and jonin, not even taking into account the finances they practically flushed down the toilet. Already weakened by the fiscal neglect of the Wind Daimyo, Tsunagakure now stood as the weakest of the Big Five by an uncomfortable amount. Again referring to the reports from scout teams, Baki cringed. Iwagakure was currently probing along the Wind-Earth border. Not a promising sign, given the bloody history between the two powers. Historically, Iwagakure was the reason Tsunagakure had allied with Konohagakure in the first place. A thought struck him as he glanced over the scout report once more. His eyes narrowed in thought. Perhaps Tsunagakure's position wasn't as hopeless as he thought. No matter the current political relationship, Konohagakure simply could not allow Iwa to get a foothold into Suna territory, because this would eliminate Suna as a barrier to Iwa. If Iwa were to conquer Suna, then they would be practically at Konoha's doorstep, and given the history between those two countries, it made the Suna-Iwa relationship look like an arranged playdate between children. Still, the probing of Iwa ninja was concerning. It's a pity the Yondaime Hokage didn't survive the Kyuubi attack. If he were alive, Iwagakure would never be moving this aggressively. With this thought still in mind, he took a sip of coffee as he flipped to the last page of Temari's report, and almost spit it right back out in shock. Clipped to the page was a picture of the Konohagakure genin that managed to subdue and defeat Gaara. Baki's mind immediately ground to a halt, one word permeating throughout his shocked core. In Namikaze. Startled by the sudden movement next to him, Yura glanced at Baki curiously. With only a year of service to the council, Yura was a young buck, but a rising star for his industriousness and loyalty. Still, given his lack of seniority, he had only made a handful of statements during the current council session. Gently nudging his neighbor, he leaned over and whispered, "Something wrong, Baki? You look like you've seen a ghost or something." Baki examined his fellow council member, and decided to share his newest insights. "You wouldn't be far off the mark, Yura. It's possible I may have come up with a way for Tsunagakure to recover, but I'm unsure just how well it will play out." Yura rolled his eyes. "Come on, it can't possibly be worse than Otokazu's brilliant plan to bribe Tanagakure into betraying Konohagakure and allying with us. Something tells me that they're not interested at all in being our buffer against Konoha." Baki snorted with disgust. It had taken some effort on his part, but he'd managed to scrap that little disaster before it gained ground. "No, I plan on trying to regain our alliance with Konohagakure. We've shared with them how the Case died, as well as Orochimaru's betrayal, and while that stayed their hand, we need a military alliance, not just a truce." "Really?" Yura whispered back confused. "Given how our last alliance ended, what could we possibly offer that they would agree to? Our track record isn't the best when it comes to holding up our end of the bargain, much as I'm loath to admit. I may as well explain my plan to the council instead of doing it piece by piece." Standing, Baki addressed his peers. "Honorable members of the council, some new facts have come to my attention, and I believe I have a partial solution to our current issues." Seeing as he now had the undivided attention of everyone in the room, Baki braced himself and clasped his hands behind his back. "One step at a time, old man. The only realistic solution to our current trouble with Iwagakure is to somehow re-establish our alliance with Konohagakure. It is only through this that we can buy the time we desperately need to recover our resources and recoup our losses, and everyone knows this. The question facing us is simple: how do we prove that we won't betray Konohagakure again?" Baki ignored the winces from several of the council members as he reminded them that Tsunagakure had indeed betrayed Konohagakure, despite Orochimaru's manipulations. Ignoring the rising back chatter and retorts, Baki considered how to phrase what he needed to say. Perhaps a small Konohagakure history lesson. Raising his hands for silence, Baki waited until the room quieted once more. In the past, Konohagakure had an ally it trusted with everything. The alliance between Uzushiogakure and Konohagakure was sealed by a marriage between the Shadaime Hokage and a woman named Uzumaki Mito. That alliance lasted for decades, until Uzushiogakure was destroyed by Kumogakure and Iwagakure in the Second Great Ninja War. I believe we can use that tradition ourselves to tie Konohagakure back to our interests. Otoke's, Baki's self-proclaimed rival on the council, quite fairly exploded at this. You couldn't possibly be serious. We need every shinobi we have. Why would we offer one to Konohagakure, and why would they accept even if we did? What possible motive or incentive could we offer? Turning, Baki faced the man directly. Speaking in a calm, controlled manner, almost as if speaking to a child, Baki presented his case. Konohagakure will accept because they cannot afford the strategic threat of Iwagakure conquering us. They know that facing Iwagakure on two fronts would be a recipe for disaster, and as angry with us as they are, I believe Iwagakure is a far greater concern for Konohagakure. Satetsu, another council member, spoke up in a manner that showed his irritation. Baki, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told us the rest of it. Please stop stalling. Baki picked up his copy of Temari's report and waved it at the council. I would suggest you all fully read Temari's report on Gaara's defeat, but I will briefly summarize, since we're short on time. She states that Gaara was defeated by a single genin, even after he'd fully manifested his Biju. Ignoring the gasps of shock this produced, he pressed on. She states that this genin, Uzumaki Naruto, and I do stress the surname, produced more Kage Bunshin than she could count. This forced Gaara to assume Shukaku's full form. Uzumaki then summoned a toad Temari describes as nearly the size of a mountain. She also reports that the toad was wearing a blue gambler's jacket, smoking a large pipe, and had a giant tanto which it used against Gaara in his full Biju form. I can only think of one toad that matches that description. Yura glanced up after going over the info in Temari's report. So, what do we actually know about this Uzumaki boy? Our pre-invasion intelligence described him as a non-entity. I firmly believe that there is more to this boy than Konohagakure is showing the world. Baki stated with certainty. The records showed he graduated last in his class, but I have personally seen the boy use a Jonin-level technique, a kinjutsu at that, with ease. Summoning toads indicates he is apprenticed to Jiraiya of the Sannin, and I believe you are all aware of that man's last apprentice. Speaking of the Yondaime Hokage, you may be interested in the photo attached to the file in question. Yura glanced at the photo, then at the rest of the council, before coming back to Baki with a questioning look. I'm afraid I'm not seeing it, Baki, and I don't think anyone else is either. Baki sighed. For the love of, all right, I want you to look at the young man in the photo and consider the following. He has spiky blonde hair and sharp blue eyes, not common in Konohagakure, save the Yamanaka clan. He is apprenticed to the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, and is apparently very powerful, given that he defeated Gaara. He also has, judging by the scope and level of his techniques, a ridiculously high amount of chakra for one so young. Put all of those things together, and who does he remind you of? It took a moment, each member focusing intently on the picture. Then, without warning, Sweet Kami, an elderly member blurted, he looks just like a younger Yellow Flash. Precisely, Baki said with a smirk. Earlier, I told you that the Shadaime Hokage married a woman named Uzumaki Mito. The only Uzumaki I remember from Konohagakure was Kushina, the red-hot-blooded habanero, and she died 13 years ago during the Kyuubi attack. Now consider this. We have Uzumaki Naruto, age 13, who bears a strong resemblance to the late Namikaze Minato, also slain in the Kyuubi attack. The boy was listed as an orphan, but was enrolled in the Shinobi Academy, sponsored by the Sandaime Hokage. Furthermore, the boy is now apparently apprenticed to Jiraiya, the man who trained the Yellow Flash. Take all of this into account, and there are far too many coincidences to be ignored. There's only one logical conclusion. This boy is most certainly the son of the Yondaime Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Very well, I can follow your logic, Otoke said, after a full minute of mulling over Baki's latest revelation. However, I am unsure where you are going with this. What does the supposed heir of the Yondaime have to do? Baki grinned as his rival trailed off, his eyes widening as the implication hit him. It's fairly simple, really. We offer Temari in marriage to the Uzumaki boy as a gesture of good faith on our part. Why Temari? She is the daughter of our late Casecage and is quite skilled. Couldn't we offer someone who wouldn't be missed? No, we offer Temari to prove our commitment. Her skill and ancestry will make for an irresistible incentive for Konohagakure's leaders to accept our agreement. Any children from the union are likely to be very powerful, and we will insert a clause in the agreement stating that the first male child produced from their union must be married back to Sunagaku. The council members sat back and pondered the proposal. The marriage would seal the Sand Leaf Alliance and offered the chance to gain powerful shinobi for the village in the future. The potential benefits were quite large, with minimal risks to boot. All said, it was a win for all sides involved. The Leaf once more had an ally in the Sand Village, as well as having a powerful shinobi in their fold, and the exact same could be said for Suna. Seeing everyone in agreement, the decision was made official that evening and an offer was sent, proposing a marriage contract to the Konohagakure Council. Several days later, the Konohagakure Council was gathered to discuss the surprising offer received from Sunagaku. With no Hokage, the council was limited on its options. It could not implement policy or assign missions higher than B rank, but it was the de facto power in the village. The council consisted of the heads of the various shinobi clans, with the Sandaimi's old teammates, Homura and Kaharu, as honored elders. Also present was Shimura Danzo, an old rival of the late Sandaime and a skilled warrior and tactician. Currently, Kaharu was reading the scroll received from Sunagaku. This is certainly interesting, she said, quietly lowering the scroll. It seems our esteemed colleagues in Sunagaku wish to make amends for their foolishness. Her former teammate, Homura, snorted in disgust. Of course they do. If they don't, Iwagakure will crush them. It would serve them right for their treachery. It's a pity that we can't afford to let Iwagakure gain a strategic advantage like that. It surprised everyone when Danzo, the old war hawk himself, spoke up. Agreed, we cannot let Iwagakure gain such an advantage. It would be in our best interests to accept. As the rest of the council turned to him in mild shock, he continued bitterly. As you are all undoubtedly aware, I would prefer to simply crush them outright for their betrayal, but circumstances argue against it. Since we cannot punish them without drawing attention from other countries, as well as removing a barrier nation between us and Iwa, I see no harm in accepting a deal that will benefit Konohagakure far more than Sunagaku. Logically, you are correct, Danzo-san, Aburame Shibi droned in the usual Aburame monotone. This offer does seem to be to our advantage, but I find your stance puzzling. You have always petitioned for Uzumaki to be trained by you as a weapon. Accepting this offer would seem to directly counter the position you've held for nearly a decade and a half. Danzo tapped his cane as he considered his response. It is true that I want him trained as a weapon. I was, however, overruled, and as such, I must consider other ways he may be of use to Konohagakure. Sunagaku is now offering the daughter of their late Casecage, by all reports a powerful kunoichi, if she marries Uzumaki. He smiled grimly. I suspect that Sunagaku may have discovered the boy's heritage. Troublesome, muttered Nara Shikaku. If they haven't discovered Uzumaki's heritage, this deal is completely in our favor. I remember this Temari girl from the exam and she seemed quite skilled. On top of it, she's a wind user as well, very rare here in Konohagakure. Even if Sunagaku has discovered the boy's heritage, the deal, while more even, still favors us. Marrying the children of two Kage is likely to produce very powerful children in turn. I suspect that is the reason they want a male child married back to Sunagaku. A male child would be able to start a clan, another point in favor of Sunagaku having guessed who Uzumaki is. Everyone sat back to consider the Nara's words and examine the offer for other hidden agendas. Having only recently taken his seat as head of Clan Sarutobi, Asuma was somewhat confused. I thought the boy was just an orphan, unfortunately chosen to have the Kyuubi sealed inside him. Everyone here seems to know something about him. Wait, he said son of a Kage. It couldn't be. Yondaime, he sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko in his own son. In his newfound confusion and anger, Asuma blurted out, are you telling me that Uzumaki is the Yondaime's son? To his shock, most of the council simply nodded in his direction, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. The Yondaime had a son. Why was this hidden? It should be obvious, Asuma. The Yondaime made many enemies during the Third Great Shinobi War, came the reply from Hyuga Hiyashi. The boy would have been in grave danger had word gotten out about who his father was. Danzo surprised the council once more by being the next to speak. It was as if the old warhawk had suddenly developed an interest in council affairs. At this point, I don't see any option but to accept this offer. It is slanted too far in our favor to decline without tipping our hand regarding the boy's heritage. If we chose to decline by announcing that heritage, I have no doubt Kumogakure, and especially Iwagakure, would react unfavorably. We also need the boy to produce more Uzumaki, as possible future containers for the Kyuubi, if not outright shinobi for our future ranks. Unless there are generous volunteers here that are willing to offer up their progeny to such a fate. Seeing the members of the council refuse to meet his lone eye, he nodded. Very well, since we are in agreement, let us send our response. What? The yell from the council chamber echoed through the building, down the street, and throughout the village. Kankuro found himself in the odd position of hiding from his sister. While this wasn't too uncommon, his choice of hiding spot, behind his brother, was a new one. Not something he would have dreamed of even a month beforehand, but Gaara had been different ever since his loss to the blonde-haired runt during the invasion. The redhead was still stoic in the face of his sister's rage. This part of Gaara hadn't changed. Kankuro was positive Gaara really didn't understand feelings, or at the very least, had a feeble grasp of their concept, but he wasn't radiating continuous bloodlust anymore, so this was a plus in his book. As far as he knew, other than some bandits on the way back from Konohagakure, Gaara hadn't killed anyone since the invasion. Hence the reason he was hiding behind Gaara as his sister raged. It wasn't cowardice, he told himself firmly. No, of course not. It was a strategic retreat, damn it. Meanwhile, Temari, fuming in the center of the room, was not in the best of moods. Giving her sensei a look that belied the hidden rage, the unbridled fury that lay beneath, she smiled up at him, eyes closed and teeth bared. Care to repeat your last statement, Baki-sensei? Because I could have sworn I misheard you. Why, I swear you just said I was sold off as marriage material to the Leaf Village. Baki sighed, both inwardly and outwardly. Well, I shouldn't be surprised this is her reaction. In reality, I'd probably be more worried if she didn't react this way. The only good thing so far is that Gaara seems to be, well, not Gaara. And by that, I mean not outright murdering my ass. I'm going to take that as a win even if Temari ends up doing it herself. Famous last words, Baki. Inhaling and exhaling deeply, Baki held his hands out. Temari, this is an order from the council. To cement our alliance with the Leaf, we need a strong symbol of commitment. I am truly sorry, but as the daughter of a cage, you always knew a political marriage was a potential future for you. Temari ground her teeth as she snarled back, not willing to back down just yet. Yes, I knew that I could possibly have a political marriage. However, I was under the impression that it would be here in Sunagakure. Not married out as a sacrifice to another village. To his credit, Baki did feel sorry for his soon-to-be former charge. Temari had no way of knowing that, though, even if he did continuously apologize. We need this alliance badly, Temari. If there was any other choice, but there isn't. Shaking his head sadly, he continued. We were tricked, fooled by Orochimaru into doing his bidding. However, we still attacked an ally, despite the alliance between us. If we don't regain Konohagakure as an ally, Sunagakure will face Iwagakure moving against us alone. With the losses in the invasion, we wouldn't be able to stop them. We need time, Temari. Your sacrifice will buy us that time. Temari gripped her fan hard, small grooves appearing in the metal. She clamped her jaw shut against the urge to rage against the world that seemed turned against her. Reminding herself that she was a kunoichi of Suna, she forced herself to calm down. I suppose it is a shinobi's duty to sacrifice for the village, she told herself grimly, but damn it, why me? Why not Kankuro? She glanced in his direction, and got a whimper from behind Gaara's back, while the redhead merely stared at her, almost as if he was confused. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head to meet Baki's forlorn gaze. I understand my duty, Baki-sensei, but I still don't like this. Has my future husband been decided? Baki debated telling her, but with Gaara standing there, decided not to push his luck. He felt he'd dodged enough kunai today, and didn't want to add sand shuriken to that list. No, He calmly lied. We have yet to hear back from Konohagakure. He didn't want to be near Temari when she found out who her future husband would be, and he definitely didn't want to be anywhere near Gaara. Not that that was unusual, but with his sister's future on the line. Let's just say silence was golden in this matter. I would recommend that you study leaf customs while we wait. Once again, for what it's worth. I am sorry, Temari. Having said that, he turned and walked out the door, closing it behind him and leaving the three siblings alone. Closing her eyes to stop the tears, Temari bit her lower lip. She was startled when she felt a hand gently clasp her shoulder. Looking down, she was amazed to see it was Gaara's, and even more surprised when it seemed he was trying his best to comfort her. I don't think he really understands, she thought, seeing the confusion still prominent in her brother's eyes, but he is trying. Forcing a small smile, she covered his hand with her own. Thank you, Gaara. Gaara wasn't sure what his sister was feeling, but he recognized tears as a symbol of the same feelings he used to have as a child. Something he now knew as pain. They were feelings in need of comfort. Perhaps this is what Uzumaki meant when he talked about protecting those precious to him. Taking his hand off her shoulder, Gaara tried to voice what he was feeling. Temari, if he hurts you, I will kill him. To her own surprise, as well as Gaara's, Temari pulled him into a hug. Gaara had threatened to kill her many times when she was younger, but he had never threatened to kill for her. Thank you, Gaara. Eyeing the towering gates in the distance, Jiraiya glanced at his traveling companions. Hot, big busted ex-teammate. Check. Ex-teammate's hot apprentice. Check again. Calm, collected apprentice. Che. He paused, sensing something was seriously wrong. Since when was Naruto ever calm? Hey Gaki, shouldn't you be, I don't know, bouncing around or something? You're never this quiet. Crossing his arms, Naruto glared at him. Arrow Sennin, I died on this trip. Literally, I'm tired of pretending I'm always happy, especially if I'm not. I'm done with it. As soon as we get back and get Ba-chan settled, I'm gonna go get rid of the jumpsuits. Shizune spoke up. But Naruto-kun, I thought you like orange. Oh, I do. Orange is completely awesome. Glancing at Jiraiya and Tsunade, he narrowed his eyes and added, it's a mix of red and yellow. How could it not be awesome? Still, I think I can find something a bit more subdued. I don't need the attention anymore. A short glance passed between the two Sannin as they picked up the deeper meaning to the words. Guess that saves me the trouble of telling him who his parents were. Jiraiya stifled a laugh as they passed through the gates. The kid might have dropped his happy-go apeshit mask, but he was still filled with enough energy to bounce around like a pachinko ball. Watching Naruto leap up to walk on the wall next to them, Jiraiya had a thought. He may have decided not to pretend to be happy all the time, but I doubt it changed who he is inside. Alright Gaki, while I get Heim here settled at the Hokage Tower, how about you go home and do that whole jumpsuit burning thing you were talking about? Sounds like a plan, Arrow Sennin. Naruto called as he bounced off. You know, Tsunade said as they walked along, watching Naruto's retreating form. He looks so much like his father, but Kami, he acts like his mother. Yes and no, Heim, Jiraiya replied seriously. He may have some of her traits, but Kushina wouldn't have mastered the Rasengan in less than a week. The kid has tons of potential, and if he gets serious with his training, his skill level is going to skyrocket. Finding himself facing the door to the Hokage's office, he gave Tsunade a small bow with a smirk. After you, Hokage-sama. Resisting the urge to smash him through said door, Tsunade entered to find herself facing her old sensei's desk. It hit her then, for the first time, she really felt the grief of the old man's death. Crossing her arms, she hugged herself as a few tears escaped. Taking some deep breaths, she calmed herself, brushed them away, and turned to face her old teammate. It's hard to believe the old monkey is gone, she said softly. I could almost see him when we walked in. Sliding behind the desk, she realized that she still wanted to make the old man proud. She also realized something else. Wonder if he still had that emergency sake stashed in his desk. Opening the bottom drawer, she pulled back a secret compartment, then flashed Jiraiya a smile as she pulled out a jug. Nice, Mount Myoboku, I take it you gave this to him. Before he could answer, there was a knock at the door, followed by the door opening and Kaharu and Homura entering the office. Tsunade eyed them, remembering that they were the elder advisors on the council, as well as two of her least favorite people. Fan-fucking-tastic, she thought, putting the jug away and slamming the drawer. If I want to get anything done, I have to play nice and not just tell them off. They're not so senile that they've forgotten how to throw a wrench or two into things. Forcing a smile to the surface, she welcomed them in with a nod of her head. Jiraiya, however, had no qualms about frowning in their direction. It didn't matter, as he was ignored entirely. "Welcome back, Tsunade-sama," they said in unison with short bows. Homura continued, "We are pleased to see you return to take up your family's mantle, but we're a bit pressed for time. There's been a recent development that requires immediate attention on your part." Producing a scroll and handing it over, he waited for her to scan the contents. "Sunagaku has made a rather interesting offer, and the council has decided to accept it. We merely need your approval, now." Tsunade finished reading the scroll after several minutes, and steepled her fingers in front of her face. The full council agreed to this. "Hi, it was a unanimous decision, Hokage-sama. Then I'm to understand that the council also believes Sunagaku is aware of Naruto's heritage." Both elders nodded. "Hi." Tapping her fingers together, Tsunade leaned back to consider her options. She couldn't override the council for two reasons. One, knowing the elders, they'd already sent an agreement letter to Suna. If she reneged on the offer, it would look bad on Konoha's part, and not put her tenure as Hokage off to a great start. Because the offer had already been accepted. Second, even if they hadn't, which was entirely possible, the entire council had unanimously agreed on it, and should she veto it, the council could push it through anyway, simply because the entire council backed it. Checks and balances, mind you. However, a small grin came to her face. How much did the council really know about Naruto's heritage? Based on what she'd gleaned from Jiraiya, and her own musings on the subject, she reckoned they didn't know what they were getting into entirely. Time to put that to the test. Has the council considered the consequences of Naruto's marriage domestically? She asked with a smile, one that had Jiraiya, who knew what that smile meant, look off to the side with one part glee, one part worry. Worry because he knew how Tsunade could get in these situations, and if push came to shove. He was headed for the window. A look of confusion passed between the two elders, before Kaharu spoke. "I'm afraid I'm not sure what you are referring to, Tsunade-sama." With a grin a predator might have envied, Tsunade clarified. "When Naruto marries, he will officially become head of both Clan Uzumaki and Clan Namikaze. As such, he will inherit everything from both of those clans, since he's the sole survivor of each. This will be including funds from both clans and the Namikaze council seat, as well as any property and land still in those clans' possession. Surely you didn't forget something like that when you approved this marriage." As Tsunade spoke, Jiraiya had been fighting the giggles the entire time. Watching the faces of the two elders fall further and further, until they outright dropped in dismay, Jiraiya roared in laughter as both elders assumed expressions of shock. It was painfully obvious that they had not considered the clan inheritance laws would apply to Naruto. Those eligible to become clan heads did so under two circumstances: when they reached Jonin rank, or when they married. Short of canceling the proposed engagement and embarrassing themselves, as well as Konoha, there was nothing they could do to stop Naruto from becoming head of Clan Namikaze and Clan Uzumaki. Jiraiya's only concern, however, was that once the cat was out of the bag, there'd be no way to keep the matter quiet any longer. With that thought in mind, soon Minato's former enemies would have a new target in mind. If they couldn't get to the Yondaime, he reasoned, they'd go for the next best thing. His son. After a quick stop as Ichiraku Ramen to down a few bowls of his favorite dish, Naruto headed off to his apartment intent on disposing of his collection of jumpsuits. During the month leading up to the Chunin exam's third stage, he'd used his improved stealth and henge skills to quietly assemble a new outfit for himself. He was still firmly convinced orange was the best color, but he'd reluctantly decided that perhaps he shouldn't wear so much of it. He'd been delighted when he found a store selling colored animal prints, including a pair of orange and black tiger striped pants. He still got to wear orange, but the pants were much more professional. He was dismayed when he couldn't find a matching jacket, so he'd made do with a black one that had 3 narrow orange stripes running down each sleeve. He was broken out of his thoughts by the sound of someone crying nearby. Hopping up on a nearby roof, he was surprised to see Konohamaru sitting there, knees hugged to his chest as he cried. Walking over, he sat down next to him and ruffled the kid's hair gently. "Hey Kono, what's wrong?" Konohamaru glanced up, his eyes full of pain, and Naruto had to lean in as the boy whispered a reply. "I miss Grandpa, but everyone keeps telling me I gotta move on. It's like they're forgetting him, like he was never here. It's not right, he was the Hokage, how can people just forget him?" Pulling his adopted little brother into a one-armed hug, Naruto ruffled his hair again in a soothing manner. "Kono, no one is going to forget about Gigi. He was Hokage for a really long time, and he did a lot for this place. I bet if you go up to just about anyone, they'll have a story or something positive to say about him. He's still here in our hearts, and what we can do is live in a way that would make the old man proud." "You really think so, boss?" the sniffing boy asked. Naruto flashed him a hearty smile. "Yeah, believe it." Konohamaru studied his proclaimed rival. "Hey Ni-chan, when did you get so?" He paused to consider a word that would fit. "I don't know, smart, I guess." Naruto chuckled at the other boy's confusion. "I learned when I was younger that if I acted like an idiot, people paid attention to me. It was a trade-off, you know. I wasn't happy about being called names and being insulted, but they at least knew I existed." Konohamaru's eyes were wide as he stared at Naruto. This wasn't a side of his friend he'd ever seen before. Naruto was supposed to be all smiles and laughs. For a moment, he felt like he was talking to his grandfather, listening to one of the stories of the old man's youth. A strange combination of sadness and joy welled up within him, and he wasn't sure how to respond. Still, appearances had to be maintained, so he rolled his eyes. "That seems kinda stupid, boss." Cuffing the back of Konohamaru's head, Naruto stood up. "Hey, you gonna try and tell me your old attacks on Gigi were any different? I gotta get moving, but I'm glad you're feeling better. Catch ya around." Flashing a foxy grin, he formed a ram seal and vanished in a swirl of leaves. When did boss learn the Shunshin? Popping up in front of his apartment, Naruto was surprised to see Jiraiya waiting for him with a serious expression. "Ero Sennin, I thought you were with Ba-chan. Shouldn't you be off doing some research or something?" "Damn it Gaki, stop calling me that. Anyway, we don't have time for this right now. Haim wanted us over at the hospital half an hour ago. Where the hell have you been?" After listening to Naruto's quick explanation regarding Konohamaru, he nodded his head. "You did a good thing Gaki, and it's a good excuse for anyone but Tsunade. We gotta go now, or she is gonna turn us to paste. And by us, I mean you, because you're my meat shield in all this." "Got it." After a quick, fear-filled nod from the blonde, they both vanished in swirls of leaves. Sakura and Ino were happily chatting as they walked into Sasuke's hospital room. They had been checking up on Kakashi and Sasuke daily, hoping that they would wake up. Most days, Ino would accompany Sakura as the girls worked on repairing the friendship their rivalry over a boy had almost ruined. Sakura still pined after Sasuke, but she winced as she thought back over the things she had thrown away in pursuit of the boy. With her sensei and teammate in the hospital, and the other teammate out doing Kami knows what, Sakura had remembered how much she hated being alone. "I'm not going to give up on Sasuke-kun, though," she thought to herself. "I'm just going to have to find some sort of balance between him and everything else." She was broken out of her thoughts when she heard voices coming from Sasuke's room. Recognizing one of the voices as Naruto's, she surprised herself by smiling. She found that she had actually missed the boy while he was gone. It seemed her hyper teammate was finally back, but she was curious as to why he was in Sasuke's room. Probably being his normally boisterous self, though, she shook it off as a practical certainty, and reached the door. Opening said door, she saw Naruto, but didn't recognize either of the other two in the room. One was a white-haired man, rather tall and pushing 50, leaning against the far wall with his arms crossed as he observed the room's other occupant. The occupant in question was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s, with her blonde hair in twin pigtails over a green gambler's jacket with the kanji for gamble emblazoned on the back. Shocker. The woman was holding her hands near Sasuke's head, and Sakura started to panic until she recognized the green glow her hands were emanating as medical chakra. Naruto looked up as his teammate entered the room. "Hey Sakura-chan, guess what? Ba-chan here is going to heal Sasuke. She already woke Kakashi-sensei, so this shouldn't take too long." As Sasuke groggily woke up, Tsunade backed away and Sakura ran over and hugged the newly awakened boy. Ino stood by the door, somewhat disappointed. She just hoped that Sakura would remember her promise to be friendly rivals, now that Sasuke was awake. She'd missed her friend when they'd been fighting. Tsunade and Jiraiya both noticed Naruto seemed down after his teammate didn't bother to even say hello. Jiraiya used their old team hand signals to tell Tsunade about the boy's crush. "What about the blonde at the door?" she signed. "Pinky's rival for duck butt, if I'd have to guess," was the quick response. Narrowing her eyes at Naruto, she considered his reaction to his pink-haired teammate. "That's going to make telling him the news I have harder. In retrospect, however, I suppose it's a good thing that she doesn't return his interest. Would probably make it even more difficult, if that were the case." Looking between the two, she put a finger on her chin. Maybe I can get Jiraiya to tell him. He's always a sucker for." Glancing over, she noticed the toad sage had disappeared on her, leaving a note at the foot of Kakashi's bed. Walking over, she picked it up. Looking it over, she blinked as she read the note. "Sorry, not a chance, Heim." Crushing the note in her hand, she cursed. "Okay Jiraiya, you've just lost your bathhouse peeping privileges. And this time, there's no monkey to say otherwise." "All right," she said, addressing the young shinobi in the room. "There is a meeting in my office tomorrow at 9. I've heard that your little group is known as the Konoha 12 inches. Well, all of you will be required to attend." "That's fine. Was there anything else?" Naruto asked, preparing to leave. When Tsunade shook her head, Naruto flashed her a foxy grin and mock saluted her. "See ya tomorrow at 0900, Ba-chan." Still grinning at her irritated look, he vanished from the room in a shunshin as the others in the room stared at him in shock. Sasuke, blinking in surprise, looked to the rest of them and voiced everyone's main question. "Since when did the Dobi learn shunshin?" Reappearing near his apartment, Naruto smirked to himself. "Gonna have to thank Ero Sennin for the training tips and showing me the seals for shunshin. It was just so much fun to vanish and pop up somewhere else. The only way it could get better is if it were an actual teleportation jutsu rather than just chakra-enhanced movement." Heading inside, he wasted no time digging out his new outfit. After a few minutes, he finished changing and examined himself in the mirror. "Damn, I look pretty good in orange and black. Should have thought of this sooner." Examining the pile of old clothes, Naruto grabbed a pair of scissors from his desk drawer and carefully cut the white Uzumaki swirls off all of the jackets. Gently running his thumb over the fabric, he felt a great deal of pride mixed with sadness. "I swear to you Ka-chan, I will make you and Dad proud of me. I won't let your sacrifices be in vain. That's the promise of a lifetime." Shaking off the melancholy thoughts, he gathered the clothes in his arms with a maniacal grin. Now that the hard part's out of the way, time for a little target practice. Using shunshin again, he still couldn't get over just how useful it was. Naruto popped up at Team 7's training grounds, familiar logs in place as he separated his clothes into 3 separate piles. Getting a suitable distance from them, he turned around, carefully forming hand seals all the while. "Okay, just like Ero Sennin taught me, gotta inhale, mold the chakra in my lungs, hold it, wait for the burning sensation, and exhale. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu," he yelled, at the same time exhaling a moderately sized fireball at the first pile. Within seconds, the entire pile was a conflagration of blackened fabric, sizzling and popping as the flames licked and ate the material. Forming the same set of hand seals, Naruto ended on the tiger and fired another one, putting more chakra into this one and completely incinerating the second pile, nothing but graying ash left where his former attire used to be. For a first attempt, the jutsu was fairly impressive. Naruto had managed to mold the chakra correctly with the proper hand seals. He'd gotten a hold of a cadence scroll that Jiraiya had let him borrow, and had perused it like a beast. Not to mention the numerous times he'd closely watched Sasuke perform this jutsu. What he forgot on his third and final attempt was proper chakra measurement. This proved to be, well, bad for the landscape. Deciding to see just how big he could make it, Naruto once again formed the proper seals, leaned back, and practically shot a column of hellfire out of his gaping maw. A proper Kaden technique, when executed, allows the user to spew fire from their mouth as if they're a mythical dragon. They vary in size and shape, from the phoenix fireball that sprays small, but numerous, balls of fire in a rapid sequence, to the aforementioned Grand Fireball, which has the potential to burn an entire forest clearing straight to the freaking ground. The latter, in this case, was more accurate to what just happened to the remainder of Naruto's jumpsuits, and the grass, and the shrubs, and the ground, and the trees, hell, everything in the general direction of 20 feet in front of him was blackened bark and scorched earth. Staggering to his feet, he shook his head to clear the daze it was in, waving the air in front of him as he coughed a few times. He stared at the scorched spot that used to be his clothes, and pumped a fist in the air in triumph when he realized he had successfully used Sasuke's favorite fire jutsu. Not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. That last one, though, was a real scorcher. Okay, that was a horrible pun, and he was never using it again. Patting at his dust-covered and slightly singed clothes, he grimaced. Well, mostly successful. Still has a few kinks. Remembering something Jiraiya had let slip on their trip home about the uses of shadow clones, he nodded to himself. Note to self: next time, I leave untested jutsu to the clones. The next morning found the Hokage's office fairly full, as Naruto and co. all crowded in. Tsunade sighed as she sat behind her desk, facing the assembled Konoha 12 and their respective sensei. Fiddling with the official marriage document, she stalled for time by examining those present. Naruto, she noticed, looked far more serious in his new attire, but he still seemed to radiate excitement. Sasuke, standing next to him, looked better than yesterday when she'd first seen him, but still seemed to be brooding. Sakura seemed torn between looking hopefully at the latter, and casting quizzical glances at the former, eyeing his new attire with curious eyes. Everyone else stood at relative attention, though the Nara boy looked as if he was going to fall asleep standing up, and the girl with buns in her hair seemed to be staring at her with stars in her eyes. Not even mentioning the dynamic duo of Guy and Lee, who were just starting their infamous sunset genjutsu. I definitely can't put this off any longer. Those 2 idiots will knock us all out with it unless I get started now, she thought to herself, a tick mark forming on her forehead. Clearing her throat loudly, she radiated killing intent at the 2, causing the genjutsu to implode, and the 2 spandex-wearing nin to pale before standing at attention with the rest of the class. Tomorrow, when I officially become Hokage, I will be making an announcement to the entire village, but the news affects those here more than most. Seeing that she now had the rapt attention of everyone present, she continued. There will be a political marriage to solidify the new treaty brokered with Sunagakur. The respective councils agreed to this before I returned and the bride and groom have been decided upon. A young woman from Sunagakur will be coming here and will be marrying into one of Konohagakur's most respected clans. Tsunade stopped as most everyone turned their eyes to Sasuke, with occasional glances at Kiba, Shikamaru, Shino and Neji. I can see what you're thinking, but you'll be surprised to learn who the suitor is. She said. If it isn't anyone here, why are we here, Ba-chan? Naruto asked in confusion. Eye twitching in irritation, Tsunade frowned. That would be because the person in question is here, and you are it. That'll learn him. Silence permeated the room, as every eye in the room became laser-locked on Naruto, all widen some boring holes into the unfortunate soul. One set in particular was apparently trying to burn a hole through his head and into Tsunade's, as both were feeling a bit hot under the collar right now. Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Good one, Granny, you got us. Now seriously, who's the unlucky bastard? You are, Naruto. Stop with the jokes, you are joking, right? He paled when she shook her head. Seriously, I'm getting married. I'm only 13. This is bullshit. Sighing, Tsunade rubbed her temple as the room exploded with questions. A vein began throbbing on her forehead, and she slammed a fist onto the desk. Silence. Her roar silenced all present, and she pointed to Shikamaru, who had his hand raised like a good little genin. You. First question. Hokage-sama, you said that the Sunagakur woman would be marrying into a Konoha clan, but then said that Naruto would be the suitor. As far as we know, Naruto doesn't have a clan. He gave Naruto an apologetic look, letting the blonde know it wasn't a snub at his family situation. Naruto nodded, letting him continue. So, does this mean that Naruto actually does have a clan? As a matter of fact, Shikamaru, Naruto does. Or rather, I should say he has 2 clans. Eyes once more threatened to shoot clear of their sockets as she continued. Naruto's heritage has been a well-kept secret, the longest kept secret in the history of this village, in fact. His mother was Uzumaki Kushina, last known member of the Uzumaki clan from the former village of Uzushiogakur. The former village, as you all know, was destroyed back during the Second Great Shinobi War, and as such, is honored here in Konoha by having their symbol emblazoned on our jackets and uniforms. This is a show of respect for the alliance formed when my grandmother Uzumaki Mito married the Shidaime Hokage. Ignoring Naruto's frantic hand gestures to stop, she continued, knowing that it was all coming out of the bag sooner or later. Might as well get this shit out now, while everyone's present. I'm not doing this a second time. In addition, as you may not know, when a person becomes Hokage, their family becomes clan automatically via Konoha law. Naruto is also the son of Namikaze Minato, better known as the Yondaime Hokage. Therefore, Naruto is the last heir of both the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans of Konoha. With a groan, Naruto slumped forward, palming his face as most everyone in the room was staring at him complete shock, none more so than one particular Uchiha. The two noticeable exceptions were Asuma, who'd already been informed at the council meeting, and Kakashi, who was giving him one of those creepy eye smiles. Turning back to Tsunade, he huffed, arms folded. Ba-chan, you had better have a really good reason for this. Tsunade was surprised by the rage she saw in his usually cheerful eyes, until she took a moment and thought about it. Once this is announced, not only will he have his father's enemies after him, a lot of villagers will try and suck up to him. I knew this was going to make his life harder, but I honestly totally skipped that part. Meh, he'll work it out. He mastered the rasengan in a week. An entire village full of ass-kissing shinobi should be something he'll have taken care of by the end of business today. Referring to Naruto's question, she nodded. There are several, but let's start with the obvious. First, Tsunagakur didn't just pick a random shinobi. They didn't play a game of darts with our shinobi roster, and just happened to pick you. No, they specifically asked for you. According to the council, and a little bit of common sense, that made it clear that they knew, at least in part, who you were, or rather, where you came from. Second, the woman they are sending is the daughter of a Kage, and you, my little blonde miscreant, are related by blood or marriage to 4 of the 5 Hokage. Last, and certainly not least, Naruto, do you even know what the requirements to be a clan head here in Konoha are? Because even the council forgot this part. No, he grumbled, I haven't had the chance to. To be head of a clan, you must either be a jonin, or you must be married. Tsunade said, a grin on her face. The day you marry, you become head of the Namikaze clan and inherit all its assets, as well as its seat on the council. Bachan, what about the Uzumaki clan, tte boyo? His verbal tick resurfaced under the stress of the moment. Naruto, you are an Uzumaki as well as a Namikaze. Technically, your name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, so any children you have will be of both clans. As such, you will be restoring the Uzumaki clan as well as the Namikaze clan. If you're so bound and determined to restore the Uzumaki, this is a perfect chance. It's not like you'll have to worry about finding a wife, anyway. Naruto glared at her, the sort of glare he saved for dealing with Kyuubi, or the cupboard when he ran out of instant ramen. He did manage to grind out a question, though. Did they give us the name of the bride? Glad for an excuse to escape his glare, the brat didn't glare often, so it was unnerving. Tsunade lifted the scroll. Quote. Says here her name is Temari. Hand to chin, Naruto ran through his mind, trying to figure out what kind of girl she was. Could have sworn she was part of the Chunin exams. Wait, wasn't she the girl that? Glancing over at Tenten, he only confirmed his suspicions when he saw the girl wince in his direction, giving him a weak smile. Yep, I'm fucked. Tsunade caught a glimmer of recognition in the blonde's eyes, followed by the sort of resignation reserved for those on death row. Inwardly groaning, she gave a gesture of dismissal to the rest of the group. Alright, that's enough. I've said all I'm going to say until the official announcement tomorrow. All of you scat, I've got business with the soon-to-be-married, here. Getting acknowledgement from most, the group filed out, the chatter exploding once they left the Hokage's office. She suspected that, by tomorrow, half of the village was going to know about it before she even made it official. Should have put a gag order on that lot, oh well. Turning to the man in question, she sighed. Alright, what's up? Chuckling nervously, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, another nervous tick. Well, Temari-chan is a bit high maintenance. Plus, Gaara is his brother. You know, the Jinchuriki for the Aikibi. The one that tried to kill me, multiple times, I might add. Tsunade sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. Alright, ignoring the whole homicidal Jinchuriki problem for the moment, I have some things for you. Standing and crossing the room to the portrait of the fourth Hokage on the wall, Tsunade lifted it, revealing an elaborate seal on the wall. Alright Gaki, get over here. This is a blood seal, keyed to anyone from your father's line. I need you to open it for me. Pulling a kunai out of its holster, Naruto nicked his thumb and pressed the bloody digit against the seal. The seal seemed to rotate before it expanded and the safe unlocked with a quiet click. Reaching into the safe, Tsunade pulled out a scroll bearing the symbol of the Yondaime Hokage. Alright, need you to bleed a bit more for me, she told Naruto in a teasing manner. Ignoring the obvious rolling of his eyes, she watched him undo the seal and then opened the scroll. She couldn't stop a snort of laughter as she read the short note. Hey old monkey, if you're reading this, then I didn't survive the Kyuubi's rampage. If so, this is literally my and Kushina's will. We leave everything to our newborn son, Naruto. In addition, no, I will not tell you how I finished my paperwork as fast as I did. Trade secret, wait, you've been a Hokage, screw it, I'm still not telling you. Hey Naruto, I think I have proof at least some of your sense of humor comes from your dad. Handing Naruto the scroll, she chuckled as he read it, grinning as he laughed near the end. Feeling better than he had since the meeting began, Naruto still had a few questions. Alright Bachan, what do we do now? Well Gaki, since the scroll says you get everything, and you're going to be married, I say we go see your parents' house. While Naruto and Tsunade remained in her office, everyone else regrouped in a conference room down the hall. This is incredible, Ino shouted. This is the best scoop I've ever gotten. I never would have thought Naruto would be the first of us to get married, never mind become head of 2 clans. Well, you heard what the Hokage said, Suna demanded Naruto. Shikamaru said from his place against the wall, managing to sound coherent, even though he looked like he was going to slump to the ground any second. It doesn't make sense though, he said irritably. I get why his heritage was hidden, but I've seen the way the villagers look at him. Why would they despise Naruto? True to his nature, Shikamaru was more or less unable to let go of something so intriguing. I always thought he was just a loud mouth, Kiba piped up. Did you guys notice that he was acting strange in there? Naruto was really quiet. Yes, Shino said quietly. He seemed far more controlled than usual. In the past, he would react explosively to such news. This means one of 2 likely scenarios. 1. Naruto has matured greatly in a very short amount of time, possibly due to his recent contact with the Sannin, or 2. Naruto has always been that way and we have been dealing with a cleverly constructed facade. Given what we have learned, I believe that the latter is by far more plausible. Having said his piece, Shino exited the room, the door closing as everyone else tried to come to terms with his rather startling conclusions. In another conference room, Hinata was crying as Kurenai held her. When Tsunade informed them that Naruto was to be married, she felt as if her heart had been ripped out. For years, she had loved him from afar, but every time she tried to talk to him, she would stutter and completely embarrass herself or even worse, faint outright. She'd never thought that she would run out of time to tell him so soon. Shish, it's okay Hinata, Kurenai told the girl softly. It's alright, let the tears out. Just because he is getting married doesn't mean you can't be his friend. Raising her head from her sensei's shoulder, Hinata looked tearfully at her. I didn't want to be his friend Kurenai-sensei. I love him. Gently stroking the girl's hair, Kurenai murmured, I'm sorry Hinata, but it's just not meant to be. You know how your clan works. Even if he wasn't getting married, in the end, you still wouldn't have had him. Sensei, the crying girl asked in shock. Shish, I know Hinata. I know it hurts, but time heals all wounds. For now, just let the tears out. Frowning at the wall as Hinata continued to sob, Kurenai cursed 2 things, clan laws, and the cruelty of fate. That afternoon, Naruto and Tsunade stood facing a gate in the far eastern section of Konoha. This, Naruto, is your parents' old house. Anything in there belongs to you, though I would recommend you do some cleaning. The seal on the gate here was made by your father and not even Jiraiya could bypass it, as it requires familial blood to open. With a slight smirk, she added, shouldn't be a problem for you, though. With a quick shunshin, Tsunade returned to her office, preferring to let the kid venture on his own. Unsealing the gate by reopening the cut on this thumb, Naruto entered his new property. The land was small for a clan compound, but he supposed the Namikaze clan had never been as large as the Uchiha or Hyuga. The gardens had long ago taken over and filled the stagnant lawn and koi ponds with green. Still, he could see the beauty, and a little work would restore it to its former glory. The main house stood in the center of the gardens, 3 stories of traditional stonework, and rice paper doors in need of some serious maintenance, with softly sloping red clay rooftops and opulent dragon guardians on the corners. He pushed open the main entrance, careful not to damage the aged wood. As expected, the paper gave way easily under his hands. He was planning on replacing it, anyway, so he wasn't concerned. No one had come into the house after his parents had died. All of the furniture remained where it was last, coated with a fine film of dust with a few cobwebs dotting the corners of the rooms. He passed through the entrance and into the sitting room, a television sitting at the far end of a kotatsu. Everything would have to be replaced, from the electronics to the fabrics, even the curtains, but it looked like most of the wood furniture, save all the chairs, he wasn't taking chances with them, would be fine with a careful cleaning. He glanced around for another moment before making his way upstairs. It was dominated by bedrooms, 4 of them total. The master bed was the only one that looked like someone had used it before the house was abandoned. His parents' night clothes were still folded on the bed, waiting for them. With a melancholy sigh, he shut the door carefully and made his way to the 3rd floor. His parents, or perhaps his grandparents, had made the 3rd floor a training room. The practicality of it aside, it was huge, a large, open expanse with wood floors, threadbare training mats sitting in a pile in the corner, several training dummies lined up against the far wall, and various weapons along said walls. The training room wasn't the place for practicing jutsu, but it was more than appropriate for practicing taijutsu and weapon skills, as long as the person practicing wasn't Lee, or Guy. He returned to the ground floor, passing through the dining room and kitchen, noting with glee the amount of space he had for ramen, then noticing a tightly shut door just outside the kitchen. He pushed it open, revealing the cool, stone space of a basement, the jackpot, as far as the home of a ninja was concerned. He carefully took the stairs one at a time in case they were rotting through. Last thing he needed was to plunge a story or 2 to the ground below. Most of the room below was a library, cool but not damp, perfect for the delicate paper located here. The shelves were overflowing with scrolls and books. He could almost tell which belonged to his mother and which to his father just by the neatness some of the shelves seemed to have. A small corner of the room held a workbench, holding a strange, 3-pointed kunai. The overflow of scrolls on the shelves above it seemed to indicate his father or mother was making weapons scrolls in their spare time. 1/3 of the basement was walled off to make a separate room that opened with another seal. It was obviously his father's private study, filled with fuinjutsu supplies. An open scroll lay on the large, but simple, desk at the opposite end of the room. He stepped inside to take a closer look. Picking up a scroll, he read the outer kanji. Hiroshin no Jutsu, I wonder what it does. He almost sat down to read, but the overpowering smell of dust was beginning to bother him, and he needed to get some air before he went into a coughing fit. He decided it would be a good idea to get to bed in the next hour or so. He scouted out the cleanest room, a corner space on the 2nd floor. He stopped in the doorway, producing 100 clones that looked rather unamused to be there. "Alright guys, I'm headed to bed, but I want you guys to start cleaning this place up. Start with the main rooms, and if you have time, start on the training fields. I want you 5 to head downstairs and start going through the library, and I want you to read that scroll I found earlier. Remember, this is our new home, so curb the enthusiasm, okay? That means no explosions." Watching the clones salute and run off, Naruto crawled into bed, at least somewhat satisfied with the day. Naruto wandered downstairs to discover a thoughtful clone had picked up some cereal for him. Grumbling a bit at himself for forgetting to transfer his stash of instant ramen, Naruto sorted through the memories of the clones dispelled during the night. A couple of things stuck in his head and he made mental note to explore them further, but what really had his attention was Hiroshin no Jutsu. No way, this must be the jutsu that made Tusen a legend. Space-time ninjutsu, oh, this is gonna take a lot of work. From what he could understand, the scroll was the rough outline of an incredibly complex teleportation ninjutsu. He thought he got the gist of what he needed to do, but more than half the notes were gibberish to him. Damn, I'm gonna have to learn fuinjutsu theory. Won't that be fun? Naruto headed outside intent on creating his clone army for the day. While he might get stuck learning protocol today, at least his clones could get something done. Before he could summon them, he noticed one of his clones from last night standing in the middle of a barren training field. Noting it had his attention, the clone started bouncing up and down excitedly. Boss, you're gonna love this. Bunshin Daibakua. As soon as the clone uttered those words, Naruto was rocked back as the training field became a small crater. Well, that certainly is interesting, but I'm pretty sure I said no explosions last night. Eye twitching in irritation, Naruto summoned 200 clones. Alright guys, form up in groups of 20. Once the clones formed rank, Naruto began handing them their assignments for the day. Alright, first group, we need to massively improve our chakra control if we want to use the stuff from the library. I want you to do the leaf balancing exercise while you water walk. With a quick salute, the first group headed down to the small pond near the back edge of the compound. Group 2, practice the henge and kawarimi. Tusen's notes said that when someone's mastered a jutsu, they can start to use it without hand signs. I want the ability to use a kawarimi without seals by the end of the day. Group 3, practice the C-rank jutsu we found yesterday. Group 4, calligraphy. Seals don't write themselves, ya know. Group 5, find every book on fuinjutsu theory in the library you can and start reading. Group 6, you get to work on the gardens. Try to keep most of it alive. Group 7, go move everything out of the old apartment, then I want an inventory of the house. Group 8, Kasen's taijutsu scrolls, get practicing. Group 9, Kenjutsu training use the kodachi. Last but not least, Group 10. One at a time, practice that exploding clone thingy. In the already provided crater. Summoning one last clone, you. I want you to thoroughly reread the Hiraishin no Jutsu scroll. Every time one of theory clones dispels I want you to read it. Damn it, I forgot. Creating a few more clones, you guys, rasengan work. I want to be able to use it one-handed. Watching his clones get to work, Naruto vanished in a shunshin. Popping in with a quick, morning bachan, Naruto swiftly dodged the paperweight the sword at his head. Sadly, he didn't see the empty sake bottle that followed it. Tsunade felt a strong easing of her spirit as she watched the jar smash her insane grandnephew back into the wall behind him. Doubt he'll stop calling me Granny, but man, that felt great. Trying to maintain a straight face as Naruto dragged himself back on his feet, Tsunade considered how to break the news. Deciding Naruto would probably just prefer it straight, she sighed. Alright Gaki, gonna cut straight to the chase. We don't have time for you to learn protocol, your fiancé is due today. Ignoring the sputtering and cursing her statement created, she tapped her chin in thought. There is a new problem too. Sunagakure promoted her to Chunin, and you remain a genin. I can't just promote you, much as I would like to, but I have an idea. Seeing Naruto take a keen interest, she smirked. I'll give you a week to get ready, then I want you to fight the students of Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, as well your own Team 7. Bachan, that's crazy, Naruto grinned. I love it. Good to hear Gaki, now let's get down to the West Gate. If we get there with time to spare, we can annoy Izumo and Katetsu. Temari was sick of riding in the carriage circumstances had forced upon her. She'd argued long and hard that she was still a Chunin and she could walk, but Baki had maintained that they had to follow tradition, and traditionally, brides rode in the carriage. In addition to being extremely uncomfortable, the journey was taking twice as long as the last time she had made the trip. Reaching over, she ran her hand along the smooth metal of her mother's war fan. At least I was allowed to keep this. Laying her head back against the seat, Temari focused on calming herself. Today, she would no longer be a Sunagakure shinobi, but one of the Leaf, and that hurt more than she would have believed. Despite how her little brother had been treated, she loved her village and has been proud to wear the symbol of the sand. She was jerked out of her thoughts as Kankuro stuck his head through the window. Hey, Nichan, how ya doing? I'm scared, little brother. I don't want to be married, especially not to a stranger from another village. I totally agree, Nichan, Kankuro said. Only thing I've heard is that you're marrying into a clan, but other than that, I've got nothing. Baki broke into the conversation. Looks like we're here. Seems the Hokage herself came to welcome you, Temari, which is either a very good or a very bad sign. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed tightly over her chest, wrinkling the red and white fabric of her formal robes of state. With her were Shizune, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Gritting her teeth in irritation, Tsunade whispered to Naruto. If Kakashi doesn't show in the next 30 seconds, I want you to burn all his books. Hi, Bachan, Naruto whispered back. Your will shall be done. Torn between laughing and hitting him, Tsunade eyeballed Kakashi as he wandered up to the group just as the 4 Sunagakure shinobi approached. His timing meant she couldn't say anything, but the look in her eyes warned Kakashi that this conversation was not going away. Greetings and welcome to Konohagakure no Sato. I am Tsunade Senju, God I'm Hokage and I am most pleased to formally welcome you. Naruto faced Temari nervously, bowed and spoke the phrase Tsunade had hammered into his head while they were waiting. I welcome you, Temari. My water is yours and I wish you shade and safety. Temari stared in complete shock. Not only had she not been expecting the traditional greeting of a Sunagakure groom to his bride, she couldn't believe this was who she was to marry. Snapping out of her reverie, Temari bowed in return. I greet you, Naruto. I am thankful for the honor. May you always find water and may our home be blessed with shade. She eyed him carefully. He seemed more serious than she remembered, more controlled. He had been a wild one during the exams, but now, he looked much more like the determined warrior she had seen defeat her brother. Naruto stiffened as Gaara shuffled near. His green eyes still bore the crazed look, but he seemed to have lost his murderous aura. Hey Gaara, how's it going? Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara spoke tonelessly, will you protect my Nichan as one of those precious people you told me of? Naruto blinked, momentarily confused, then gave Gaara a small, warm smile. I swear I will, Gaara, and I always keep my promises. Gaara simply nodded, thank you, for everything. I'm not sure I follow all of that, Naruto said quietly. I get thanking me for promising to take care of your Nichan, but what's everything else? You showed me true strength, Gaara replied just as softly. I have chosen to follow your path. I will protect those precious to me. I'm happy for you, Naruto smiled. Has it been hard? It is both harder and easier as time goes by. Ignoring the beast causes him to rage, but my mind is clearer. It's hard to describe. I understand, was all Naruto had to say. Most watching were confused. Naruto had already confided in Tsunade, so her grin was completely genuine, but Shizune was left wondering what the story behind this was. Temari and Kankuro knew what their brother meant, but he had not spoken to them in great detail about what had happened between him and the other Jinchuriki. Kakashi looked interested, but masked it behind his usual apathy quickly. Sasuke was glaring at Gaara, still angry that he had not been the one to defeat him. Sakura was nervous. She would never be able to forget the images of what he had done to Lee. Well, Tsunade said into the quiet that had settled over the group. I think Naruto should show Temari to their home, and I've made arrangements for the 3 of you in one of the hotels. Naruto interjected, Bachan, if it's alright, how about I take everyone with me? It's not like I don't have the room. Eyeing him, Tsunade shrugged, I suppose you can. Just remember I want you in my office tomorrow at 9. We need to swear Temari in and place her on Team 7. I don't have an opening on my team, Kakashi said hurriedly. There are no open slots, Tsunade growled back, eye twitching in rage. If you weren't always late, you would have heard me explain that an hour ago. Secretly Tsunade had hopes that the time spent together on a team would cause the two to bond. She didn't want the little Gaki stuck in a cold, loveless marriage. It was perhaps one of the few things he would not survive. She believed Temari and Naruto could make it work, but without an extra push, might not make the effort to try on an emotional level. Kakashi gave Tsunade one of his eye smiles. Well, that works, but I'll need some time to evaluate her and get their teamwork up to par. Should be a busy week for us. Naruto drooped. Bachan, I'm kinda occupied this week. Didn't Kakashi-sensei get the message? Tsunade glared at the masked Jonin. No, because he was late. Kakashi, Naruto is training for an impromptu Chunin exam Monday. He will be fighting all the members of the Konoha 12 feet with the exception of Lee. Kakashi stared, eye wide in shock. Hokage-sama, that is simply insane. Tsunade shrugged. It's what the Gaki chose. Naruto lead his fiancé and guests into the compound right as the last of the exploding cones decided to blow himself up. As much as he wanted to laugh, he found he had his hands full getting everyone to put their weapons away. Guys, it was just a stupid clone blowing himself up. Nothing to worry about, I swear. Once everyone settled, Naruto began a small tour. Alright, welcome to the Namikaze Uzumaki estate. As you can see, we've got trees, some training grounds, a giant hole in the ground, stupid freaking clones, and gardens. Eyeing the general destruction, Naruto felt he had to add, "Nay, Temari, I sure hope you garden better than I do, cause I think my clones really screwed that up." To her own surprise, Temari found herself agreeing. The clones had really messed things up. Looking around a bit more, Temari felt that so far, her new home wasn't too bad. She would have some privacy even if everything struck her as being a bit green. Tsunagakure didn't have much opportunity for gardening, but she had maintained a flower box of herbs in her room for several years. "I know a little gardening, Naruto," she said. "You have to remember, though, I come from a desert. All this green seems really odd to me." Naruto looked a little crestfallen, so she spoke quickly. "Not that it's bad, I've always wanted a big herb garden." "Alright guys," Naruto almost yelled in excitement, "I want to show you where you're staying tonight." Leading everyone inside, he began to point out features of the house. "Make yourselves comfortable in the sitting room. I'm not sure if everything works, but you're welcome to try out the television and kotatsu. The kitchen is through there, but it's not exactly stocked yet. There are plenty of rooms on the second floor, so take your pick, and if you want to train, the third floor is a practice room." He grabbed Temari gently by the wrist. "Come on, I'll show you." As she was dragged up the stair, Temari had to admit that so far things weren't as bad as she had feared. The house really needed a woman's touch, but it was quite nice. She wasn't really sure what to make of her fiancé though. One moment he was hyper as hell, the next he was completely calm, dealing with 4 spooked Tsunagakure shinobi, one of whom was Gaara for Kami's sake. Honestly, he was a puzzle. Leading her to the bedrooms, Naruto pointed one out. "This is yours, mine is the one right next to it." Temari was a tad confused. "I get my own room." She was less confused and more concerned when he turned to her with a completely blank face. "Temari, I'm sure you're even less thrilled about this than I am. I want to get to know you better and I hope that one day we'll be happy, but now, we're practically strangers. I thought it'd be best if we learned to trust each other naturally." Temari admitted to herself that she was impressed with his analysis of the situation. He had even brought up some points she hadn't thought of. In Tsunagakure, it wasn't uncommon for a husband to demand his arranged wife be in his bed the evening of their marriage, and she had expected that behavior simply because she knew arranged marriages had nothing to do with whether or not two people loved or trusted one another. "Thank you, Naruto," was her heartfelt response. "Maybe this won't be so bad after all." Wanting to impress his guests, Naruto created a handful of clones and sent most off to read cookbooks and the rest to go grocery shopping. With time to kill, Naruto headed to one of the restored training fields to test what his clones had learned. Raising his hand, he was pleased to see a half-formed rasengan. "Definitely done by the end of the week," he thought with a smirk. Swapping places with a training dummy, he grinned. "Silas Kawarimi, check." He still had to use the ram sign for henge, but that was at least a major improvement. Wanting to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Naruto created clones to test both his new kenjutsu and taijutsu skills. Both appeared to be his mother's, and even with just the day's training with them, the styles felt natural. Finishing the last clone off with a particularly vicious cut that bisected the clone from groin to shoulder, he cringed. Wow, men must have dreaded fighting Kasen. The first elemental jutsu his clones picked made him snort in exasperation. Apparently, he really loved irony. Suoro no Jutsu, the same jutsu he had to save Kakashi-sensei from when they fought Zabuza. Trapping a clone in it, Naruto had to admit, the jutsu had its uses, but he would have to see about having enough water to use it. Moving on, he tried Daidappa. This one has potential. Watching the jutsu shred the trees he tested it on, he wondered if he had overloaded the jutsu. Rather than just blow things away, certain trees in the target area looked like they had been attacked with razors. Shrugging and filing that away for a different day, Naruto decided to test his last elemental jutsu. Remembering his internal promise after the last time he had barbecued himself, Naruto created some clones and backed off. Gukaku no jutsu, and won't the Tem be ecstatic that I can use on of his jutsu. This time, the additional practice of the clones paid off, and rather than create giant explosions, Naruto only created the smaller explosions he wanted. Satisfied with his day, Naruto barely had the energy to flop face first on his bed before he fell asleep. The next morning found Temari waking up to the smell of something delicious. Rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, she wandered down to the kitchen in her panties and a large t-shirt, forgetting that she was not back in Sunagaku. Yawning and stretching, she grunted a morning to the shape at the stove. When she didn't get a response, she looked more fully at the figure making breakfast and felt herself freeze. It was Naruto, staring back with wide eyes, in just a pair of shorts. She thought the age difference would bother her, but he looked a bit older. Between that and his new behavior, she could easily forget she had several years on him. He's actually pretty cute. Naruto, for his part, had totally forgotten the omelet he was making as he stared at Temari. He might even owe Ero-sennin a small apology. Certainly this was worth seeing. With her hair down, sleep tousled and framing her face, Naruto came to the sudden realization that he might just have gotten a really good deal with this marriage after all. They might have continued staring at each other for a while, except Kankuro had walked in and immediately burst into loud guffaws. Yo, Naruto, the omelet seems kinda black and smoky. Ni-chan, you might wanna go put on some pants before he burns down the house. Temari glanced down and let out a girlish shriek as she ran back to her room, mercifully unaware that Naruto's gaze followed her retreat closely. Kankuro, watching him, and seeing the blush on his face, began to laugh until Naruto flung a kitchen knife into the wall next to his head. Raising his hands in wordless apology, he decided to help out and set the table while Naruto disposed of the charred omelet. Kid, she is your fiancé, you're allowed to look, ya know, he said, trying hard not to laugh. He was getting a stitch beneath his ribs. Rolling his eyes in irritation, Naruto shot back, gee, I'm gonna take relationship advice from the guy that wears makeup. It's war paint, it intimidates enemies, runt. An infuriated Kankuro responded. What kinda shinobi is intimidated by makeup, gaite? Naruto mocked back. With a completely nonplussed expression, Kankuro calmly stated, I don't think you can actually call me that, since I'm older. With a foxy grin, Naruto was prepared to return fire before he was interrupted. Would you assholes just shut up? Temari snapped as she reappeared, pulling her hair into her usual pigtails. Kankuro, knowing his sister's usual reaction to being embarrassed, was able to dodge when she swung her fan at him. Naruto, however, was unaware of his danger until the large iron fan connected with his head. Slamming into the wall, a scene very reminiscent of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Kankuro began to laugh when he heard the dazed boy murmur, wow, I think I'm in love. After some brief first aid, where Temari wrapped his injury while Kankuro laughed and even Gaara appeared to smile, Naruto and his guest stood in front of Tsunade in her office. Deciding it would be in everyone's best interest to gloss over the partial mummification of the groom-to-be, she approached Temari. Nervously maintaining eye contact with the elder Kunoichi, Temari barely heard what was said to her until the end. Do you swear on the will of fire and your own honor allegiance to Konohagakure? Reaching back and undoing her Sunagaku Hitai, Temari calmed herself as she swore herself to her new village. My honor, my life, I do so pledge. With a nod, Tsunade turned and stamped the registration sitting behind her on the desk. Pulling out a leaf Hitai, she passed both items to the younger blonde. With that done, you should know that the wedding ceremony will be in 2 months. Baki, you and Temari's brothers are welcome to visit at any time. I'll be granting you travel passes when we finish here. Are there any questions? Hokage-sama, what are my expected duties? Temari asked hesitantly. Tsunade was impressed the girl was thinking that far ahead, but was surprised that Naruto's body language had suddenly switched from passive to protective. Well, this is a surprise, I didn't think he would understand that, but apparently he does, and he wants to protect the girl. Seems the little Gaki will be just fine. Neither council has pressed the issue yet, but I expect there will be pressure in the future. Tsunade replied, hedging her answer somewhat. Until the Gaki there matures, you'll probably be fine. You're both young, it'll be a while before the council is concerned. Temari nodded in understanding. At least she wasn't going to be forced to produce any children she didn't want. She hoped when the council finally came to a head about it, her relationship with Naruto would have had enough time to grow. She stiffened in shock when she felt Naruto grab her hand and gently squeeze in support. Well, it seems he understands as well and agrees with me. Hey, I guess I really could have done a lot worse. Neither teen noticed that everyone else in the room noticed the little byplay. Everyone in the room wanted only the best for the two, and they were relieved that things seemed to be going well so far. Temari, since your brothers are leaving tomorrow, why don't you go spend the day together? Naruto offered with a warm smile. Temari couldn't help but return the smile. Such a warm heart this kid had. I would like that, if you're sure it's acceptable. Completely sure. If I had family I wasn't going to see for a while, I would want to spend what time I had with them. I'll be too busy training to spend much time with you today anyway. Thank you, Konyakusha. We will see you at home this evening. With a bow, Temari left the office with her family. If you don't have anything for me Bachan, I have training I need to do. Seeing Tsunade shrug, Naruto used Shunshin to poof away. The past week had been fruitful for Naruto. Constant brawls with his clones in the trees and on the pond had drastically increased not only his chakra control, but his new taijutsu and kenjutsu styles. While far from mastered, both styles felt natural to him. He figured they were probably both at least mid-chunin, but he seemed to have hit a plateau with both. Probably need a real instructor to get better. Shrugging it off, he couldn't help but smile. He might not know many jutsu, but those he knew, he had mastered, or in the case of the rasengan, almost mastered. He could do it one-handed now, but it still took him a few seconds more to form it than arrow senin. Still, not too shabby, and the other jutsu he had down to either a single seal, or no seals. That was going to come as a shock, and the best part was that Tem couldn't steal his jutsu. Using his new understanding of basic fuinjutsu, Naruto had managed to increase his conditioning with resistance and gravity seals. Taking ruthless advantage of his healing from Fur Ball, Naruto had more or less run himself into the ground. When he had released the seals this morning to adjust, he noticed that he was probably at least twice as fast as he had been, and he hadn't really gotten to test his strength after he destroyed the first training dummy accidentally. His attempts to use his father's jutsu had been interesting, to say the least. The first time he almost insisted on doing it himself, before his clone reminded him of the Great Fireball fiasco. Are clones supposed to be sarcastic? Still, he'd ended up being grateful after the first clone launched himself 300 feet in the air. How the hell did Tusen survive creating this jutsu? Undeterred, Naruto had continued expending clones, and soon enough, the survival rate began to succeed the deaths. Eventually, the clones were surviving every attempt and Naruto had decided it was time to try himself. Focusing his chakra, Naruto searched for the beacon on the kunai. Feeling a faint pull, Naruto did the internal chakra manipulations from the scroll. With a flash of yellow, and how the hell did I see that anyway, he thought, Naruto found himself standing next to his target kunai. Naruto allowed himself a short childish victory dance, then settled down. Time to practice. Practice had reduced the time he needed to attune to a beacon, but it still took several seconds. Naruto was not about to complain though. A couple seconds to cross most any distance was not a bad trade-off. His father's notes had also answered the question he had on deploying the kunai. His peers were already frustrated with his Kage Bunshin. He suspected that they were really going to dislike Shuriken Kage Bunshin using Hiraishin kunai. Things with Temari were going as well as he could expect. She had a bit of a temper, but unlike Sakura, she at least tried to warn him off when she was getting angry, a side effect of having a dangerous brother, perhaps. He usually missed her clues and ended up with a metal fan being smashed across his head, but they were getting better. They were beginning to become comfortable with each other, sharing stories and jokes during Naruto's infrequent breaks from training. Temari was beginning to enjoy life in Konoha. She was surprised on her second day in the village. All the kunoichi of her generation swooped in to visit with her. Ino led the charge, but all of them, even Tenten, wanted to get to know their new comrade. Temari apologized, at least in regards to her excessive violence against the other kunoichi, and made it clear that it had not been personal and that she didn't want her hanging onto a grudge. All was forgiven when Tenten was allowed to handle the war fan. The other kunoichi all rolled their eyes as Tenten swung the fan around with stars in her eyes. She felt herself smiling as she watched. It was nice to have girlfriends. Being both a kunoichi and the child of the cage had put her at a distance from everyone else. In the leaf, she was at the same level as everyone else, and she found the sensation of finally being equal surprisingly relaxing. It had also led to an interesting discovery. Apparently, namikaze men enjoy overbearing women. Tsunade had told her several stories of her mother-in-law and her legendary temper. She hadn't been inclined to believe it until she saw the boy she had watched beat her bother being floored by one of the weakest kunoichi from the exams. It was a revelation. Her betrothed may be smarter than she had believed, but she was going to have to be the one to keep the hyper-idiot in line. Still, she was beginning to think of him as her idiot, with a small smile. Naruto hummed to himself as he stood over the stove. He found that cooking was actually enjoyable for him and it kept Temari from poisoning him with her so-called food. He snickered when he recalled the time he told Temari that her cooking was probably the reason poor Gaara had been so homicidal. The joke was still funny half an hour later as he limped into the house. Finishing up, he called, "Temari, dinner is done." With a flash of blonde he could have sworn was Hiraishin no Jutsu, Temari was seated at the table. Tomorrow being an important day, Naruto had gone all out. Using info gathered from Ino, traded for a future favor to be decided, Naruto had prepared Temari's favorites. Kenshin soup and roasted chestnuts followed by a large chocolate cake. Naruto had some fun poking fun at Temari for drooling, but quickly shut up when her eyes promised retribution. Naruto had inadvertently discovered that shadow clones made great kitchen staff. He got to cook, and make as much of a mess as he wanted and the clones had to clean it up. Temari tried to point out that with the clones, he would still get the memories of cleaning up, but Naruto was insistent. Best deal ever. After the clones cleared the table, Naruto walked over to Temari and in a display of boldness slightly shocking both of them, kissed her cheek. "I know I've been busy this week, but I wanted you to know that I'm glad you're here. Now, I need to go get some sleep, tomorrow will be a long day." Watching him head upstairs, Temari sat holding her cheek with a light blush. Being the daughter of a cage, and the sister of Gaara, no one had ever kissed her before. With a smile she decided that it wasn't half bad. Temari was bored, and irritated, but mostly bored. She had thought that watching her future husband fight his friends would be more entertaining, but with a few exceptions the fights had been extremely one-sided so far. First up had been that pink-haired twit her soon-to-be husband was so enamored with. The fight itself was just pathetic, but as much as she despised weak kunoichi, that wasn't what had her blood boiling. Naruto stood facing his longtime crush as she entered the area battleground. Watching her, he found himself confused. Why was she walking so timidly? Her head hung down, hair blocking her eyes, every step seemingly forced. This wasn't what he expected from Sakura-chan. She was supposed to be confident and strong. Breaking from his musings, he slid into his fighting stance when Sakura arrived. She didn't match him though, just stood there fidgeting nervously. "Nay, Sakura-chan, what's the problem?" he called out. Sakura flinched a bit as the loud voice of her teammate intruded on her thoughts. Without raising her head, she spoke, almost a whisper. "Naruto, I'm sorry, I never thanked you for saving me." With a bitter laugh she pressed on. "Any of the times you saved me I guess. Against Zabuza, the exams, and then with Gaara." The girl began hugging herself firmly as if she were trying to hold back an explosion. "You keep saving me, and I just blow it off." Beginning to cry she forced herself to continue. "I suppose I'm just jealous. When our team formed, I thought I was strong, or at least stronger than you. Turns out I was wrong, huh?" Naruto was so shocked he dropped out of his stance. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck as his thoughts flashed back over the events as he tried to figure out what was wrong with Sakura. With a mental shrug he decided to just wing it. He didn't really understand girls in general and Sakura was kinda strange even then. "Sakura-chan," he said pleasantly, "I need you to look at me." When the girl hesitantly met his gaze, he mentally winced at the amount of pain he saw in her eyes. Letting his mask down, he gave his teammate a true smile. "Sakura-chan, I accept your apology and your thanks, but that isn't why I did it." He raised his face to the sky in remembrance as he continued. "When we were in Wave, Haku taught me that someone is only truly strong when they protect something precious to them." Lowering his gaze back to he girl, he smiled again. You are not weak, Sakura-chan, you just haven't found something to be truly strong for yet. You can come train with me at my estate if you want, but you will only get stronger if you truly work for it. Still, judging from the way crazy snake lady over there is twitching, we should start this match before she molests me again. The final comment was too much for Sakura and she roared with laughter, remembering what Anko had done before the second exam. Temari gritted her teeth in irritation. Stupid, weak fangirl, wannabe kunoichi. Why the hell is he so stuck on that pink-haired? Arg, why do I care? Deciding she didn't really want to continue thinking about it, Temari went back to musing over the matches. Naruto hadn't humiliated the stupid pink menace, but it was obvious to every shinobi in the audience that he had held back. The next match was more exciting. That weapons girl wasn't so bad. Temari had crushed her in battle only because she was able to blow away all of her attacks. Once Naruto got in close, however, it was over. The next match had caused Temari to both laugh and palm her face. Shikamaru was possibly the laziest person she had ever met, but he was skilled. Too bad for him that Naruto was simply unpredictable, had refused to play along with the stall tactics. At the beginning of the match, Shikamaru had caught him with his Kajimane, and in response Naruto had created a few dozen cage bunshin without using any seals, something that had caused a collective gasp of disbelief in the audience, and ordered them to take Shikamaru out. Shikamaru's response was fairly typical. He muttered, "How troublesome," and gave up. Not surprising to anyone that knew him, but what irked Temari was that in her match, she had gotten tied up playing along with the shadow user's little game instead of just overpowering him. Temari had to save the dog boy in the next match. Something in the pre-match banter had caused Naruto to fix a maniacal smile on his face as he pulled out a kunai and began wrapping an exploding tag around it. Blanching at the memory of what he had done to her brother, Temari whipped her fan out and floated to the arena floor. Landing between the mud and her betrothed, Temari placed her hands on her hips and said one word. "No." "Ah, come on, Temari-chan," Naruto whined. "No, you are not going to use that technique ever again." Pouting, Naruto put the kunai up after stripping off the exploding tag. Satisfied, Temari turned to leave, only to be stopped by Anko. "You know, you aren't supposed to be down here." Arching an eyebrow at her, Temari continued to leave. "I was saving dog boy from a fate worse than death, you know. I know what he was gonna do with that and I never want to see it again." "Oh," Anko replied with her trademark insane grin, "what was he gonna do?" With a shudder, Temari replayed the events of Gaara's fight with Naruto in her head. He was gonna shove that kunai up the mutt's butt. Something about 1,000 years of pain and Kakashi-sensei's teachings or something. I'm still trying to forget it. In the stands, Kakashi tried to hide behind his book as he felt everyone turn and face him. "What? I used it as a joke during his genin exam," he said defensively. "I didn't think he would actually use it on someone, let alone with an exploding tag." Denied the use of the 1,000 years of pain, Naruto had simply thrashed the bog boy after he had tricked Akamaru into playing catch-over in a corner with a cage bunshin. The match after was boring. The tubby kid tried to flatten Naruto and had been blown away with a wind jutsu, then beaten down by cage bunshin. The quiet bug kid had been next, but had forfeited when Naruto had summoned several toads. Temari hadn't heard all the conversation between the two but caught Naruto apologizing and something about Shino being too dangerous to take head-on. Shaking her head, Temari glanced at the woman sitting next to her. She was still trying to come to terms with the fact that she was sitting next to the Lady Tsunade. She wasn't blind, she could see that the woman had some problems, but she was sitting next to the most powerful kunoichi in the elemental lands, and to make it even more surreal, the woman viewed her as her daughter-in-law. Temari was amazed to learn that Tsunade viewed Naruto as something like a cross between son and grandson. She had been extremely alarmed when threatened by the older woman about what she would do if Temari ever hurt her new husband. She shuddered as she remembered the boulder that had, accidentally, exploded. Turning back to the current fight, Temari sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose to fight back what she believed to be the beginning of a migraine. Who the hell actually gives their opponent a pep talk in the middle of a fight? Sure, he was fighting that weird Hyuga girl who had a crush on him, not that he seemed to notice, but still, a pep talk. I suppose it's a good thing he is so oblivious to it. The last thing I need is competition. I mean, it is a political marriage, and we aren't expected to be happy, but if he gets it in his head he can have an affair, it'll destroy everything. He doesn't exactly seem the type, but a lot of people don't. Temari was pulled from her thoughts as she watched Naruto play Bunshin Daibukua Pong with his next opponent. Poor Neji was using his Kaden repeatedly, but eventually he ran out of chakra and was blown into the air. Naruto, being Naruto though, caught him as he fell and carefully laid him on the ground. "Sorry Neji, but after our last fight, I doubted you would hold back and you're way better at taijutsu than I am." With a groan, Neji placed an arm over his eyes as he waited for the Mednin to arrive. "I understand Naruto-san, but that was a most unpleasant experience. You should know that I am looking forward to a rematch in the future." Neji had a small smirk. "Preferably without explosive clones please." Naruto noticed Guy and Lee arriving and a truly wicked smile appeared on his face. "It's a shame Neji, it seems that you might require more youth for our rematch." As Guy and Lee began their usual youth rants and declared that they would stoke Neji's youthful flames, Naruto broke down and laughed at the sheer horror on Neji's face. Ignoring the caustic glare being sent his way, Naruto decided to rub a bit more salt into the wound. "Have a youthful recovery Neji," he cheered. He was totally floored when the ever-stoic, unflappable Neji flipped him the bird. Naruto's blood began to boil as Sasuke strolled across the arena floor to the cheers of the civilians of the crowd. Yes, Naruto thought viciously, the last loyal Uchiha has come to beat the demon boy. Not happening. Sasuke, for his part, was more excited than he had been for some time. He was finally getting his fight with the Dobi. He wasn't sure when he had begun to view Naruto as his rival, but rival he was. Now he had another reason to be interested in Naruto. That man was after him, and sooner or later, he would be able to take his revenge. "Dobi, you ready?" "Absolutely Tem, absolutely." Anko turned to face the crowd. Ninth match Uzumaki Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke. Hajime. The boys rushed forward in a flurry of taijutsu. Naruto dodged the first punch only to be caught by the backhand counter. Shrugging off the blow, he spun and drove his elbow into Sasuke's stomach, following through with a vicious wheel kick that knocked Sasuke back several feet. For several minutes the two stalemated, Sasuke's superior skill countered by Naruto's ability to shrug off the pain long enough to land punishing blows. Sasuke was getting frustrated. He couldn't copy Naruto's style because there were no set patterns. No set patterns also meant that he couldn't predict what attack would be coming. It wasn't perfect, but he could see some of the attacks shortly before they landed, yet somehow or another the Dobi had learned a style that seemed to just flow. He also had to deal with the fact that Naruto was forcing counterattacks straight through his defense, and the body shots were starting to wear him down. Jumping back, he flashed through the seal's Kaden, Gaokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto sighed as the fireball flew towards his head. Hurriedly raising his hand to his mouth in the tiger seal he spat out an even larger fireball than the one that was incoming. The two fireballs collided in a massive explosion forcing both boys to kawarimi to avoid being roasted. "Dobi, what the hell was that?" Sasuke roared. "How the hell are you so proficient at using a Uchiha Kaden jutsu?" "It's easy Tem. A truly mastered jutsu requires far fewer seals. There are some jutsu that when mastered need no seals to use. As for how I know Gaokakyu, I've seen you use it, and figured it out on my own." Seeing the infuriated expression on Sasuke's face he smirked. "What's the matter Tem, you don't like people copying you?" Far too angry to realize he was being baited, Sasuke rushed forward to pound the Dobi into the ground, only to find himself surrounded by several dozen black and orange-clad shinobi. The clones followed in their creator's footsteps and landed several powerful body shots that left him exhausted and struggling to breathe. "Hey Tem, check this out Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." He snapped his head up and to his horror he saw literally thousands of strange three-pronged kunai headed in his direction. Whipping out a kunai, he dodged and deflected as many as he could, and to his relief most of the massive barrage missed him, lodging themselves into the ground around him. "Tch, Dobi, your aim sucks." "Oh, you think so Tem? I think they went exactly where I wanted them." With a vicious smirk Naruto disappeared in a golden flash. Ignoring the gasps of shock from the crowd, Sasuke scanned around trying to find the Dobi, but was more than a little shocked when a powerful kick slammed into him from his blind side. Spinning around to retaliate, he blinked as Naruto disappeared in yet another yellow flash. Confidently he spun around to block the attack he expected at his back, only to once again be knocked to the ground by a strike from behind. Damn you, Dobi, how the hell are you doing this? Well Tem, when a S-class shinobi marries a S-class kunoichi and they do a special little dance, 9 months later the magic chakra stork delivers them a baby. In the stands, Temari and Tsunade exchanged pained glances and emitted near-identical groans. Speaking to the younger kunoichi, Tsunade was nearly dripping sarcasm. Hopefully he is just trying to irritate Sasuke, but I wouldn't bet against him actually believing that. At Temari's look of disbelief she continued, well, I really doubt anyone actually explained to him where children come from, you know. Ah, he's so well adjusted I sometimes forget about his past. I wasn't expecting to see him use Hiraishin no Jutsu, though. You think he is trying to make a statement to those idiots screaming for his blood? Turning back to the match with a small amused smile, Tsunade simply replied, probably. Back on the battleground, Naruto was finishing up his rather bizarre speech. And that Tem is the reason that ramen is the food of the gods. Blinking, Sasuke stared at his rival with complete and utter disbelief. Dobi, there are so many things wrong with you, I just don't know where to start. But you never answered my damn question. With a patronizing air Naruto decided to enlighten his teammate, Sasuke, my father was the Yondaime, otherwise known as the Yellow Flash. Now that I have people and things to protect and no one sabotaging me, I can stop hiding my abilities. Did you think I wouldn't use a family jutsu against you? Sasuke's rage boiled over. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why is he the one that has that power? I need it, not him. Yes Sasuke, you need power, another voice whispered to him. Use the power, destroy your foes, become invincible. Naruto backed off when Sasuke exploded with a foul chakra as the curse mark spread across the boy's body. Ah come on Sasuke, who the hell uses something in S-class criminal implants on their body? He complained. Faster than Anko could stop him, Sasuke raced forward, Chidori cracking in hand. Fine, be that way Tem. Naruto used Kawarimi to swap places with a clone right as Sasuke rammed the Chidori through his chest. Hey Tem, Bunshin Daibakua. Most of the audience was horrified when Sasuke was seen after his encounter with the explosive clone. His left arm was partially torn from his body, his face and chest covered in burns and shrapnel holes. With a low whistle at the damage Anko stepped forward, Shusa, Uzumaki Naruto, as the medics rushed in she whispered to Naruto. You think that was a bit much there Gaki? An extremely cold expression crossed Naruto's face as he answered. Anko, he just tried to ram an assassination jutsu through my chest. If I hadn't swapped with that clone, I would be dead. So no, I really don't think that was too much. Nodding her agreement Anko glanced up at the Hokage only to find the woman on the arena floor facing Naruto with a very serious expression on her face. Holding up his hands to ward her off momentarily Naruto began to explain. Ba-chan, he just tried to kill me. I think I was perfectly justified blowing him up. With a sigh, Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. Was there any other way you could have stopped him? Or failing that, used Hiraishin to get out of the way? No, Naruto responded, arms crossing his chest, I barely had time to Kawarimi. I just learned Hiraishin, so it still takes me a few seconds to lock on to a seal. I stepped down the power of the explosion but when the clone detonated he had his arm shoved through its chest. For what it's worth, I'm sorry Ba-chan, but I'd do it again. Damn the paperwork is gonna suck for this one. With a dismissive wave Tsunade used a leaf shunshin to return to the Hokage's box. Last fight Gaki, doubt you'll have too much of a problem here though. Anko said as she watched Ino walk up. Naruto, the loud blonde yelled, how dare you hurt Sasuke-kun like that? With a sigh Naruto faced her, Ino, last time I'm explaining this. I barely had time to Kawarimi with that clone, and he rammed an assassination jutsu into what he thought was my chest. If I hadn't gotten out of the way, I would be dead, and I really don't want to be dead. I stepped down the explosive power of the clone, but once again, his arm was in what he thought was my chest. Realizing he was starting to rant, the blonde paused only to be surprised when Ino chimed in. Yeah, I get it, she said with a long sigh. At the look of disbelief on both Naruto and Anko's faces, she raised her voice in irritation. Look, just because I like him doesn't mean that makes it okay for him to try and kill his teammate. I'm an heir to a shinobi clan I understand this things ya know. Grabbing her ponytail in irritation, Ino stopped her rant when she saw Naruto staring at her cross-eyed. Gomen, Ino-san, Naruto spoke formally, for him anyway. I was simply expecting you to be furious with me. Gomen again. Releasing her ponytail from her death grip, Ino sighed, Gomen Naruto, I suppose I should have known you would expect me to snap. At the risk of making you snap, I would recommend you forfeit this match. You can't beat me physically and I'm pretty sure you've been told to never use your clan techniques on me. Ino snorted, yeah right, like I'm just gonna give up. Even Billboard Brow fought you, so I am too. Hajime. Jumping back, Naruto barely had time to curse when he heard, Shintenshin no Jutsu. Nearly every shinobi in the audience had to resist the urge to face palm, and Ino's father Inoichi was damn near having a panic attack. Naruto looked at the collapsed form of Ino and frowned. Seriously? He asked in shock. After just being told not to do it, she went and did it anyway. He seemed to lose focus for a second before he groaned and turned to Anko. Call the match so I can go save her please, the fuzzball is laughing and that just can't be good. Shusa, Uzumaki Naruto. Hurriedly dropping to the ground, Naruto entered his mindscape as Inoichi tried to reach inside his daughter's mind. The combination of all three jutsu was too much for his mental barriers, and his thoughts began to display themselves on the nearest surface, the wall of the stadium. Rushing through the sewer towards the cage holding Kyubi, Naruto cursed under his breath when he heard Ino scream followed by laughter from his prisoner. When the cage came into view, it was all he could do to not rip his hair out in frustration. Ino was in the cage. Ino was in the cage, with the fox. This was not good on several levels. Currently, the fox was amusing himself by suspending the poor girl with his tails, snapping his jaws at her. Noticing Naruto's arrival, the fox turned and gave him a truly terrifying smile. Well, the warden comes to visit his prisoner. I should thank you for this delightful morsel here. I haven't had this much fun in, I'd say 13 years. Cautiously moving forward, Naruto forced himself to speak calmly, let her go fox. You know things will end badly if you kill her. Oh please, the fox replied, rolling his eyes. I see what happens you know. The morsel was warned but didn't listen. Snapping his jaws at Ino again, the fox laughed. I should just eat her but these screams are just invigorating. Naruto carefully eyed the distance between Ino and the bars and considered ways to get the terrified girl clear. Slowly a plan formed, a suicidal plan, but when dealing with Kyubi, there really wasn't much else he could do. Charging a rasengan, Naruto darted towards the bars. As he drew closer, the fox moved to face him, dropping Ino. As fast as possible, Naruto used Kawarimi, swapping places with her. Okay, that is part 1 completed, get Ino out of the cage. Now for the really hard part, he gulped when the fox turned to him with a sinister grin. Getting out of this cage alive. Realizing he had seconds at best before he was eaten, Naruto zipped forward and slammed the rasengan into the fox's paw, trying to buy time. Sadly, Kyubi didn't react the way he had hoped. Rather than draw back even momentarily from the pain, the fox simply used the same paw to slap Naruto away. Slamming into the bars in pain, Naruto damn near didn't connect the dots in time. The bars, ha ha ha, take that fox. He cheered in his head as he dove back out into the sewer barely ahead of what could truly be considered the jaws of death. Ha ha, take that you stupid fur ball. He taunted. I got her out fuzzball. Naruto walked over to the traumatized girl, he knelt and gently shook her shoulder. Nay, Ino-chan, you're safe now, calm down. Slowly, Ino focused her eyes and before Naruto could react the girl glomped him so hard he could barely breath. Thank you, she hysterically spat out. She began to cry into his shoulder, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. Not really sure what to do, Naruto sort of just patted her back and stroked her hair in an attempt to calm her. Shish, you're okay, it'll be alright. Just calm down okay. Seeing her regain a semblance of calm, he backed up a bit. Ino, now that you aren't trapped in there with the giant walking carpet, can you release your jutsu please? I'm pretty sure your dad is freaking out and I'd really like to get out of here myself. Nodding, Ino concentrated, then frowned at him. I can't, she said flatly. I've tried to release but something is blocking my exit. As the Kyubi started laughing behind him, Naruto palmed his face in irritation. Mumbling under his breath about giant pain in the ass foxes of freaking doom annoying the living shit out of him, Naruto turned to face his prisoner. The rather terrifying grin, wow, those are some really big teeth, being bestowed upon him was not calming at all. Let her go, fox, he managed to grind out through his clenched teeth. I don't think so, Ninjin, Kyubi sneered. I'm rather curious how long her body will survive with her soul stuck in here. It should be highly entertaining. Stifling a curse, Naruto asked Ino the first thing on his mind. Is he serious? Your technique sent your soul into my body. That's just nuts. Crossing her arms, Ino managed to somehow pull off a haughty look. Of course it does, Baka. How else would you be able to take over someone else's body? Fantastic, he muttered, glaring at the highly amused fox. Ino-chan, how long can you survive in here anyway? She hesitated in her response. Well, I really don't know. The longest I've ever heard of was my dad spending a bit over a day during an interrogation, but he said that it took a lot out of him when he did. Pouting, she refused to look up at the fox. I'm not as strong with this skill as my dad yet, and I don't think he was tortured by a terrifying creature living in the guy's head. Speaking of, Naruto, what the hell is that thing? With a resigned sigh, Naruto waved a hand vaguely in the direction of the cage. Ino-chan, meet Kyubi. Kyubi, let her go right fucking now. Watching the fox simply lay down and laugh at him, Naruto launched a barrage of insults at his least favorite furry creature as Ino simply stared at him in shock. Not a stupid girl by any means, Ino quickly placed all the pieces of the puzzle in place and blurted out. Your father didn't kill it. Oh sweet Kami, he sealed it into you. Naruto jerked around in shock. He really hadn't been expecting Ino to yell right behind him, let alone figure out what had happened so fast. Yeah, he responded despondently. My father sealed Fuzzball here into me to save the village. Supposedly he tried to have people see me as a hero by holding the stupid thing prisoner, but most the civilians thought I was the damn thing and most the shinobi kept their distance cause most Jinchuriki are not terribly stable. A really good example would be Gaara before I beat him during the invasion. Anyway, enough about that, we have to get you out of here. Alright Fox, what do you want to let her leave? Take the seal off. Not happening, bunny ears, try again. Why should I care? The only thing I want is that damn seal your father stuck on me off. You have nothing else I could want, you pathetic mortal fool. Hey, you think I'm stupid, don't you, Fox? I know what you're afraid of. We both know you could have killed me when I was in the cage, but my father's seal means that if I die, you die too, doesn't it? Naruto shot the fox the fiercest glare he could muster, which really wasn't bad if it wasn't directed at something other than the Kyubi no Kitsune, and turned to Ino. Ino-chan, I'm about to do something really, incredibly stupid, but it should allow you to get out. When you feel that hold on your jutsu loosen, get the hell out of here, okay? Ignoring her questions about what he was doing, he turned back to the fox as he drew his kodachi. Hey, I so wanted to be Hokage, but I suppose this is as far as I go. At least I'm taking this jackass with me. Placing the tip of the kodachi against his stomach, Naruto called out in an almost sing-song manner. Last chance, Tem, let her go. Scoffing Kyubi barely bothered to look up. You wouldn't dare, Ninjin. Maybe if it was that pink-haired tramp you drool after, but you have no ties to this one. Do your worst. Laughing, Naruto called out, you really don't know me as well as you think you do, Fox. Yes, she isn't really a friend, but she is my comrade, a fellow leaf ninja, and as such, she is precious to me. Without saying anything else, Naruto rammed the kodachi through his stomach. Kyubi roared in anger and the figure of Ino disappeared from his mind. Naruto awoke with a groan. Where the, white walls, bright lights, I hate hospitals. It took some effort, but he managed to sit up and promptly blinked in confusion when he saw Ino and Temari sleeping in the chairs next to his bed. He understood why Temari was here. She was his fiancée after all, but what in hell was Ino doing there? He stifled a snort when he saw a thin line of drool on the normally fashion-conscious girl. I wish I had a camera. I bet Sakura-chan would love a picture of this. Moving quietly, he found his clothes, and prepared one of his best jutsu, Ninpo, Hospital Escape no Jutsu, which was a very high-level move that involved him and an open window. Sadly, people who know him were prepared, and even as he jumped out the window, he found himself snagged by the collar and dragged back into the room. Nay, come on Kakashi-sensei, I hate this place. Let me go pweease, he said, attempting to use the dreaded puppy eyes no jutsu on his sensei. Ma Naruto, sorry. Hokage-sama threatened to burn my books if I let you get away. The lazy Jonin replied without taking his eyes from his book. Glancing up at the sleeping girls, he turned one of his infamous eye smiles on Naruto. I'm so proud of you, my little adorable little genin. 2 girls sleeping in your hospital room. I almost feel tears of pride forming. Flushing in embarrassment, Naruto retorted hotly. It's not like that, sensei. I know why Temari is here, I mean we're getting married, but I have no idea why she's here. He pointed at Ino. Quieting down, he asked the 2 questions burning through his head. Sensei, how long have I been out? And what happened with Tem? Kakashi stalled for time, carefully placing his book away. Well, the first question is easy to answer, Naruto. You've been unconscious for 4 days. Chuckling a bit at Naruto's groan, he paused and decided to answer the last question. As for Sasuke, they managed to keep him alive, and they even reattached his arm, but they don't think he'll ever fully recover. Sighing, he got to the worst part. Naruto, Sasuke will never be returned to active duty as a shinobi. Hearing the words, Naruto wasn't really shocked. He had seen Sasuke's arm blown off, but it still hurt. Sasuke was his teammate and he, no one else, had destroyed a talented shinobi and ruined his friend's dreams. Can't Ba-chan fix him? She fixed bushy brows, right? That was way worse. The words just spilled from his mouth. Eyeing his student, Kakashi decided that, while painful, he needed to tell Naruto the full truth before he convinced himself that he was to blame for what happened. Naruto, even if he still had full use of his arm, Sasuke would have been pulled from the ranks. Ignoring the look of shock on Naruto's face, Kakashi pressed on. The containment seal placed over hubby Tem's curse seal, and I do like that name by the way, was reliant on Sasuke's will. He willingly broke it and drew on the power of the curse seal, directly against orders. In addition to that, he used an assassination jutsu on a fellow leaf nin in a friendly match. Hokage-sama has ruled that we cannot afford to have such a loose cannon. Shrugging, Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. It wasn't your fault, Naruto. Shrugging the hand of his shoulder, Naruto stalked back over to his bed and sat down. He understood what Kakashi said, but he still felt guilt burning at him. Sasuke being removed as a shinobi as a result of his own behavior eased some of his burden, but it felt as if it was his fault for pushing him that far. If Naruto had not started their rivalry, Sasuke would have never felt the need to use the seal on him. He was pulled from his thoughts by a squeal, and suddenly found himself on the floor as he was tackled by a blonde blur. Hey, you're awake. That's awesome, Datboyo. He froze in shock as Ino continued to hold him, and he vaguely noticed that Kakashi seemed far more amused than surprised. Datboyo, what the hell? I was so worried you weren't going to wake up, Datboyo. The blonde rambled on. With another squeal, Naruto found himself being shaken. Don't ever do something like that again, Datboyo. Prying the overexcited girl off, Naruto found himself wondering exactly what sort of hell he had found himself in. His feeling of doom increased when he noticed that Temari was also awake and staring at Ino in a rather frightening manner. He began to panic as he tried to think up some sort of explanation for what was going on, but he was drawing a blank. It was like some sort of dream. Wait a minute, a dream, or a genjutsu? Forming the seal, Naruto attempted to disperse what he was convinced had to be a genjutsu. Kai, he yelled, forcing an almost visible wave of chakra across the room. To his surprise, nothing changed, except for the fact that Kakashi started laughing so hard tears formed in his eye and Ino looked rather insulted. Alright, he yelled, pointing at Ino, what in hell is going on here? Ino looked sheepish, placing her hand to the back of her neck and shot Naruto what looked a lot like his foxy grin, minus the whisker marks. Anyo, it's complicated, Naruto, but there were some side effects to when I was stuck in your mind. Correctly interpreting his current facial expression to read, continue before I do something you won't like, the girl continued her story. When you stabbed yourself, and I can't believe you did that, I was able to release the jutsu, but the fox hit me in a last-ditch effort, and I was thrown through all of your memories. Naruto stared at her, horrified. Hastily, she continued trying to explain. Yes, it was really unpleasant. I never would have dreamed what you went through, but it beat being eaten by the fur ball, Datboyo. As a result of that, According to my dad, your personality was sort of merged with my own. Dad says it won't last all that long. My personality is becoming more and more dominant every day, but for now, I'm still showing some of your more irritating quirks. Without saying anything, Naruto lay back on the bed and pulled the blankets up over his head. Somebody wake me when the nightmare ends, please. Hey, that was rude, Dadboyo. A sudden thought struck Naruto like a bolt of lightning and he shot up in the bed, leaning over to whisper in Ino's ear. You have all my memories. Hi, I do, Ino whispered back. And why are we whispering? All of them, everything I've ever done. Hi, everything. Ino smirked. I can't believe some of the stuff you got away with, but now I understand why Temari-chan, with a frown she paused and considered, I mean Temari-san, stepped in to stop you during the match with Kiba. Naruto flushed a deep red and lay back down. Okay, I think I'm gonna sleep now. Hopefully when I wake up, this will have just been a nightmare. It was several hours later when Naruto woke as door to his room opened. He sat up and cleared some of the sleep from his eyes. Hiya Ba-chan, come to spring me. Ignoring the urge to strangle him, Tsunade smirked back at him. Yeah Gaki, you should be able to return home soon, but there's some things we have to. She was cut off by an excited yell of, yada, easily remedied by a quick tap to his head. Ignoring the somewhat glazed look, Tsunade rapidly checked his health. She wasn't really sure why she bothered. She passed it off as the professional mednin in her, but as usual, the Gaki was in perfect health, except for a mild concussion that would clear on its own. Alright Gaki, I heard from Cyclops that you know what happened to Ino and Sasuke, but there are several things they didn't tell you. First, there was an issue caused by an overload of similar jutsu, which caused everything to be displayed to the audience. Seeing the panic in his eyes, she ruffled his hair. Yes, that means everyone knows everything. Your parents, your burden, and what you did at the end. I'm proud of you Naruto, but I'm also angry with you. You are supposed to be Hokage after me, aren't you? Ignoring the boy's protests, she found her volume increasing to almost a yell in spite of her restraint. You took the most self-sacrificing option you had and didn't even bother to search for any other way to accomplish your goals. Damn it, Naruto, I almost lost you. Again. She wasn't sure when she started to cry, but before she knew it she was, and Naruto was attempting to comfort her. Ba-chan, I know it was bad, but I really didn't see another option. I couldn't let Ino die because of the fox, and we both know he doesn't want to die. It was painful, but I stabbed myself in the stomach because it wouldn't be fatal. I figured that as soon as Ino was out, you would be able to heal me. And you did, so everything worked out. Wiping her tears, Tsunade stood up. Alright Gaki, get moving. And I'd talk to Temari, she's been worried about you. Waving distractedly at her, Naruto began to walk out the door before he stopped and viciously smacked himself. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He muttered under his breath. What's bugging you Gaki? Tsunade queried. Well, when I tried to escape this hellhole, I mean when I tried to leave the hospital earlier, I totally forgot that I have H-seals all over my home. Shrugging, he focused on the tag in his living room and smirked. Ah, taste the freedom, Ba-chan. I'm free. When he reappeared, Naruto felt that he may have jumped straight out of the frying pan and into the fire. Annoying Ba-chan was fun, if somewhat dangerous, but he hadn't thought when he flashed to his living room that he would end up in the middle of what seemed to be a kunoichi convention. Wait, why are they here? And why are they so angry? Feeling massively outnumbered, not that it intimidated him, he told himself firmly, he focused on the H-seal in the study and called out, if you need me, I'll be in my study, before he flashed away. Before the assembled women could say anything, he flashed back. Ah, almost forgot, when you are finished with our guests, I need to speak with you Temari-chan. Flashing back to the study, Naruto let out a sigh of relief at having survived 2 trips into the kunoichi group. Naruto's surprise entrance had been a blessing for Temari. Ever since she had arrived at her home, with Ino following her like a lost puppy, she had been swarmed by all the kunoichi that seemed to know Naruto. As the daughter of a cage, hospitality had been drilled into her from early childhood, but as the day went on, she felt like ripping her ponytails off in sheer frustration. She had been pleased that Ino decided to wait for Naruto with her. They needed to talk privately, anyway, the sooner the better. Shortly before they had arrived, they were ambushed by Tenten and a surprisingly forward Hinata, both of whom were concerned about Naruto's health, and surprisingly, with Temari's well-being. It kept escalating from there. Kurenai and Anko had crossed their path and decided to tag along, feeling it was their duty as older kunoichi to make sure the younger generation was doing well. Shizune and Sakura seemed to materialize somewhere along the way, and completely monopolized the conversation. She was surprised to find a small army of foxes milling about her yard, but surprise quickly morphed into acceptance. Life with Naruto had been like moving from one bizarre event to the next. She frowned as the foxes bowed respectfully as she passed, like she was a queen, and she hurried to get everyone inside. Being inside wasn't much better. She was immediately bombarded with questions. What were the wedding plans? Was Naruto treating her right? Was she happy? Did she miss Sunagaku? What was going on with all of the foxes? It was enough to drive a saint insane, and Temari had been very close to grabbing her fan and dispensing some pain when Naruto arrived. Shooing the women out of the house was difficult, but eventually she managed to get rid of almost everyone, pointedly sending Ino into the kitchen to make ramen and wait. She needed to talk to Naruto, but after that stunt in the hospital, she also really needed to talk to her. Entering the study, Temari found Naruto lost in thought as he stared out the window at the fox-covered grounds. Unless she was very much mistaken, the look on his face indicated he was both amused and annoyed. Silently crossing over to him, she placed her hand on his shoulder and was surprised and pleased when he absently reached up and began to gently stroke her hand. It was the first truly intimate contact they had, and it made her stomach flutter pleasantly. "Nay, Temari-chan," he spoke quietly, so as not to ruin the peaceful aura. "You know anything about why our grounds are covered by foxes? I thought you knew. They were here when I came back from the hospital. It was odd though, when I passed by several of them, they bowed to me." I probably ought to figure out what's going on, then. Got something to keep you busy in the meantime?" Temari scowled. "Yeah, I still have to have a chat with Ino. I have her stashed downstairs." With a sigh, Naruto stood up, giving her one last pat on the hand. "Please be nice. If she really did absorb my memories, I'm amazed she didn't commit suicide. I would bet just about anything that she is using my old, cheerful idiot mask as a cover." With a small sad smile, he gazed into Temari's eyes. "Under that mask is a rage fit to burn the world, Temari. Be careful, please." Temari felt taken aback. In her irritation, she had forgotten that Naruto had a similar background to her brother. It was a miracle he had come out whole, and Ino had been forced to live those long years in mere seconds of agony. It wasn't surprising that the poor girl was clinging to the one person she knew would understand and could help her. Reaching up, she lightly ran a finger over one of Naruto's whisker marks, amusing herself at the quiet purr it caused. "All right, you made your point. I'll do what I can to help her." "Thanks Temari-chan," he said with a smile that could light up the night. The sort of smile that made a woman, who grew up in an unstable world of violence, feel like everything was going to be okay. She found she couldn't help herself. She leaned down and pulled him into a firm embrace. She wasn't terribly surprised that he didn't really seem to know how to respond. Still, he wasn't fighting her, and that was more than enough. Naruto was confused. He knew what hugs were, but he really didn't think he had ever received one. It was a nice feeling, being wrapped up in someone's arms. All of his anger slipped out of him like water over a stone, and he relaxed into Temari's arms, gently returning the affection. He remembered how much she seemed to like it when he stroked her hands, and he decided to see if the same was true for her back. He was pleased with his efforts when the girl seemed to relax even more as a result. He didn't really want to end it, but they both had things to do, so he reluctantly broke away. "Gomen Temari-chan, but I need to go see about the foxes, and I believe you have someone you need to talk to." Sighing in frustration, Temari nodded her agreement and headed downstairs to check on her blonde foe. Or was it friend? Seeing the girl in question idly tapping her fingers on the table as she daydreamed, Temari braced herself and went forth to do battle. Gently. Naruto entered his backyard as he considered the foxes gathered there. He knew that ever since Kyuubi's attack, foxes had not fared well in Konoha, but why had they gathered here on his estate? There were far less than he had assumed, perhaps a dozen family groups total. He hid his surprise as a large gray and red fox approached him and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Regent. I beg forgiveness, but it is urgent we speak." Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. What's going on here? My name is Reynard, Lord Regent. Holding up his hand to stop the fox, Naruto queried, Lord Regent. Bowing again, the fox explained. You hold Lord Kyuubi inside your body, my lord, and as such, until his return, you are his regent. Ah, please continue, but I'm not much for formality, please just call me Naruto. Naruto responded. As you wish, Naruto-sama. We have gathered here to request sanctuary. For years, our kind have been hunted here in Konoha. All that have survived are gathered here. As our regent, we humbly request your help. Eyes widening, Naruto did another quick count. This is it, he thought incredulously. It had seemed like a lot of animals to be in one place, but if they were all that was left, their species was on the verge of extinction. Very well, Reynard. The Kitsune are welcome on these grounds. You should be safe here. I'll talk to Ba Lady Hokage in the morning to find a more permanent solution, but is there anything I can do now? Naruto-sama. The kits need urgent care, and I fear some of our members have been poisoned from the traps set up in the woods. Their wounds are not healing as they should. If I can arrange a non-hostile veterinarian, will the others be willing? It should not be an issue, Naruto-sama, if you are present. The Kitsune find solace in your presence. With yet another sigh, Naruto waved for Reynard to follow him. I suppose we need to go see the Inuzuka clan. I'm not sure how well their ninkin will react to your presence, but I suspect I will need you. As you wish, Naruto-sama. The trip to the Inuzuka compound was something of an eye-opener for Naruto. He was used to glares of hatred or icy silence, having people wave at him as he passed, or groups of girls giggling as they followed him was downright unnerving. No one seemed to even notice Reynard trotting along beside him, and that was even stranger. He really doubted people would change their minds that fast, even if they had seen everything that happened in his head, so it was with some relief when he arrived at the Inuzuka gates. Short-lived relief when he spotted the dark-haired, feral figure of Sume Inuzuka leaning against the gates. Well, what brings Minato and Kushina's puppy to me today? Eyeing Reynard, she added, and with a guest, I see. It's to help the foxes, it's to help the foxes. Stay calm, be respectful. Taking a deep breath, Naruto and Reynard explained what happened and what help they needed as respectfully as possible. Naruto was extremely polite. He had several run-ins with Sume in the past because of his pranks, and the woman scared him even more than Crazy Snake Lady. Sume was not happy that canines, even if they were foxes, had almost been hunted into extinction near Konoha. An agreement was quickly struck allowing Inuzuka vets and their ninkin into Namikaze grounds to treat the foxes and train Naruto in animal husbandry. In return, Clan Namikaze would pay a yearly fee and would allow young Inuzuka access to fox kits as possible partners. The hope was that when members of a large and influential clan began working with fox partners, the fear and hatred of the foxes would slowly die away. Satisfied with the deal struck, and considering other options he may have regarding the foxes, Naruto and Reynard led a handful of Inuzuka vets back to the estate. Temari was having issues, specifically a blonde issue that was now wrapped around her, sobbing. She had intended to politely talk to Ino about staying the hell away from her fiancé, then work with the girl regarding her new emotional issues. Sadly, almost as soon as she got the Yumenka's attention, Ino had simply exploded. I don't get it, she screamed. I can't even go through town without wanting to kill almost everyone I meet, including myself. I see people I know I've had good times with, and then his memories flash in my head and I see how they treated him and I just want them to burn. Suddenly the girl stopped and flashed Temari a foxy grin. Nay, did you need to talk about something, Temari-chan? Temari eyed the girl, and despite everything her heart went out to her. Ino didn't have the sheer will that Naruto did to bury or channel the rage and hate, and if something wasn't done, Ino would simply explode before her normal personality resurfaced. Temari pulled the girl into a hug where she promptly broke down and cried, and almost 2 hours later, Ino was still there. Temari was not a real, touchy-feely kind of girl at the best of times, and being sobbed on for a couple of hours had not improved her mood, but it was a necessary evil. It wasn't surprising that when Naruto came wandering back in from supervising the Inuzuka vets, Temari damn near threw Ino at him. I can't deal with this anymore, you do it, she yelled as she stomped off. Naruto, how do you do it? How do you block this out? Ino begged, disregarding Temari's absence. Ino, You have to find a goal and focus everything into it. I strive to be Hokage. I put everything into it, and when I gain that goal, I will prove to everyone who ever doubted or hurt me that they were wrong. That's how I deal with it. For now, I need to ask you to go home. Talk with your dad, clear your head, do things that you, like to do. Hopefully that will help drive back my memories and let you get back on with your life. Naruto gently smiled at her. You are welcome here to talk or train whenever but right now, I need to spend time with my fiancé. With everything that's happened, I feel I've neglected Temari. After escorting Ino out, Naruto wandered the house until he found Temari sitting on the rail of the back balcony, watching the fox kits play in the yard. Gomen Temari-chan, he said softly to avoid startling her. I didn't realize how bad my memories were affecting her. Sighing, Temari continued to face the yard. It's not your fault. When she was clinging to me, I realized all the suffering that you and my brother suffered. If I'd tried, I could have been there for Gaara. Maybe I could have stopped him from snapping. Walking closer, Naruto wrapped his arms around her from behind. It wasn't your fault, Temari-chan. Gaara told me before he left that your father never allowed you to be near him when he was younger. When you finally met, it was already too late. But you're there for him now, and that is what's important. Temari relaxed back into his embrace, surprised with how comfortable she felt being held by the boy. In Sunagaku, everyone had feared her father or her brother, and she spent much of her time alone or with Kankuro. Somehow, the maddening and confusing boy holding her had broken through her defenses, and rather than be threatened by it, she felt safe. Temari-chan, do you want to go out for dinner? I can show you all my favorite spots around town. She smiled, even though he couldn't see it. Yes, I think I would like that. Caring about someone isn't complicated. It isn't easy, but it isn't complicated, either. Kinda like lifting the engine block out of a car. Jim Butcher, small favor. Naruto sank into the onsen with a groan. His head fell back as he let the hot water work magic on his sore muscles. He was supremely grateful that he regenerated. It allowed him to build and tone muscle at a literally inhuman rate, but it still hurt like hell. To his immense irritation, the supremely important nature of his upcoming marriage meant he was relegated to stay within the village walls. Since Team 7 was officially disbanded, following his promotion and Sasuke being dropped from active duty, he had little to do but train. A smile found its way to his face when he thought about his recent training. He had known from the exams that Temari was strong and brutal, but he hadn't realized how relieved he should have been that he didn't have to fight her. Her long-range attacks were dangerous as hell on their own, and coupled with her brute strength at close range, she was an absolute menace. There had been several occasions during training that he thought she might actually kill him. He was learning to fear that fan of hers. He was startled out of his thoughts and into a panic when Temari entered the bath. Temari-chan, he blurted, what are you doing here? She laughed loudly at him. Over the weeks of their pre-marriage relationship, she'd opened up quite a bit. She dropped her robe to reveal she'd put on a light purple bikini with gentle tribal patterns. Relax, silly boy, she said with a victorious grin, I'm wearing a swimsuit. She was further amused when the poor boy couldn't seem to take his eyes off her, jaw dropped in awe. She supposed she could tease him about it, but instead opted not to. It was sort of flattering to be admired so openly. Naruto was having issues rebooting his brain. All he knew was this was an image he wanted to remember for the rest of his life. Recovering somewhat, he motioned for her to join him and settled back into the water. That was a cruel trick, Temari-chan. He pouted. Still snickering at the boy, Temari sank into the water opposite him, sighing in pleasure. A peaceful silence fell between the teens and they relaxed, enjoying the others' company. Temari was first to speak. Did you hear about the Uchiha? She questioned. A brief flash of rage crossed Naruto's face, followed by a pained look. Yeah, he said, in spoken emotions making his voice rough. Sakura-chan told me when she visited today. Apparently the great Uchiha has decided to get married. Naruto gritted his teeth and choked back his anger. She said he proposed and she's thrilled, but I don't think she realizes he doesn't care about her. He doesn't love her, he just wants to rebuild his clan, and get back at me at the same time. I never did see what you saw in that girl, Temari stated calmly. Still, I agree. She had a whimsical smile as she continued, did I ever tell you how glad I was that my groom turned out to not be him? I'd expected it to be, once I found out my husband was from Konoha. Naruto snorted a laugh, her comment diffusing his temper as she had planned. Me too, I'd always kind of wanted to be with Sakura, but I'd never really thought about marriage or anything. I started thinking about why I like her so much. I'll tell you, if you want to listen. Pausing, he tapped his chin as he considered where to begin. No one liked me when I was a kid. Back then, I didn't know why. I thought maybe it was just because I was an orphan or something. When I was out walking, I saw a group of girls bullying a girl with pink hair, calling her billboard brow. I scared them off, and she was still there, so I tried to talk to her. I told her I thought she was really cute, and asked her if she wanted to play. We spent all day on the playing and it was great. Naruto paused and closed his eyes sadly. It didn't last long. Her mother found out we were playing together and made a big fuss. She said Sakura wasn't allowed to play with me ever again. I didn't forget her, but when we started at the academy, it was obvious she had forgotten me. Or that's what it seemed like, but looking back I think she did remember. She was mean to me, but she never really meant to hurt me. She would say things to my face instead of behind my back. Naruto snorted. The rest you know. Lovesick fool gets assigned to a team with the girl he has crushed on for years and the tem he can't really stand but has some sort of odd bond with anyway. Temari looked thoughtful as she let the information soak in. You're right, that explained a lot. I almost feel bad for her. Yeah, but it's what she wants, so there's nothing I can do. If I say anything, she'll just think I'm jealous. She'll have to find out on her own. Standing, Temari draped her towel back around herself. Well, this little game is just starting, and I'll always have your back. Blushing a bit at the implications of her last statement, she hurriedly continued. Anyway, it's getting late, so I'm headed to bed. I would suggest you do the same. I've heard about your plans for tomorrow. She finished with a sneer. His groan brought a smirk to her face. As she walked back to the house, she added some extra sway to her hips when she felt his eyes on her. She had to admit, teasing was much more fun than she thought. Recovering from the massive nosebleed Temari had just caused, Naruto stood up and grabbed his towel. Feeling eyes upon him, he froze, relaxing when Reynard approached him. Your mate is certainly spirited, Naruto-sama. The fox spoke with amusement in his voice. Following Naruto towards the house, he adopted a businesslike manner. Lord Regent, have you considered the matter I brought to your attention? Gritting his teeth, Naruto responded. Hi, I believe I have a solution, but I'm not sure I can convince Inoichi to cooperate. The last time a Yamanaka entered my mind, things went poorly, to say the least. Pausing at the door, Naruto faced the fox. I'll discuss it with him tomorrow after my appointment with Ba-chan. I'll let you know what he decides. Very well, Naruto-sama, the fox said with a bow. I bid you good evening, my lord. Sighing, Naruto waved goodbye and entered the house to get some rest. He had a feeling the next day was going to be above and away the hardest day of his life. Slipping through the window in imitation of both his sensei, Naruto was somewhat amazed to find Tsunade both awake and sober. Good morning, Ba-chan, he called out, ignoring the twitch over Tsunade's eye. Tsunade gently coughed into her hand and Naruto paused, then snapped to attention. Chunin Uzumaki Namikaze reporting as ordered, Hokage Ba-chan. Grumbling under her breath at being called Grandma Hokage, which was possibly even more annoying than just plain Ba-chan, Tsunade adopted a stern professional manner. With your wedding coming up a week from yesterday, we have several things we need to cover. First, I need you to create 3 clones. Tsunade made 3 of her own clones, and paired a Naruto clone with each of hers. Alright, you two, she said, pointing at the first pair, you are to go and review everything he needs to do during the wedding ceremony. We will have dignitaries from the capital and Sunagakers, so everything needs to be perfect. Pointing at the second pair, you, take him and get him fitted out with a formal kimono, and no, it is not allowed to be orange. Rolling her eyes, she turned to the last pair. Last, you are to take him and get everything prepared for the reception. Food, flowers, drinks, everything. As the clones left on their assigned tasks, Tsunade pulled out a whiteboard, several thick books and a folder that appeared to be stuffed with photos. Nay, Ba-chan, he questioned, while the clones are out doing their thing, what are we doing? Tsunade had a predatory smile as she answered. One of the holes in your education has been brought to my attention and I will need to remedy that before your wedding. She tossed one of the books at him and her smile turned truly evil. I believe it's time someone explained the birds and the bees to you, and you're just lucky I'm the best medical kunoichi there is. Naruto blanched as Tsunade began hanging medical pictures of genitalia on the whiteboard. Glancing at the book in his hands, the title made him sweat. A complete listing of sexually transmitted diseases. I wonder if I can escape. Edging towards the window, Naruto cursed as Tsunade activated the privacy seals, trapping him. Going somewhere, Gaki, she sneered at him. Turning around, Naruto gulped and faced his doom. Several hours later, a pale and drawn Naruto entered Konoha's premier flower shop unsteadily. If getting the talk from his ba-chan wasn't bad enough, all three clones had dispelled, filling him with memories of complete boredom, or utter horror, in the case of the clone sent shopping. He was so distracted he didn't notice a certain blonde trying to get his attention until she smacked him upside the head. Ino still wasn't allowed to go on missions. Tsunade wouldn't sign off on her return from medical leave until she was sure the slowly simmering rage had passed. That meant she was trapped in her parents' flower shop, bored out of her skull. The door chime signaling a customer grabbed her attention and she looked up to see a distracted Naruto walk through the door. Trying and failing to get his attention, Ino decided to take a page from Forehead's book and punched him in the head. While this did get him to pay attention, Ino cursed under her breath as she rubbed her knuckles. Hitting his head really hurt. I said, she said in a near yell. What can I do for you, Naruto? Gomen, Naruto said hurriedly. I was distracted by some of the things I had to do today. Eyeing the shop inventory, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. Alright, I need some stuff for gardening. And I need to see your dad. Alright, my dad should be back shortly. He went to meet with Shikaku and Choza. Pursing her lips, she examined Naruto critically. What did you need as far as gardening supplies? Naruto just shrugged. I don't really know, he said. The garden at the estate is sort of overgrown, so we need to clear the yard. And some spots need to have grass replanted, too. Temari has been working on a small flower garden near the house, but that's only because the original patch was growing on the stairs and we had to trim it back. That's not a lot to go with, Naruto. Can you tell me what sort of flowers and plants are currently there? She openly frowned at him when he just shrugged. Palming her face, she resisted the urge to smack him. Alright, how about I go back to your house with you and figure things out? I'll help you figure everything out. Naruto just shrugged again. That sounds like it'll work, Ino-chan. Further conversation was cut off as Inoichi entered the shop. Ah, looks like your dad is here. I'll come grab you after I finish speaking with him. Waving bye to the girl, Naruto braced himself and approached Inoichi. Good afternoon, Yamanaka-san, Naruto greeted him politely. I have business I must discuss with you. Eyeing Ino standing nearby staring attentively, he added. Privately, please. Nodding to the boy, Inoichi gestured for him to follow as he headed back through the rear of the flower shop to the office. Closing the door and activating the privacy seals after an amused glance at Ino, who had followed the two, curiosity written all over her face, Inoichi moved behind his desk and sat down, waving for Naruto to have a seat as well. He drummed his fingers as he considered his guest. So, what did you need to speak with me about, Uzumaki-san? I'll get right to the point, Naruto said, sitting forward intently. I need you to help me bring someone inside my mindscape for a meeting with the fox. For a moment Inoichi couldn't believe his ears. You want me to what? I need you to help me bring someone into my mind to meet with the fox. Naruto repeated calmly. As you may be aware, several fox families have made my estate their home. What you don't know is that those foxes are all that are left in the forests near Konoha. The alpha male of the remaining foxes approached me seeking sanctuary, calling me Lord Regent. Reynard, that is his name, informed me that I am Lord Regent of the foxes due to their Lord Kyubi being sealed inside me. Nodding his understanding, Inoichi considered the new information. Obviously foxes weren't popular after Kyubi's attack, but he hadn't known that they had almost been exterminated. Kyubi being lord of the foxes wasn't too surprising, it was a giant fox after all. Still, he didn't understand how the foxes knew whom Kyubi was sealed in, and more importantly, who would want to meet the fox. I see from your expression you still don't understand my request. I need to speak with Kyubi regarding the foxes, but I want to take Reynard as well. I can enter my mindscape, but I can't take anyone with me. That is where you come in. I'm willing to pay S rank for the mission and you do not have to come anywhere near the fox. I just need Reynard transported in. Inoichi sat back as he considered the offer. True, he could use the pay, S rank was really nice and it sounded easier than most. Still, anything dealing with the fox was a major security issue for Konoha. Very well, he said. You'll need to turn in a mission request and have it approved by the Hokage. Anything dealing with your tenant could be a security issue. Once you have the mission request in, I will need to meet Reynard. I'm not sure if a fox can actually meditate, but if I can teach him to do so, the process will be much smoother. I figure with your wedding approaching, and the need to recover after it, he said with a small smile Naruto didn't really get, we can do this in 2 weeks or so. I understand, Naruto said standing. I'll go get the paperwork in. Ba-chan might have something to add. If you want to meet Reynard, I'm headed home and Ino is already coming along to survey the damage to the garden. If you wish, you're more than welcome to come along as well. Deactivating the privacy seals, Inoichi ushered Naruto from the office. I don't have anything else right now, and I'm curious to see the garden you're talking about anyway. Entering the flower shop proper, Inoichi addressed his daughter. Ino, looks like I'm coming with you to the Namikaze estate tonight. Is there anything you need before we go? Rolling up the taijutsu scroll she had been reading and darted for the door. I'm ready to go anytime, Daddy, she chirped. Inoichi eyed his daughter with amusement. Minding the shop isn't that bad, hun. You don't have to act like you want to be anywhere but here, you know. Rolling her eyes, Ino ran and pushed her dad out the door, grabbing Naruto's hand in passing and yanking him out as well. Slamming the door closed, she turned and jumped in the air, arms stretched out. Woohoo, freedom dadboyo. Clapping her hand over her mouth, she glared at her smirking companions. Not a word, she yelled and stomped off. Smiling at each other, Naruto and Inoichi set off for the Namikaze estate. Several minutes passed and Naruto broke the silence. Nay, Yamanaka-san, how long till she realizes she went the wrong way? Inoichi never answered, he just started laughing. Ino caught up before Naruto made it home, and her glare warned the guys not to say anything about it. Entering the grounds, Naruto was mobbed by a handful of excited fox kits, sending Ino into cuteness overload. With a loud, kawaii, Ino scooped up one of the kits and began hugging it, much to Naruto's amusement. It had taken several days before Temari could get close to the kits without shorting out. Must be a girl thing. Kneeling, Naruto addressed one of the older females keeping an watchful eye on the kits. Would you please get Reynard? Tell him to meet us in the garden. The vixen nodded and headed back into the trees on the far side of the grounds. Turning to his guests, Naruto spoke. Well, Reynard will meet us there, so let's go check out the garden. Both Inoichi and Ino let out low toneless whistles as the somewhat trashed garden came into view. They were impressed by the potential to be found, but 14 years of neglect followed by the ministrations of an army of inept clones trying to garden had left it a complete mess. Sweet Kami, Ino screeched. What the hell did you do to this poor garden? Stepping back away from the irate girl, Naruto waved his hands defensively. Wait, hold on, this was completely overgrown when I inherited it. All I did was send something like 100 clones to try to clean it up. With a sniff of disdain, Ino turned and stalked away, surveying the garden for its needed repairs. Inoichi just sort of loitered listening to Naruto muttering under his breath with a smile. Ah, this generation truly is something, isn't it, Minato? He perked up when a large gray and red fox approached Naruto. Good evening, Naruto-sama, the fox said, startling Inoichi. Evening, Reynard, Naruto cheerfully returned. Jerking a thumb at Inoichi, Naruto did introductions. Reynard, this is Inoichi Yamanaka, head of a clan here in Konoha that specializes in the arts of the mind. I see, Reynard replied. Facing Inoichi, Reynard bowed. Good evening, Yamanaka-san, as Naruto-sama stated, my name is Reynard. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Anyo, I am pleased to meet you as well, Reynard. Inoichi replied a bit uncertainly. Naruto didn't tell me the fox spoke, but that should make things easier, I guess. My apologies if I seem surprised, but I wasn't informed you could speak. Naruto looked a little put out. I told you we were going to talk with the Kyuubi. What did you think that meant? Inoichi palmed his face. Never mind, he gritted out. Looking far more cheerful, he continued. This is actually a good thing as far as the mission goes. Reynard, for me to bring you into Naruto's mind, I'm going to have to teach you to meditate. You being able to speak with me should make the process go much smoother. Truly excellent news, Yamanaka-san. The fox replied. May I inquire as to when we will be doing this training? Also, how long will this take? Inoichi tapped his chin as he thought. I'm not sure how long it will take. Most I teach don't take more than a few sessions, but they were all human. As for when, we have 2 weeks at a minimum with Naruto's upcoming wedding. Before Reynard could respond, Ino came storming up, slowing in caution at the sight of the large fox. Daddy, she exclaimed, this is going to take forever to fix, but I have a list of supplies Naruto Baka is going to need. Handing the scroll to her father, Ino stuck her tongue out playfully at Naruto. You're gonna need someone to show you what you're supposed to be doing as well, Whiskers. It's going to take a while. Inoichi's eyes bugged slightly at the amount listed on the scroll. Adding the costs up in his head, he had to hold back laughter. Haha, between this and that S-rank pay he offered, I'll be able to afford one of Ino and her mother's little shopping sprees and still have sake money left over. When he looked up, Ino was looking at him in a distressingly knowing manner. Ah crap, there goes my sake money. Excuse me Lord Regent, Yamanaka-san, but I believe I have a solution for both the garden issue and also my meditation training. Seeing interested looks on both Naruto and Inoichi's faces, and ignoring Ino's wide-eyed shock, Reynard described his solution. I need training, and Naruto-sama needs someone to teach him to care for the garden. I smell the scent of flowers and potting soil on your kid Yamanaka-san. Am I correct in assuming she would have the skill to teach Naruto-sama? Yes, she is quite capable of that. I've taught her horticulture for most of her life. Very well, my suggestion is that I come stay with you until we mind walk, and Ino-san stays here to teach Naruto-sama. Naruto went completely pale. Ino had a sort of bemused smirk and Inoichi was visibly conflicted. By far more experienced than the two younger humans, Inoichi was the first to recover. If you are willing to sleep in one of the greenhouses, you are more than welcome. However, I'm not ready to let Ino stay over for several weeks with a boy, not to mention Naruto is getting married in just under a week. Ino was nodding her head until her father made the mistake of saying, let her. She had an evil gleam in her eye as she laced into her father. See this father, she spat, pointing at her Hittite. This says that I'm an adult and you can stuff, let her, straight down an Akamichi toilet. She paused in her rant, fist raised near her father's face when she noticed Naruto edging away. And where do you think you're going, Whiskers? Naruto froze, opened his mouth, then disappeared in a brilliant yellow flash, leaving Ino standing there shaking with rage. Grr, when I get my hands on him, how dare he leave when I was yelling at him? Losing Naruto as a target, she turned back to her father. Inoichi, while annoyed at being left to face his daughter, was also quietly amused. That was almost exactly like the time after Kushina got pregnant. Minato had said something about her gaining weight. Not listening to his daughter, while maintaining an outward appearance of rapt attention, Ino continued down memory lane. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Minato constantly flashing away as Kushina destroyed everything in her way. Ino's rant at her father was stopped as Naruto flashed back into the garden with an arm wrapped around Temari. He suspected that she knew he didn't need to hold her quite that tight to transport her, but she wasn't complaining and Naruto found he liked holding her close. Reluctantly letting Temari go, Naruto held up a hand to forestall an outburst from Ino. No, I didn't run away, he said quietly to force the temperamental girl to shut up and listen. I went to go get Temari-chan. She does live here, and in less than a week will be my wife. I figure that since this would affect her, she should know what's going on. Not to mention she is way stronger than you, Ino-chan, and you know it. Temari already knew what was going on thanks to a quick briefing from Naruto before he flashed them back to the garden. So, she said with a smirk, we trade the overly formal fox with Flower Girl for the next few weeks, huh? Ignoring Ino's glare at the nickname, she considered. I don't really have a problem with it. It's not like we don't have extra room here. And it will be nice to have the garden all fixed up. I don't know much about maintaining plants in this kind of climate. Inoichi seeing the look on his daughter's face and sighed in defeat. After some minor haggling with Naruto on the cost of both the supplies needed and Ino's services, Inoichi left, taking Reynard and Ino with him. Naruto said, taking a quick glance at the sky to check the time. It's still early, Temari-chan. You want to do something? Temari considered that, it's too late to spar, and we've both already eaten. I feel like a quiet night in. Tell me, do you play shogi? I know of it, Naruto replied. But if you're willing to teach me, I'm willing to learn how to play. Motioning for Temari to follow, Naruto led the way inside. I don't get it, Temari said, half hysterically. I know Temari-chan, Naruto grumbled lifelessly. No, I really don't get it. I just taught you to play a few hours ago. I know Temari-chan. Arg, you have no strategy, you make the most bizarre moves, but I can't beat you. Temari yelled in frustration. I don't know Temari-chan. It's just like in a fight, I just sort of do things. Naruto said with a shrug. Stifling a yawn, alright, I have some things to do tomorrow before I go pick up Ino-chan. I'm headed to bed. Struck by a sudden impulse, Naruto walked behind Temari and gently rubbed her shoulders briefly. Giving the girl a quick kiss on the cheek, Naruto headed upstairs. Good night, Tsunaheim. Temari was floored, not saying anything as she watched him head up the stairs. Raising her hand to her cheek, she smiled gently. He had surprised her with the brief shoulder rub. It had felt great, but she hadn't been expecting the kiss at all. It was very sweet, she thought with a blush. She missed her brothers and the dessert, but little things like tonight reminded her that her life was good. The next week passed quickly. Ino may have been a giant pain, but she knew her stuff and the garden began to show its natural beauty. Naruto found, to his surprise, that Ino was fairly pleasant company without Sasuke around. He had enjoyed working the garden with her, and even Temari pitched in, though plants weren't really her thing. She was no good with the local plants, but Ino had promised they could convert a greenhouse to maintain some plants from her home country. Time passed all too quickly for Naruto. Before he knew it, he was standing outside the shrine, bracing himself to go through with getting married. You backbiting, poisonous, treacherous, deceitful, wicked, clever girl. If this works, I'll buy you a pony. Jim Butcher, summer night. Naruto nervously checked himself over in the mirror. His only alteration to the black formal kimono had been the addition of his family crest on the back, emblazoned in burnt orange. Peering closer at his reflection, he had to admit, he did look pretty good, even if no one else seemed to like the color scheme. Seriously, it looked awesome, and it wasn't like it was the old neon orange his jumpsuit had been. Even he knew better than to wear that shade at such a formal event. He suppressed his frown as he considered that last thought. This was turning out to be an even larger event than he could have imagined. Not only was Ba-chan officiating, but both the Fire and Wind daimyos were in attendance along with their attendants. Given the high potential for disaster, Temari had been given strict orders by Tsunade, in front of Naruto no less, that she was to keep him tightly under control. Naruto snorted. If he were Hokage and had someone as troublesome as himself, he would have kept them far away from an event like this. Hey, too bad for Ba-chan that it's my wedding. Wonder if she has an ulcer yet. A knock brought Naruto out of his thoughts, and Iruka entered the room. Hey Naruto, the scarred Chunin said, you ready for this? Holding his hand out so Iruka could see the slight tremor, Naruto responded. As ready as I can be, Iruka-sensei. Turning back to the mirror for one last check of his appearance, he sighed. I know what to do, and why I'm doing it, and I can honestly say that I do like Temari-chan, but this is not how I ever saw myself in the future, ya know. Stepping forward, Iruka helped Naruto make a few adjustments. I'm proud of you, he said softly. You're facing your duty head on and trying to make the best of it. In circumstances like this, that's really all you can do. Checking his watch, Iruka motioned Naruto towards the door. Alright, it's time. Following Iruka mostly on autopilot, Naruto felt the world go somewhat surreal as he entered the shrine. The seats were all filled, and Naruto gulped as he realized he had to go and stand out in front of this many people. Scanning the crowd, he saw most of his friends with their families, and he couldn't help but smile a little when he saw most of them looked almost as uncomfortable as him. Reaching the altar, he turned to face the crowd, forcing himself to not show his emotions. If he remembered correctly, he had a few minutes until Temari would make her appearance, something about Sunagaku tradition. He really hadn't been paying too much attention. Using the time, he decided to study the people he would be dealing with in the future. With the exception of Sasuke, all the other clan heads were attending, and he had to admit, they had some great poker faces. His nervousness increased when he noticed the fire daimyo studying him. Naruto prided himself on his ability to read people, but he simply couldn't read the daimyo at all. In his brief meeting with the man, the only thing he had been able to determine about him was that apparently he really liked his fan. Naruto was almost shocked out of his blank face when he noticed Madame Shijimi sitting next to her husband, holding Tora as tightly as usual. "Oh dear Kami, the demon cat is attending my wedding," he thought blankly. The strains of the wedding march announced Temari's entrance, drawing Naruto's attention from the crowd and to his bride. Her beauty simply took his breath away. She dressed in a perfect combination of traditional clothes from both countries, embracing Konohagakure in her formal white kimono, and Tsunagakure in the red additions to otherwise traditional white makeup. She had decided to wear a watabashi, a plain white hood, instead of a tsunokakushi, and attached was a thin veil in the Tsunagakure tradition of obscuring the bride's face. Naruto had to hide a small smile. A tsunokakushi would have implied Temari intended to be a gentle and obedient wife. He didn't see her in that role, and had jokingly commented on it while they were planning the ceremony. Temari had launched him into the wall for it. Ah, good times. He allowed his smile to show when he saw Gaara escorting his sister. In Konohagakure tradition, the father would be the one to escort their bride. In the event of his absence, the oldest brother, or barring that another male relative or friend, would take his place. Kankuro, by age, should have been the one to escort Temari to her future husband, but Naruto had strongly believed it would be good for all of them if Gaara was the one to do so. It would demonstrate the rift in their family was mended, and it was very important for Gaara as well. Watching the care Gaara was taking as he escorted his sister, Naruto felt vindicated. While he maintained his usual stoic expression, Naruto could see the happiness in his fellow Jinchuriki's eyes. As Gaara released his sister, Naruto nodded to Gaara with a smile and was rewarded when the corner of his mouth twitched up in response. Looking over at Temari, Naruto noticed she had seen it as well, and he could simply feel her joy radiating off her. Temari stood facing her fiancé, hands clasped with his as Tsunade began the ceremony. While still unhappy about being married off for the village, especially to someone 3 years younger, she took some measure of joy in the fact that her situation could have been a lot worse. The marriage was one of duty. Naruto didn't love her, just like she did not love him. Still, the potential for love was there, and Temari had found herself very fond of the little blonde goofball. People seemed to think he was some sort of idiot, and at times he could be, but he could also be surprisingly thoughtful, as evidenced by his suggestion that Gaara escort her at this wedding. So it was with a light heart that she smiled down at him and bent his wrists back when he seemed to space out during Tsunade's speech. The pain from his wrists being bent snapped Naruto out of the daydream the boring ceremony had caused, and he had to hide a wince when he saw the way Temari was staring at him. The look had both sympathy and a promise of severe pain, an odd mix to be sure, and Naruto decided he would not be spacing off again. Hey, no wonder Shikamaru called her troublesome during the exam. Not that he doesn't call most women that, but still. Reaching the end of the purification ritual, Tsunade unsealed the traditional sake, and Naruto couldn't stop a small tremor as he reached forward to take a cup. Once he and Temari exchanged these sake cups, it was done. They would be married. Taking a deep breath, Naruto held the cup for her to drink from, as she held his. The rice wine burned as Naruto completed the Sankudo, claiming Temari as his wife. Taking the cups, he placed them back on the white cloth-covered tray and turned back to his wife. Temari-chan, he said hesitantly, but with increasing strength as he continued. Our marriage is one of duty, our honor for the village. I wasn't expecting this, and I know you weren't either, but the past month has been very happy for me and I thank you for that. Breaking from wedding protocol, Naruto drew Temari to her feet as he stood and faced the crowd. I am Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, clan head of Clan Uzumaki and Clan Namikaze. Pulling the stunned girl forward to face the crowd with him, Naruto continued. This is Uzumaki Namikaze Temari, my wife. Our marriage is a symbol of the renewed alliance between Sand and Leaf, and as such, my oath to you Temari-chan. You are my wife, my partner, my equal in all things. May our joining be blessed by Kami-sama and the union of our peoples as well. Temari was stunned, floored at her husband's actions. This sort of thing just was not done at a formal state event. Konohagakure's rules had been much more lax than Tsunagaku, but this went beyond that. He went off script, tossed in veiled insults at the Konohagakure council, and he was getting away with it. Gazing over the crowd and seeing most everyone in the crowd fired up and excited at her husband's speech, she was simply stupefied. In future years, Temari would state that this was the moment she knew that her husband would one day become Hokage. With a large smile of satisfaction, Naruto faced his wife and drew a box from a storage seal on the arm of his kimono. Opening it up, he took out a heavy gold ring and smiled at her. Temari-chan, it is customary here in Konoha that husband and wife exchange rings, and so I had this made for you. Temari eyed the ring curiously as Naruto placed it on her left ring finger. It was fairly large, the center holding a diamond surrounded by an Uzumaki swirl. One side of the ring had Suna's hourglass emblazoned and the other had the leaf insignia. It was very thoughtful on her husband's part, a symbol of her past, present and future all wrapped together. He does something like this, just to make me happy. Holding her hand up to stare at the ring in wonderment, Temari was struck with a thought. You said we exchange rings. Where is yours? Naruto's smile widened as he drew another ring from the seal. This one is mine. I would be honored if you would place it on my finger, he said as he handed her the box. Drawing the ring from the box, Temari noted that the plain gold band was very much like her own, though the diamond had been replaced with an engraving of a nine-tailed fox. Startled, she glanced at her husband and he smiled somewhat sadly at her. It seemed wrong to not include it, Temari-chan. It's part of me. Nodding her acceptance, she slid the ring onto his finger, then decided to reward him for his thoughtfulness earlier. Pulling him towards her, she cupped his face and leaned down to give him a passionate kiss. At first, Naruto had stiffened defensively, but when he began to kiss her back, Temari felt it throughout her body. Breaking the kiss, Temari blushed at the amused expression on Tsunade's face. Sweet Kami, what was that? Composing herself, Temari remembered that she had something she still needed to do. Ignoring her rather dazed husband, Temari tossed a bouquet into the gathered women, then linked arms with her husband. There was a sense of general amusement in the crowd when the bouquet was caught by a blushing Ino Yamanaka. Temari and Naruto, arms linked, exited the shrine and headed back to their home for the wedding reception. Across town, things were not so festive. The wedding of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura had been well attended, but only by civilians from Konoha. Inwardly, Sasuke had seethed that pretty much everyone of importance in Konoha had attended Naruto's wedding and all he had was the civilians. The cheers of those gathered meant nothing to him as he went through the motions of the short ceremony. He had needed a kunoichi to restart his clan, but after he was crippled by the dobi, the only one interested was Sakura. At first, Sasuke had been enraged, but then he realized that marrying Sakura would advance two goals. First, he had a kunoichi with whom to breed more Uchiha, and second, marrying Sakura would be a strong strike to the dobi. As he listened to her inane babble about how happy she was and how excited she was to be his wife, Sasuke began to regret his choice. Married for 5 minutes and I already want to strangle her just to shut her up. With a grunt, Sasuke led Sakura towards his compound, but in his mind all he could think was damn you dobi. At the Namikaze estate, things were just straight chaos. Someone had let Lee have sake and after an amazing amount of damage, Tsunade had finally bludgeoned the boy into unconsciousness. Being surrounded by people tended to make Naruto a bit twitchy, so he escaped the crowd into the garden after attending to his duties as host. He wasn't terribly surprised to find Gaara there. He suspected Gaara wasn't terribly fond of crowds either. Carefully approaching him, a startled Gaara was likely to be a lethal one. Naruto sat down next to his new brother-in-law. "Evening, brother," he said, leaning back to watch the sunset over the trees of the garden. "Good evening, brother," Gaara replied with his usual monotone. Sitting in silence suited the two Jinchuriki as they watched the sunset. After a few minutes, Naruto decided to break the companionable silence. "Nay, Gaara, I have a favor to ask of you." "You require a favor from me?" Gaara asked with some disbelief. People did not simply ask him for favors. The only thing close he could think of was people begging him not to kill them. Until recently, he'd been disinclined to listen, so doing a favor was something new. "Yeah," Naruto responded as he began to pace. I've been doing what I can to try to make Temari happy, but I know, even if she won't admit it, that she misses you, Konkuro in the desert. I'm happy that you are concerned about my sister's happiness, Gaara said, picking his words carefully. I fail to see what you need from me. Well, how much sand can you make? Naruto asked. The corner of his mouth twitched up as Gaara replied. Naruto, I can make as much sand as I want. That's awesome, Datboyo, Naruto exclaimed, jumping up, fist raised in triumph. Okay, so as you can see, I have a lot of ground here, and I want you to turn that corner to the south into a desert. Ino said she'll get some native plants, so we can make it just like Suna. Gaara blinked at the odd request but was saved from responding as Temari came swooped out of the sky on her fan. That's very sweet of you, husband, she said, but I really don't need you to do something like that. Temari wrapped Gaara up in a hug. Hello again, little brother. The crowd has thinned out some if you want to head back to the house. Gaara nodded his thanks and headed back to the house, pausing when Temari spoke up again. Gaara, thank you for escorting me at the wedding. Gaara nodded solemnly and his mouth twitched into his almost smile. You are welcome, Temari. Watching her brother leave, Temari wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Her little brother was still doing well even without it was a bittersweet feeling. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Naruto looked very proud as he watched her brother, and it hit her then that Naruto might be even happier about Gaara's reformation than she was. The insight told her that Naruto had viewed Gaara as a brother even before the marriage. That's not a bad thing either, she thought. Come along, little husband, she said with a smirk, linking her arm with his. We still have some guests. Temari laughed at his pouting and mutters of, I'm not that short, as she guided him back to the reception. It didn't take too long for the remainder of the guests to leave, and Naruto grudgingly created clones to clean up the mess. Ignoring the grumbling of the clones, Naruto headed inside to find Temari wearing a robe and waiting for him. Ah, I have been waiting for you, husband, she said as he entered the house. I have prepared the bath for you. I shall wash your back. It didn't quite sound like an offer. Naruto eyed Temari warily, fairly certain she had gone crazy. That's fine, Temari-chan, but I can wash myself, you know. Temari felt her eye twitching in irritation. Okay, that's obviously not gonna work, she said, her irritation at her husband's dense nature boiling over as said husband inched towards the stairs. Naruto, it's our wedding night. Yeah, and that means what? Naruto asked curiously. Taking a deep breath, and throttling back some of the temper she was infamous for, Temari smiled sweetly at him. Naruto, it's our wedding night. Yes, I know that, I'm not getting why you're stressing it though. Oh, for Kami's sake, Naruto, did you, or did you not get, the talk, from Tsunade-sama a week ago? Blushing, Naruto stared at his feet. Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? Temari glared at her husband. You know, if I didn't know for a fact that this isn't an act, I would kill you painfully. Taking a deep breath, Temari decided that it was best to stop dancing around the subject. Naruto, on the wedding night, the wedding is consummated. Seeing his blank stare, Temari damn near screamed in frustration. It means we have sex, baka husband. Why do you think my brothers are staying at a hotel? Oh, Naruto said, still staring at his feet. That's okay, you don't have to, Temari-chan. I know you don't really want to. Sighing, Temari palmed her face. It's not that simple, Naru-kun. Our marriage isn't really considered valid until it's consummated, which means we really don't have a choice tonight. Noting the rather frightened look on her husband's face, Temari forced herself to smile at him. Alright, look, go wash up and then go to your room. I'll take care of this, okay? Alright, Temari-chan, Naruto mumbled as he headed to the bathroom to clean up. Watching him go, Temari had to resist the urge to tear her top ponytails out in sheer frustration. This was not a problem she had ever considered, not that she had ever really thought about it really. Alright, so he is like a much nicer version of Gaara. It's not that he doesn't want me, I could see that in his eyes, but... Ah, that's it, he's scared. So, how do I get him to relax? It would be so much easier to just forget about this, but questions will be asked and I don't think he could lie about this in a believable manner. TCH, how troublesome. Oh, I did not just think that. Deciding on a course of action, Temari headed to Naruto's room to prepare. Naruto dressed himself in his usual sleeping clothes, boxers and a t-shirt and hesitantly headed to his room. It wasn't that he didn't want to be with Temari, she was hot with a capital HOT, but he really wanted her to want him. Being forced just didn't feel right to him, and anyone that knew Naruto knew about his rather overdeveloped sense of justice. Opening the door, he blinked in confusion. The room was dark, lit by small candles placed about the space, shadows dancing in the room. Temari glided across the room to him with a low chuckle. Taking his hand, she led him to the bed and sat him on the edge. Naruto was very confused. When he left her to bathe, Temari had seemed angry and irritated, but the woman in front of him showed no signs of frustration or anger. She seemed rather serene, which wasn't really something he associated with Temari at all. He flinched when she ran her hand over his cheek. "Gomen Temari-chan," he whispered. "I've always been alone, I'm not used to being touched." He turned his face away from her, embarrassed at his confession. "Dear Kami," Temari thought to herself. What the hell did this village do to him? It shouldn't be this damn difficult to seduce a teenage boy, especially when we're freaking married. With a throaty chuckle, Temari gently brought Naruto's face back to hers. Meeting his eyes, she almost drowned at the depth they showed, the pain and loneliness normally hidden from the world. Slowly, so as not to startle him, she leaned forward, placing her forehead against his. Cupping his cheek, she gently ran her thumb along one of the whisker marks on his face, and she felt him relax slightly. Pulling back just a bit, she stared him straight in the eyes. "Naruto," she said gently, "you don't have to be alone anymore. For better or worse, I will always be with you." She was amazed at the dawning hope she saw in his eyes, and she nearly smirked when she noticed a bit of lust as well. Finally, some progress. Now I just have to get him to relax some more and then we can get down to business. She mentally smacked herself. Don't think like that, Temari, or you'll end up scaring him off. Ignoring the byplay in her head as an unneeded distraction, Temari softly kissed him. This time, he didn't fight her and the kiss rapidly deepened. When Naruto wrapped his arms around her, she felt a jolt that almost seemed to curl her toes. Breaking off, she panted, out of breath. "Kami-sama, what was that?" Naruto had a downcast look and Temari blinked as she realized he thought she had broken the kiss because it was bad. She frowned a bit as she realized again that for all his undeniable strength, her husband could also be very fragile. When he tried to pull away from her, Temari pulled him up against her chest. "No, you can't get away that easy, Naru-kun," she said with a teasing lilt to her voice. Relaxing at the tone Temari used, Naruto was still somewhat confused. If she wasn't angry because he was a bad kisser, why had she pulled away? "Gomen Temari-chan, I promise I'll get better at kissing." Hearing that, Temari went a bit wide-eyed. He wants to get better. He damn near knocked me out with the last one. Chuckling low in her throat again, Temari pushed Naruto back further onto the bed. "Lose the shirt, Naru-kun." His flush of embarrassment when he did as she instructed amused her, and she mentally whistled at his revealed physique. I knew he took his training seriously, but damn, he is pretty buff for his age. Wonder why he hides it behind those bulky jackets. Alright, now lay down on your stomach. To his credit, Naruto did as he was told, but he was curious. "Nay, Temari-chan, why? I'm going to give you a massage," Temari responded as she undid the obi of her robe. Shrugging the robe off, Naruto had no clue that she was standing behind him in the nude. Straddling his waist, Temari began to work his shoulders, occasionally running her nails lightly down his back. Naruto was in heaven. He had no idea that simple touch could feel so good, and when she ran her nails down his back, he just didn't know how to describe it. As he blissed out, a stray thought struck him. If it feels this good, I should really learn how to do it, and repay her. Feeling extremely turned on, Naruto rolled over on his back and froze when he saw her. So beautiful, those legs, and those curves. She is so beautiful. Temari-chan. Silencing him with a finger on his lips, Temari leaned down to kiss him. "Shush, don't worry, I want this." The night wasn't perfect, of course, neither had any experience, and mistakes were made. Perfect would have been the scions of the Yondaime Kazekage and Hokage. No, it was simply Naruto and Temari, and the night was filled with giggles, gasps and moans. It was late in the night when the teens finally fell asleep wrapped in each other's arms. Across town, things weren't as happy. Sakura was curled up in the corner of the bathroom, tears streaming down her face. She didn't understand it. She had won, gotten the man she had chased for years. Why wasn't she happy? She'd dreamed of marrying her Sasuke-kun, but it had been nothing like she wanted. She was supposed to heal his heart and they would be happy together forever, so why was he so cold? She held her hand up to examine her ring, the one that marked her as Sasuke's. Why was she suddenly seeing it as chain? Why was she feeling that she may have made a huge mistake? Forcing her sore body to move, Sakura shuffled back to her bed and curled into a ball. Muffling her sobs in her pillow, she let the tears come. Morning dawned, bright and early, and Naruto jerked awake at a pounding on his bedroom door. Naruto, Ino yelled from the other side. Hokage-sama told me to come get you and take you and Temari to her office. Get up, ya lazy bum. Tiredly Naruto shook Temari's shoulder. Come on Temari-chan, Ba-chan wants to see us, he said around a yawn. Mastai GQKSFA. Temari mumbled into her pillow. Translating that to mean, it's too damn early for this shit, Naruto felt himself agreeing. Ino pounded on the door again and Naruto casually asked Temari if she thought there was somewhere on the grounds they could hide Ino's body. Not getting a response, Naruto noticed Temari had fallen back asleep. Oh, how I wish I could, he thought blearily. When Ino pounded on the door and yelled again, Naruto stalked over and threw the door open. All right already, he yelled at the suddenly pink-faced Kunoichi. Naruto found himself further irritated as Ino just stood there growing redder. What? Blushing, Ino couldn't say anything, just pointed down, and Naruto realized it was somewhat drafty. Glancing down, he suddenly realized he wasn't wearing any clothes and ducked behind the door, hands clasped over his crotch. Okay, I'm awake. Go wait downstairs Ino-chan. He called from his hiding spot. Oh, and Ino-chan, this never happened. Got it? Squeaking a bit in response, Ino darted downstairs to wait, face still flaming. Quickly getting dressed, Naruto headed downstairs and brewed Temari her morning tea. He figured that she was going to need it if he wanted to see her get out of bed anytime soon. Ignoring Ino, who was sitting in the living room staring off into space, Naruto loaded several breakfast items on a tray with the tea and went to wake his wife, again. Temari woke to the smell of raspberry tea and the feel of a soft kiss on the crown of her head. Groggily looking up, she saw a tray with breakfast and Naruto stirring sugar into a mug of tea. Good morning Temari-chan, he said. Ba-chan wants us in her office. She sent Ino to get us, so I brought you breakfast. Smiling brightly, he picked up her robe and placed it near her on the bed. I'm going to go finish getting ready for the day. Meet you downstairs. Stretching out with a yawn, Temari nodded her agreement. Getting up from the bed, she slid her robe on and stretched to work out some of the kinks. She was fairly sore from the night's activities, but she'd had training sessions leave her in far worse shape, so she wasn't really worried. Idly she noticed from the corner of her eye that Naruto was sort of staring off dreamily, and the trickle of blood from his nose made her realize she had more or less flashed him when she got out of bed. Oh well, at least I know he finds me attractive. Sighing, she lightly whacked him on the head to get his attention. Alright, I'm up, go do whatever it is you need to do and I'll meet you downstairs when I'm ready. Watching him more or less skip out the door, Temari rubbed her temples with another sigh. He's a good guy, but no one should have that much energy in the morning. Downstairs waiting for Temari, Naruto was amusing himself by seeing how close he could get to the spacing out Ino before she noticed. So far, he had managed to get almost to where he could reach out and touch her, but he smirked as an idea struck him. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he yelled, "Good morning, Ino-chan." He laughed when the startled girl fell off the chair she was sitting on, but gulped when she stood up flushed with rage. That's not funny, Naruto baka. The blonde screeched, first raised to smack him. The blow never landed as Temari arrived in time to catch the punch. Tisk tisk flower girl, Temari said with her usual smirk, you can't hit my husband. Hearing this, Naruto childishly stuck his tongue out at Ino. That's my job, Temari continued, rolling her eyes as she whacked the back of Naruto's head. Rubbing his head, Naruto whined. Temari-chan, that hurt. Temari rolled her eyes again while Ino giggled at the two. Good, it was supposed to. Naruto was about to reply when Ino cut in. Not that this isn't amusing, but if I don't get you two to Tsunade-sama's office soon, she is gonna kill me. Nodding, Naruto offered his arm to Temari and was somewhat surprised when she accepted and linked arms with him. Odd, I didn't think she liked to show affection in public. Oh well, I'm not gonna complain. As they followed Ino out into the village proper, Naruto noticed Temari was walking stiffly with a slight limp. Leaning closer to her, he whispered, "Nay, Temari-chan. Are you alright?" Whispering back, Temari reassured him. "I'm fine, Naruto, just a little sore from last night." Noticing the flash of sadness on his face, Temari was quick to interject. "No, don't blame yourself for this. I promise you that you did nothing wrong. This is just what happens, okay?" Naruto searched her face, but seeing nothing but the truth of her words, he forced himself to smile. She might be right and it was just what happened, but he still wasn't happy he had hurt his Temari-chan. My Temari-chan, huh? I guess she is. The rest of the trip passed quickly, Temari and Naruto chatting pleasantly as they strolled arm in arm behind Ino. Entering the Hokage's office, Naruto and Temari both dropped into cautious stances when they saw Sasuke and Sakura were already there. Trading concerned glances, Temari slid back slightly to allow her a better angle to watch her husband's back. She wasn't truly expecting a fight, but it never hurt to be prepared. Naruto was examining his former teammates and not liking what he saw. Sasuke stood stiffly wearing a dark blue kimono, Uchiha fan emblazoned on the back. His left arm, the one Naruto had blown off, was held in a sling under the kimono, making the formal robe seem slightly off, like it didn't quite fit. Naruto wasn't sure exactly how bad the damage his explosive clone had caused to Sasuke other than the arm, but the scars on his face had permanently taken the "pretty boy" title from him. What really struck Naruto was the visible hatred Sasuke showed when he caught sight of Naruto. Looking into his former friend's eyes, Naruto could see Sasuke's desire to kill him. Figures the Tem would blame me for what happened, Naruto thought bitterly while keeping a bland expression on his face. Keeping that fixed expression became much harder when he glanced at Sakura. She was dressed to match her husband, same dark kimono and crest, but unlike Sasuke, who was actively glaring at everyone in the room, Sakura seemed to be trying to sink into her kimono and disappear. Naruto caught her gazing sadly at Temari and his blood boiled when he saw the unhappiness in her face. Realizing that he would not be able to do anything, Naruto briefly turned back to face his wife. Temari blinked when Naruto turned to face her and let her see his emotions. After a month together, she was fairly good at reading him and she could see how much the Pinky's unhappiness made him angry. Still, she was rather proud of him when he visibly bottled it up and resumed his poker face. He knows he can't do or say anything now, but I suspect I haven't heard the last of this. I don't like her, she makes us kunoichi look like useless cheerleaders, but no one should look that unhappy the day after their wedding. Temari wasn't exactly an emotional woman, but even she couldn't help but feel at least some sympathy for Sakura. Finishing the document she was working on, Tsunade looked up and read the currents in the room. Fantastic, she thought sarcastically. The Uchiha wants to kill Naruto, Pinky looks like someone killed her puppy, and Naruto looks like he wants to murder Sasuke right back. Knowing him, probably over how Sakura is acting. Still, at least one of these two couples looks solid. Naruto and Temari are standing rather close to each other. Thinking on that, a wide smile that scared the crap out of Naruto spread across her face as she mentally rubbed her hands in glee. Muhaha, I wonder how long it will be till I have blonde grandbabies. Mentally shifting gears, Tsunade stood and addressed the boys in front of her. As you are aware, with your marriages, you are both now considered the heads of your respective clans. Both nodded in response and Tsunade continued. I've called you here today to inform you of that and to take you to your first council meeting. For an open session like today, the respective clan heads will have their heirs attending, so you will see some familiar faces. Since neither of you have children of age, your wives will sit in as heirs. Again both boys nodded and Tsunade was actually fairly disturbed that Naruto hadn't spoken. It was odd. Very well, Uchiha, you and your wife may head to the council room. I need to speak briefly with the Uzumaki family regarding unrelated business. With a curt bow, Sasuke stalked from the room followed by Sakura. As the doors closed, Tsunade turned to the boy she considered her more or less adopted son. Talk, she commanded. Gomen, Ba-chan, Naruto sighed. I was having a hard time not punching the Tem, so I thought I should just stay quiet. Raising an eyebrow, Tsunade considered her words carefully. Naruto, I know what was making you upset, but I shouldn't have to remind you that you're married now, and so is Sakura. You can't still chase after her. Waving his hands defensively, Naruto uttered a denial. No, you got it wrong, Ba-chan. I know that and I'm not still chasing her. It's hard to explain, but when I saw how unhappy she was, I was just really mad. Temari stepped up and entered the conversation. Hokage-sama, I've talked to my husband about this before and I think I might be able to explain a bit better than him. Naruto is a person that defends what's precious to him with all that he is, and I think he has sort of shifted Sakura out of a romantic category and into more of a sister-type role. So when he saw her looking so upset, it was more like a protective brother than a prospective lover. Tsunade drummed her fingers on the desk as she considered that. It did make sense, and as she noticed earlier, Temari and Naruto were standing far closer together than strictly necessary. She allowed a smirk onto her face. So, how was the wedding night? Ba-chan. Palming her face at Naruto's outburst, Temari replied, it went well, Hokage-sama, the treaty obligations were taken care of without issue. She couldn't finish his sentence without blushing though. Ignoring the knowing grin on Tsunade's face, and the muttered curses about evil old hags from her husband, Temari felt it was a good idea to change the subject. Gomen Hokage-sama, but don't we have a council meeting to attend? Tsunade did a double take when she glanced at the clock. Shit, she muttered, we're running behind. Motioning Naruto and Temari towards the door, she noticed Temari's stiff gait. Temari, would you like me to heal you? The seats in the council chamber aren't comfortable and you seem sore. Temari groaned as she considered her options. Yes, she did want healed, but Tsunade was smirking at her and it was embarrassing. Oh well, I'm already embarrassed, might as well be comfortable as well. Thank you for your generous offer, Hokage-sama, I would appreciate it. She managed to say fairly levelly. The green glow of medical chakra covered Tsunade's hands as she ran a standard diagnostic while she healed the girl. An odd feedback caused her to frown and she carefully scanned the girl again. Her eyes widened in surprise and she stepped back, her mind whirling. Ba-chan, you alright? Naruto asked her, concerned by her behavior. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto, Tsunade responded. But I think we're going to be further delayed to the council meeting. Stepping back to her desk, Tsunade activated the seal that called Shizune, and the room was silent during the brief wait. As soon as Shizune entered, Tsunade instructed her to go inform the council that the meeting was to be delayed until noon as something required her attention. As Shizune left to carry out her instructions, Tsunade waked back to Naruto and Temari. Alright, you two, we're headed to the hospital. Exchanging confused glances, Naruto shrugged and Temari spoke up. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but why are we headed to the hospital? I need to check up on something. Tsunade replied evasively. Exactly what are you checking up on? Temari asked with some heat. Tsunade sighed. Fine, we're going to confirm or deny what I think I found. Temari clenched her hand into a fist as Tsunade refused to answer again. Why are we going to the hospital? What did you find when you healed me? Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. I think you're pregnant. Already. Omake Shogi Wars. Naruto, have I ever mentioned how troublesome you are? Shikamaru groaned, staring at the shogi board in his thinking pose. I'm sure you've mentioned it before, Naruto replied with a wide grin. Shikamaru finally made his move, and Naruto reached down and instantly countered, causing Shikamaru to narrow his eyes in frustration. Naruto's random move had completely changed the flow of the game, again, and the Nara was forced back into his thinking pose. Come on, Naruto whined, even Temari doesn't take as long to move as you do. Aforementioned girl was not amused by her fiancé's comment. Smiling sweetly at him, what was that, Naruto? Nothing, Temari-chan, he stuttered out nervously. That's what I thought, she said smugly. Shikamaru finally made his move and once again, Naruto simply reached down and moved at random. Nay, I think that's checkmate, Shikamaru, he said confidently. Shikamaru's eyes widened in surprise as he scanned the board. Dropping back into his thinking pose, he was astonished to find Naruto was correct. At best he could draw the game out a handful of moves. Yeah, I guess it is Naruto, he acknowledged in defeat. Temari jumped up and pointed. See, it's not just me. How the hell do you do that? She asked Naruto. He shrugged in response. Like I told you, Temari-chan, I just look at it like a battle and the moves come to me. Shikamaru sighed. Mendokusei. You rush a miracle worker, you get lousy miracles. Jim Butcher, small favor. Tsunade frowned as she gazed out of her office window at the village. She hadn't expected something like this, but she knew she should have. After all, since when was Naruto anything close to normal? Several hours at the hospital had proven her to be correct. The odd feedback from when she healed Temari had indeed been another faint chakra signature. What was extremely frustrating was that she had failed to cover contraception when she had the talk with Naruto. She'd just assumed the Kunoichi had known. Unfortunately, and completely obvious in hindsight, Temari had always been intended for a team with her brothers and no one had bothered to teach it to her. Politically, the news was great. The announcement of an heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans had gone over with cheers and whistles at the council meeting, and the Sunagaku representatives and the Wind and Fire daimyos were all pleased. On a personal level, Tsunade was convinced that this was a disaster. She mentally cursed at her earlier thoughts about blonde grandbabies. Just her luck the Gaki would have knocked his wife up on their wedding night. She really wasn't worried about Temari. The girl was fairly level-headed and had taken the news more or less in stride after destroying part of a training ground with her fan. No, the real problem was Naruto. There was no way he was ready for something like this, and add in the fact that a child would make him far more vulnerable as a target. Kami, what a mess. Unable to resist anymore, Tsunade slid her desk drawer open and pulled out her emergency sake, and took a pull straight from the jar. She was concerned that Naruto had disappeared after the council meeting, but she had a fairly good idea where he was. Glancing at the Hokage monument, she saw a small dot sitting on the Yondaimi's head. According to Kakashi, that was where Naruto always retreated when he needed time to think things over. Now that he knows about his heritage, maybe it's also his way of talking with his father, she mused. Hey Haim, Jiraiya said, hopping in through the window. You know you're pulling me away from valuable research, right? Can it, you old pervert? She snapped testily. There are far more important things now than you peeping. Jiraiya dropped his facade, showing the serious shinobi hidden beneath his usual exterior. I've heard, he sighed. It's all over town already, and I'd bet anything Iwa and Kumo will know by the end of the day. This is not a good thing, Tsunade. This increases the danger he is in by a considerable amount. By himself or even just married, Naruto is really only threatened by Akatsuki. Add a child, even unborn, to the mix and I can see Kumo attempting to take the bloodline for themselves. Iwa will just want to crush it. Tsunade rubbed her temples as she replied. Yes, I'm aware of the problems. The question is, what do we do about it? We push him, Haim, we drive him to be as strong as he possibly can be, as fast as we possibly can. There are extreme risks to that, Tsunade said with a frown. Push him too hard, he breaks and we lose him. Standing up and heading out the window, Jiraiya paused, hand on the windowsill. Sometimes you just have to have a little faith, Haim. The Gaki is much stronger than most believe, all we have to do is help him along. He flashed her a pained smile. We owe him at least that much, don't you think? Tsunade watched Jiraiya leave silently. I guess the pervert's right. If anyone can handle this, it's Naruto. Still, I can't help but worry. Naruto sat on his father's head, idly spinning a Hiraishin kunai as he watched the sun set over the village. He was terribly confused and unbalanced, and he had hoped sitting on his father's head would help clear his head. Chuckling, he patted the stone with his free hand. Doesn't really work like that, does it, Tu-san? It wasn't like he was expecting the stone head to talk back, but it really was his only connection with his father other than the fox, and frankly, he really preferred the monument. A rustle of cloth alerted him to company and he instantly snapped alert when he didn't recognize the chakra. Whipping to his feet, he dropped into a guard stance as he carefully scanned his surroundings. Just within the tree line was a tall, bulky man in strange red armor that seemed to be emitting steam. Between the scratch in his Iwagakure Hitai and the ominous aura, Naruto knew why he was there. Ah shit, the last time I felt a something like this, Gaara was trying to kill me. Don't tell me, he thought. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, son of Konoha no Kuroi Senko. I am Han. The man's voice was impossibly deep for someone his size. For the crimes of your clan, you shall die. The man charged forward with a punch that shattered the kunai Naruto tried to parry with. Staring briefly at the shattered kunai, Naruto realized that he was in serious trouble. The power it would take to simply break a Hiraishin kunai was considerable, and this man had just shattered one. Why is it always me? He thought bitterly as he hurriedly evaded the furious onslaught. Flipping back to gain some space, Naruto released his gravity seals and formed the sign for his favorite technique. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Han paused as his target suddenly multiplied. The Namikaze brat's technique was impressive, but he simply began popping clones as they charged. He was forced to use his steam to shield himself when the brat somehow combined wind and fire jutsu to send a firestorm at him. Naruto observed with narrowed eyes as Han deflected his clones' combined Gukakyu and Daitappa with what appeared to be steam. What the hell, steam? Fortunately the steam provided him with an opportunity and the clones nearest to Han rapidly ran through hand seals. Suiden Suoro no Jutsu. The clones called out, condensing the steam into the water prison Zabuza had used against Kakashi in Wave. Seeing Han trapped, several clones charged and slammed rasengans into the man. Shit. Mud clone. Naruto swore when the trapped figure dissolved. Releasing the water prison, Naruto and his clones carefully searched their surroundings. A sudden burst of chakra was his only warning and he barely rolled out of the way as Han erupted from the ground beneath him. Han watched as Naruto flipped back to his feet from his evasive roll. Very impressive for one so young. He stated calmly, I had hoped to do this quietly but I see I have no choice. Naruto stared in horror as a bluish-white aura surrounded Han, one chakra tail swaying behind him. Fuck, he thought, he is a Jinchuriki. What one is he? He only knew Han could not be the one tail or the 9 tails, the honor or curse belonged to Gaara and himself. Holding his hand up, palm facing Han, Naruto called out. Stop, I do not wish to fight you brother. Han's deep voice had more than an undercurrent of rage as he replied. Brother, you are no brother of mine. How dare you call yourself such? I see that you are a Jinchuriki, like me. I do not wish to fight my own kind. Naruto replied sadly. Jinchuriki, Han muttered in disbelief. So the great Namikaze couldn't resist making a Jinchuriki himself, could he? Preaching peace, then creating a weapon, what a hypocrite. Don't talk about my father like that. Naruto roared back. My father sealed the Kyuubi into me to save the village at the cost of his life. Please, Han sneered back. The Kyuubi could have been sealed some other way, just like the other Biju. The only reason they are ever sealed into humans is to create a weapon for the village. You're wrong, Naruto cried. Perhaps, Han conceded, but it won't be a concern for you after tonight. Even with his gravity seals off, Naruto was barely able to Kawarimi in time to avoid the bone-crushing kick Han slammed into him. Shit, shit, shit. He's a hell of a lot faster now, Naruto thought in a near panic. Deciding to stall, Naruto hid himself among his clones as he considered and discarded various attack plans. He ran out of time when Han slammed his fist into the ground and the shock wave dispelled his clones and threw him back through the air. Naruto's flight was stopped as he slammed into what appeared to be a wall of sand. Shaking his head to clear the ringing caused by that last attack, Naruto saw Gaara standing next to him, arms crossed in his brother-in-law's favorite pose. Naruto, the boy said calmly, do you require assistance? Gaara, Naruto cried out happily, thanked Kami. Yes, he's a Jinchuriki. Gaara nodded. Yes, that much is obvious. The beast is raging in my head over the power being used. Ah, Gaara, you aren't gonna go all insane on me, are you? Naruto asked cautiously as Han paused to size up this new addition to the fight. Be at ease, Naruto, I am here to help you. Gaara responded. Dropping back into a battle stance, Naruto looked relieved. That's great, let's get him, he cried as he charged back into the fight. Han was forced back onto the defensive as Gaara and Naruto teamed up against him. His power was enough that Gaara could entrap him with his sand, but whenever he was forced to break out, he would find Naruto or a clone waiting with a rasengan. The boys almost had him when Naruto, after quickly consulting with Gaara, decided to melt the sand into glass as Gaara trapped Han. Several Gukakyu, used by clones surrounding Han, managed to entrap the man in a glass prison. Standing next to Gaara, Naruto panted as he tried to regain his breath. There were times that he greatly envied Gaara's, I'll just stand here and kill you with sand, approach to battle. A sudden surge of chakra snapped his head back to the glass prison and he cursed when Han broke free. The sudden change in his opponent's appearance disturbed Naruto a great deal. Han was no longer a tall man in red armor. Instead, facing off against the boys was something else, something very frightening. A dark chakra cloak surrounded a quadrupedal figure. Chakra horns protruded from its head and 5 tails swung behind it, tearing the ground as they lashed. Gaara, Naruto said quietly, I think we're in trouble. Gaara simply nodded. The figure that had once been Han formed a ball and appeared to swallow it. Shit, Naruto screamed in terror. I've read about this, Bijudama, get out of the way. Shoving Gaara away from the attack, Naruto tried to dodge but was hit by the fringes of the attack, slamming him into a tree. Sliding down the trunk, Naruto stared in horror at the devastation caused by that single attack. A long trench started from where Han was standing and continued as far as Naruto could see through the forest away from the village. Kami, it's a good thing I didn't dodge towards the village, he thought in shock. Gaara appeared by his side, bringing his attention back to the fight. Gaara, we have to get him away from the village, Naruto said, determination blazing in his eyes. Gaara nodded his agreement and the boys took to the trees to lead their fellow Jinchuriki away from the village. In the village, alarms blared as shinobi rushed to get the civilians into shelters. The roof of the Hokage Tower was the nerve center of the village defense. Tsunade, Jiraiya and the highest-ranking officers were watching the battle using the Sandaimi's old crystal ball. Damn it Jiraiya, Tsunade snapped at her teammate. Why can't we go assist Naruto? It's a fight between Jinchuriki and one of them has already begun using Biju Chakra. Any normal shinobi that tries to enter that fight will just be killed by the toxicity of that chakra. We already sent him the help we can give him when we sent Gaara. Right now, all we can do is protect the civilians in the village. Jiraiya didn't look pleased with his own words. He was worried that Tsunade might hit him and being dispelled would alert Tsunade that Jiraiya wasn't actually there. The orders to protect the village and stay out of the fight were ignored by a certain blonde kunoichi. Gripping her fan tightly, Temari hurried to assist her brother and her husband. There was simply no way she was going to let her family fight without her. Naruto and Gaara stopped when they reached a clearing filled with sand. Looking around, Naruto shot Gaara an amused glance. Well, this seems familiar. Yes, quite an ironic place to fight. Gaara replied with the usual small twitch of his mouth showing his own amusement. Yeah well, I'm just glad you're on my side this time. Naruto said, getting his game face back on as Han arrived at the far end of the clearing. Gaara nodded as the boys observed the further change in Han's appearance. Sometime during the chase, Han had fully manifested and facing the boys was the full form of the gobi. It resembled some sort of horse with an odd elongated head, horns randomly jutting from it. 5 tails swung wildly behind it and it seemed to glare with malevolence at Naruto. So, you can turn into a giant sand thing, and he can turn into that horse thing. Am I the only Jinchuriki that can't or something? Naruto whined at Gaara. Naruto, Gaara said calmly. Whine later, fight now. Yeah, it just seems so unfair. Naruto complained. Can you go full form and stay sane? Yes, Shukaku is not released unless I use the false sleep jutsu. Alright, I think you had better do that. I'll summon Gamabunta. Biting his thumb and channeling as much chakra as he could, Naruto slammed his hand down. Kuchio's no jutsu. The large plume of smoke cleared to reveal Naruto standing on Gamabunta's head. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? The humongous toad yelled. Boss, Naruto called to him, Ero Sennin didn't call you. I did. Rolling his eye up, Bunta puffed his pipe. Naruto, why have you summoned me? Pointing at the gobi, Naruto yelled impatiently. Mostly cause that thing is trying to kill me. Gamabunta eyed the gobi, and did a quick double take when Gaara in his full Shukaku form moved to his side. Gripping his blade, Gamabunta made to draw it and drive it through the sand but was stopped by Naruto. No boss, Gaara is with us this time. Is that so? You always find such interesting fights Gaki. Gaara's voice boomed from his sand construct. Naruto, I will move to occupy him, you and your summon find an appropriate time to strike. Gotcha Gaara, Naruto called as he moved to engage the gobi. You got any ideas boss cause I've hit this guy with pretty much everything I've got so far. We could try a collaboration technique. Do you know any fire jutsu? Gamabunta asked as he dove forward attempting to strike with his tanto. Yeah, Naruto yelled, I know Gukakyu. Will that work? Jumping back as Gaara physically grappled with the gobi, Gamabunta responded, that should be perfect. When I use my jutsu, you need to light the oil with your fire. Gaara, get clear. As Gaara backed off, Gamabunta spewed a stream of oil as Naruto created a fireball. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu, using the full seals and calling the jutsu allowed Naruto to create a much larger fireball than usual. It ignited the oil stream, creating a jet of flame that struck the gobi dead center. Naruto's shout of triumph was cut short when a tail came flying out of the smoke. Gamabunta managed to deflect the blow from Naruto but took the hit in his shoulder. "Boss, you okay?" Naruto yelled worriedly as Gaara moved back in to occupy the gobi. "I'll be fine, Gaki," Gamabunta boomed back, "but I need to return and heal." Grabbing Naruto with his tongue, Gamabunta placed Naruto on the ground, then dispelled. Not one to say out of a fight, Naruto bounded up to stand on Gaara's Shukaku form. "Gaara, you got any ideas, 'cause I can't seem to hurt this thing?" Naruto called from his new perch. Gaara emerged from the sand next to Naruto. "I can bring out Shukaku," he offered. Naruto stared at Gaara in disbelief. "I would really prefer not to. We may not have much choice. A Biju may be the only option." "Gaara, Shukaku possibly hates me even more than he hates you. Let's call that a last resort. I have an idea, buy me some time." "What do you plan to do?" Gaara questioned, launching more sand shuriken at the gobi. "I'm going to talk to the fox," Naruto responded as he sat down on the sand. Rushing through the sewer, Naruto quickly arrived at the Kyuubi's prison. Rattling the bars, Naruto yelled, "Oi, fox, wake up." "Well, hello, warden," the fox sneered at him. "I assume you're here for your rent." "Look, I don't have time to fight with you," Naruto yelled back at the fox. "I assume you know what's happening." The fox snorted. "Of course I do, mortal. You got yourself into a fight with the gobi and now you need my help because you are a pathetic fool of a mortal." Gritting his teeth, Naruto banged his forehead on the bars. "Yeah, that sounds about right, you egotistical tem of a fox. Now, can you help or are you really that worthless?" he sneered back. "Silence, you fool," the fox roared back. "It is not my doing that has landed us in this mess, but I suppose I cannot have that five-tailed freak claim victory over me. You may have your chakra, now leave." A wave of red chakra shoved Naruto back out of his mind. Opening his eyes, Naruto was seeing red, quite literally. Glancing behind him, he noticed a red chakra tail bubbling and his hands appeared to be claws. Jumping off Gaara, Naruto began to claw and rip his way around the forelegs of the gobi in an almost berserker-like state. Unlike earlier wounds that healed instantly, the damage Naruto was inflicting with his claws stayed open and seemed to bleed chakra. Elated at finally being able to harm his foe, Naruto charged a rasengan and slammed it into the leg in front of him. He was rewarded when the leg buckled and the gobi screamed in pain. Gaara, always a combat pragmatist, immediately enclosed the limb in sand and crushed it. A sadistic smile crossed his face as he and Naruto gained the upper hand in the fight. It seemed he could always find a good fight with Naruto around. Back in the village, a small crowd that had gathered around the viewing orb cheered as the boys began to take charge of the fight. Most of the Jonin watching the fight had been extremely worried when Naruto and Gaara couldn't seem to make damage stick to the Biju. They could feel the chakra flares from the fight clearly even at this distance and most were amazed at the power being used. There had been concern when Naruto manifested a chakra tail. A fight involving a Biju certainly brought back memories of the Kyuubi attack even 13 years later. It was obvious from his actions that the boy was in control, which greatly reduced those fears. After all, it was highly unlikely Kyuubi knew how to use a rasengan. For the few Sunagaku Jonin watching, the fact that Gaara was fully manifested but working with an ally was very welcome news. Many in Sunagaku had been highly suspicious when Gaara returned from the failed invasion and began trying to work his way through the shinobi ranks. The drop in body count was welcome but many were very cautious in believing Gaara had truly reformed. The current battle was proof that Gaara had indeed changed and several prominent Sunagaku Jonin began to consider the currently empty cage position thoughtfully. Having finished one of the gobi's legs, Naruto and Gaara focused on the other foreleg. If they could cripple it, the fight was more or less done. Naruto, excited and running on the Kyuubi's bloodlust, mistakenly moved into a position where the gobi could swipe at him with its tails. He was saved from a great deal of pain when a sudden wind slammed into the attacking tail driving it back. Glancing over, Naruto saw Temari standing in a tree near the edge of the clearing, her fan held ready. His wife was obviously frightened. 2 fully manifested Biju and another chakra-cloaked Jinchuriki were the stuff of nightmares for normal shinobi. A long-range fighter, Temari was obviously not going to get in close, but she was still here, fighting with her family. Back in Konoha, Tsunade was cursing the fool girl. She was going to get herself killed and then the shit would well and truly hit the fan. News of her pregnancy had already spread. If she died, a war with Tsunagakure was all but unavoidable, and to that end, they had allies in Kumogakure and Iwagakure. On a personal level, Tsunade liked the girl, and couldn't imagine what her death would do to Naruto. For the first time in many years, Tsunade found herself praying to whatever deities might be listening for the girl's safety. "Please, just stay alive, all 3 of you," she pleaded in her mind. Confident Temari had his back, Naruto dived back into the fight. The gobi had wised up and wasn't allowing him time for more than quick hit-and-run slashes at its leg. Several times, Naruto had close calls, saved by timely attacks from his wife hidden back in the trees. Seeing Naruto stalemated, Gaara moved in on the gobi's opposite side, forcing the Biju to divide its attention. The gobi still had enough power to deflect Gaara's attacks, but it couldn't afford to ignore him. His sand was still very dangerous if unchecked. From her perch in the trees, Temari saw what her brother was doing and worried. It was true that Naruto needed a diversion to strike even with her covering him, but with Gaara on the other side, she was worried about possibly harming him. Her eyes widened and she dropped to the ground seeking cover when she saw the horse-looking thing create a giant ball of chakra and eat it. She didn't know what it was doing, but she didn't think it was a good thing. The released Bijudama poured through Gaara's sand, leaving a smoking glass hole through the body of his Shukaku form. It was fortunate for Gaara that the sand absorbed the blow and sheltered him from the strike, but he was out of the fight until he could reform most of his sand torso. He was just glad the gobi hadn't aimed for the head. That attack would have killed him. Naruto growled as the gobi focused all its attention on him. He was forced to simply dodge and avoid a wide variety of strikes from its leg, its tails and its head. This did not allow for him to attack and he felt his frustration mounting rapidly. Inside the seal, Kyubi was watching the events with a great deal of interest. He was stuck here until he could find some way around or through the Shinigami's seal, and loath though he was to admit it, his current container was at least more interesting than the previous 2. The ninjin was doing fairly well against the gobi, which was good. It would be unseemly for the Kyubi no Kitsune to be defeated by that 5-tailed horse freak. As Naruto was forced to stay on the defensive, Kyubi glared at the bars holding it. If only it was free to put that thing in its place. Gaara finally managed to fill the hole in his sand torso and rejoined the battle. The gobi was not expecting him to recover that fast, and its mistake cost it the use of one of its tails. Gaara managed to crush it before the gobi began to counter his attacks again. Naruto, freed up by Gaara rejoining the fight, was finally able to slam a rasengan into the gobi's other foreleg. Denied the use of its front legs, the gobi crashed to the ground, tails flailing violently. As both Gaara and Naruto moved in for the kill, the gobi proved it was still dangerous with a concentrated chakra pulse that destroyed Gaara's sand body. Seeing his brother-in-law falling, Naruto dashed over and caught the red head before he hit the ground. Seeing that Gaara was fine, Naruto turned back to the gobi with a savage growl as he attacked. Out of chakra, Gaara retreated to his sister's position in the trees. "Temari," he said wearily, "you shouldn't be here." Temari spared a glance from the battle at her brother. The only time she had even seen Gaara look this worn was after his fight with Naruto in the invasion. "Sorry little brother," she said, turning her attention back to the battle and getting ready to launch another attack. "There was no way I was going to let my boys fight something like this without me." Gaara stared at her, confused. He was happy that his sister had come to fight with him, but he was afraid for her safety. Shaking his head to clear his confusion, he sank down on the branch to meditate. Since he could not sleep without Shukaku devouring his mind and soul, he learned to meditate after his defeat by Naruto to rest his body and mind. What interested him now was that as a side effect, it allowed him to regain his chakra much faster than he would otherwise, much like the restorative powers of sleep for normal shinobi. Naruto was getting tired and even more frustrated. He could hit and hurt the gobi, but he was nowhere near landing a finishing blow. The only true weak point he could see was possibly its face, but the head was still dangerous. TCH, it's like one of those final boss battles in those RPGs Shikamaru likes to play. If only this thing had an arrow pointing at its weaknesses. To make matters worse, even with Kyuubi's chakra, he was getting tired. He couldn't keep this up for long. He also couldn't break off to rest because the gobi would use the time to heal. For the first time in the battle, Naruto found himself pretty much out of moves, and that worried him considerably. Sensing its attacker weakening, the gobi decided to strike the irritants in the trees with its tails. This turned out to be a fatal mistake. Seeing the tails lash towards his wife and brother-in-law, Naruto in his anger drew forth far more of the Kyuubi's chakra. A second tail formed behind the speeding figure as he intercepted the tail aimed at his family. "Don't you dare touch them," he roared as he tore the tail completely off the gobi. Using the extra power, Naruto overcharged a rasengan with the Kyuubi's chakra, and moving so fast he was a crimson blur slammed it through the gobi's chest. Screaming in pain, Han was forced out of his fully manifested form and driven to his knees. Clutching weakly at the ground, he began to laugh bitterly at his defeat by children. Standing over him, Naruto began to form a rasengan to finish Han when his chakra cloak dropped. Without Kyuubi's chakra boosting him, Naruto fell straight onto his face in front of Han. As he dropped unconscious, seeing Temari's worried face, the last sound he heard was, "Sabaku Soso," followed by a sickening crunch. Hidden in the trees, Jiraiya allowed himself a small smile. For a moment he thought he would have to interfere, but the Gaki was improving very well. Glancing at the barely visible Hokage monument, he dipped his head. "You would be proud, Minato. How busy are you today?" "Oh," Thomas mused. "I don't know. I mean, I've got to get a new shirt now." After that, I asked, "Would you like to help me save the city? If you don't already have plans." He snorted. "You mean, would I like to follow you around, wondering what the hell is going on because you won't tell me everything, then get in a fight with something that is going to leave me in intensive care?" I said, nodding, "Pretty much." "Yeah," he said, "okay." Jim Butcher, cold days. Naruto woke to both a migraine and the dripping of the pipes in his mindscape. Struggling to his feet, he rubbed his fingers on his temples to ease the pain. He noticed Kyuubi smirking at him from his cage, or at least he thought it was a smirk. There were an awful lot of teeth involved. "Hey Fox," he called out to his prisoner. "We won, right?" Kyuubi sneered, "If by win you mean, draw too much of my power, collapse like the pathetic meat bag you are, and then be saved by that fool Shukaku torments, then yes, you won." "Well, aren't you just as friendly and cheerful as ever?" Naruto remarked dryly, not really feeling like getting into a shouting match with the fox. "So what happened?" Kyuubi regarded his unwanted host critically. Apparently the annoying little ninja was going to be polite today. Deciding that it cost him nothing and could potentially gain him advantages in the future, Kyuubi decided to be nice. "As I told you, flesh sack, you drew too much of my power and you collapsed. Your pathetic little body cannot handle my power at such a degree." "This being polite thing isn't that bad," Kyuubi told himself, ignoring Naruto's eye twitch and clenched fists. "So, after your stupidity caused you to almost get me killed, you fainted like a little girl and here you are." Ignoring the almost overwhelming urge, see how well the Kyuubi liked getting hit in the face with a rasengan, Naruto ground out through gritted teeth. "Fine, be that way, so why am I here?" The massive fox shrugged. "There could be many reasons." "Oi, if you don't know just say so," Naruto yelled back. Kyuubi ignored him and tucked his tails under his muzzle and pretended to sleep, snores and all. Naruto frowned and bit back a curse as he mentally visualized running Kyuubi through a meat grinder. Not very practical, but oh so very satisfying. Feeling a mental tug, Naruto realized he was waking up. With one last glare at Kyuubi, Naruto vanished from his mindscape. Returning to the waking world, Naruto groaned when the first thing he saw was white. Fantastic, back in the hospital again, he mentally sighed. The second thing he noticed was a hand gently running through his hair. Without moving his head, Naruto looked over to see Temari sitting in the chair next to his bed, absently stroking her hand through his hair as she stared off into the distance. "Temari-chan." Temari whipped her hand back and blushed. She hadn't noticed him waking up and was very embarrassed by her show of affection. Of course, then she realized that this was her husband and they were alone. That was when she mentally berated herself for acting like a girl with a crush. "Wait, is it even possible to have a crush on your own husband?" she thought. Naruto was cautiously watching the emotions play across his wife's face with increasing concern. He wasn't sure exactly what was wrong with her, but he prayed she didn't end up blaming him for whatever it was. He really liked Temari, but her temper scared the crap out of him sometimes. Both teens were broken out of their thoughts when Tsunade entered the room. Naruto waved half-heartedly. "Heya ba-chan, how long have I been here?" Tsunade glared at the boy before sighing and pinching the bridge of her nose. "Naruto, if I had any idea of how much trouble you would cause me, you and Jiraiya would never have gotten me to return." Seeing the blank look on his face, she decided to explain. "It's been 2 days since the three-demon battle, as everyone has taken to calling that little fight of yours." Naruto growled hearing that name. It was somewhat apt, he admitted, considering who was involved, but the word demon held really unpleasant memories. That reminded him, "Ba-chan, what happened to Gaara?" "Gaara is fine," Tsunade replied. "He spent a night resting here in the hospital then rejoined the Sunagaku delegation. He also said to tell you that the fight made him feel alive, whatever that means." She didn't fail to notice the way Temari and Naruto both flinched at the statement. Cocking her head, she asked, "Something I should know?" Temari and Naruto exchanged guarded glances. "No, not really ba-chan," Naruto replied cheerfully. Eyeing the two suspiciously, Tsunade disregarded it. "Whatever. You were very lucky he was here. The amount of Biju chakra the three of you pumped out would have probably killed a normal shinobi." "Ah," Naruto replied, "I was wondering why only Gaara and Temari-chan showed up." Reaching over, he grabbed Temari's hand. "Thanks for saving my butt, Temari-chan." Temari blushed a bit. Between Gaara and her status, she wasn't used to such kindness. Hiding her embarrassment by lightly smacking Naruto's hand, she smiled at her husband. "Of course, I wasn't going to let the two of you have all the fun." Despite direct orders to the contrary, Tsunade said with a mild glare at the girl. Temari straightened in her chair defensively. "My brother and my husband were fighting," she said, glowering at Tsunade. "I don't care what the orders were, I simply could not let them fight someone that dangerous on their own." My, Tsunade said mildly, "and here I thought Sunagaku shinobi followed orders to the letter no matter what." Temari flushed as the barb hit home but raised her chin frostily. "That may be, Hokage-sama," she replied icily, "but I happen to be a Konoha kunoichi now, and I believe I've heard my husband say that those that abandon their comrades are trash." So, the girl is not only dutiful but strong-willed as well. Good, that will serve her well married to Knucklehead there, Tsunade thought as she stared at the girl. "I suppose that's true," Tsunade conceded. Changing the subject, she addressed Naruto, who was following the conversation with very wide eyes. "So Gaki, you want to tell me why you didn't just use Hiraishin to escape when Han confronted you?" "I didn't think of it," Naruto said after mentally slapping himself. "Naruto," Tsunade said testily as Temari palmed her face. "You have a jutsu that lets you go pretty much wherever you have a seal, and you didn't think to use it in a fight with a Jinchuriki?" No, Naruto replied shakily. "By the time I knew he was a Jinchuriki, I was already kinda locked into the fight." Admirably resisting her urge to pound him till he stopped moving, Tsunade sighed. "Naruto, there are times when it is wisest to simply retreat and deal with something or someone at a later date." Holding her hand up to forestall the comment he was about to make, Tsunade continued. "Yes, I realize he attacked you, but if you had thought it through, you could have retreated, informed me, and there wouldn't have been a massive Biju-fueled clash right next to the village." Naruto lowered his gaze. "I'm sorry, Ba-chan. I just got caught up in the fight, and when it got bad I couldn't think of anything but the fight." Tsunade could sympathize at least a little with him. She remembered her team's fight against Hanzo the Salamander and how fighting someone that dangerous caused tunnel vision. Still, she simply had to get Naruto to stop charging into things without thinking. She firmly believed that the boy in front of her would become Hokage, and charging off half-cocked was a very bad thing for a Hokage to do. "Naruto, you are very strong, especially for your age and rank, but that doesn't mean anything if you don't think." "Hi Ba-chan, I promise I'll do better," a despondent Naruto replied. "Good, see that you do," Tsunade said as she reached forward to ruffle his hair. "I'm just worried about you, Gaki. You know what sort of danger is out there for you, and you've just added a significant weakness." She eyed Temari's stomach. Eyes wide, Naruto followed her gaze and blanched. Oh shit, he thought in a panic. That's right, those Akatsuki freaks are after me and now I have Temari and a baby on the way. Narrowing his eyes in determination, Naruto clenched his fists. Ba-chan, I have to get stronger. He said quietly, with steel in his tone. There's no way I can let those freaks get to my family. Tsunade nodded, I've taken care of part of that, but it's going to be up to you to do the rest. Can you handle it? Naruto met her gaze steadily, there's really no choice Ba-chan, I simply have to. Temari glanced between the two in confusion, obviously there was something she was missing, something important. Naruto, what are you two talking about? She asked in a stern tone. Naruto panicked. How do you tell the woman you married that because of said marriage multiple S-rank shinobi would be hunting them? He gazed at Tsunade imploringly but she simply shook her head, it was his issue to deal with. Gee, thanks a ton Ba-chan. Scratching the back of his head nervously, Naruto chuckled. Well you see Temari-chan, there are these really strong guys hunting me cause of fur ball here. He said, patting his stomach. Temari felt her eyes narrow, this seems like something I should know, being married to you and with whom my brother is. Naruto flinched at the ice in her tone. Gomen Temari-chan, I just didn't want to worry you. Naruto, she said, glaring at her cringing husband. When we married, your problems became our problems. Taking a deep calming breath, Temari realized that this wasn't a good conversation to have in a public place like the hospital. She was now the matriarch of a Konoha clan and with a dim bulb husband she had to make sure private matters stayed that way. Now isn't the time for this but believe me, this conversation isn't over husband. Temari pursed her lips thoughtfully, if they hunt you for your tenet, did you think to warn my brother? Naruto flashed her a foxy grin, yeah, I did that when they brought you here to Konoha. Temari nodded, I see, and what exactly did you tell him? Everything I just told you Temari-chan, and that if he sees someone in a black cloak with red clouds he should kill first, kill again for good measure, and not bother asking questions later. Temari's face tightened in displeasure, after we finish our conversation, I believe I should speak with my brother as well. At the newly re-established Sunagakur embassy, Gaara felt a shiver travel down his spine. I wonder what that was he thought as he ignored the diplomat droning on in front of him. After being released from the hospital by Tsunade, Naruto and Temari headed home. The trip was very uncomfortable for Naruto as Temari spent most of the journey boring a hole through his head with her eyes. He'd offered her his arm as had become his custom lately and was saddened when she chose not to take it. I guess she's really mad. Upon entering the house, Temari turned on her husband in rage. Do you think I'm weak? No, you're really strong Temari-chan, Naruto replied defensively. Really, if you think I'm strong, why hide the fact that you have powerful enemies that might attack you at any time? The girl seethed. That's not it Temari-chan. I didn't think of it that way. Dropping her chin slightly, Temari flashed him the smile she usually used in battle. No husband, she practically spat the last word. That's just it, you didn't think did you? I am not some pretty little flower cooped up where you can admire me. I am a kunoichi, a Sunagakur wind mistress and a master of tessenjutsu. I earned those titles the hard way. Naruto cut her off in the middle of her rant. No, that's not what happened Daboyo. I swear to you, I was going to tell you but so much stuff has happened that I didn't really find the right time. Yes, I think you're beautiful and strong and awesome and the thought of you being hurt because of me tears me up. He looked at her with tears in his eyes. With you here I'm happy, please don't hate me because I forgot to tell you something important. He finished in a whisper, eyes cast to the ground. His words tossed a bucket of ice water on the flames of her temper. Shit, I forgot that he is socially stunted, which was pretty stupid of me. Naruto, look at me, she commanded. Not for the first time, Temari noted that to truly see what Naruto felt, one needed to see his eyes. The depth of the pain and self-loathing in his eyes was painful and she felt the rest of her anger fade away. Closing the distance between them, she lowered her face so that they were at eye level with each other. Naruto, she said softly, I was angry that you kept such an important thing from me but I do not hate you, and I will not leave you. His eyes reflected a deep relief and Temari leaned in and gave him a small peck on the lips. As I told you our wedding night, for better or worse I will always be with you. Naruto cast his eyes to the ground. I'm really sorry, Temari-chan. I just want you to be safe. Temari rolled her eyes in exasperation. Naruto, like I just said, I'm not some pretty little flower. I don't need protection. Naruto jerked his head up at her statement, heavily frowning. Reaching forward, he placed his hands on her shoulders and pulled her eye to eye. Yes, you do, he stated flatly, overriding her protest. One of the men chasing me single-handedly wiped out the entire Uchiha clan in a span of hours. That sort of power is not something to just shrug off. I knew that you are strong, in some ways even stronger than me, but the group after me hunt creatures like what we fought a few days ago. Temari paled as the information soaked in. Sure, she was strong, damn near Jonin level, but that wasn't just another league, that was another damn dimension. She didn't intend to just roll over and let them take her brother and husband, but perhaps Naruto had a point. Seeing that Temari was beginning to accept his statement, Naruto let her go, fist clenched at his side. Temari-chan, he said quietly, are you aware of where I draw my strength? Temari raised an eyebrow, confused at the apparent sudden change of subject. Not really, no, I know it has something to do with precious people. You yelled something about that when you stabbed yourself that time Ino was trapped in your head. Once again Naruto met Temari's eyes as if trying to drive his message straight through her eyes and into her brain. I believe that one can only be truly strong when one has something precious to protect. My greatest desire now is to protect you, Temari-chan, so please, let me protect you. Temari felt as if she was drowning in his eyes. She could see his honesty shining through everything and knew that he absolutely meant every word he had just said. The knowledge that the boy in front of her would quite literally die for her threw Temari for a loop. She'd grown up knowing that someday, sooner rather than later, her youngest brother would kill her. Now the same boy who had changed that future, had literally changed the course of her life, was showing her that he was willing to do anything to protect her. Something like this always seemed to happen just when she thought she had him all figured out. Reaching out, Temari pulled him into a fierce hug. I'm not promising that I won't fight, she whispered into his ear. But I guess I can let you protect me. Just remember, I will protect you too. Naruto nodded and whispered back, I never expected anything less, Temari-chan. The two teens stood there embracing each other for several minutes, savoring the quiet time spent together. Sadly, this moment of bonding was interrupted by Ino bounding through the door. Hey Naruto, Tsunade-sama sent me to get you, she shouted, before she saw her fellow blondes standing near the door. Closing his eyes, Naruto sighed. Temari-chan, he whispered, would you think less of me if I told you that right now I'm thinking of locations to hide her body? Temari chuckled. No, you just let me know if you need help with that, she whispered back. Out loud she said, what do you want, flower girl? We're busy. Ino giggled at the two, they actually seemed to make a good couple even if the very idea seemed absurd to the gossip queen. Like I said, Tsunade-sama sent me to get you. A council meeting has been called regarding that fight you had a few days ago. Naruto groaned and let go of Temari. Figures, he pouted. I just woke up and now I have to go play nice with the council. A quick glance at Temari in her ninja gear reminded him of something he'd almost forgotten. Temari-chan, go get dressed in formal wear. You're coming with. Temari cocked her head to the side, hand on her hip as she studied her husband, curious about his motives. A brief image from her wedding flashed into her head and she smiled when she realized that he wasn't commanding her to come, he was treating her as his equal in clan matters. Nodding her acceptance, she darted up the stairs to get ready. Naruto turned to Ino as he began to follow Temari upstairs. Ino-chan, we'll be a few minutes, make yourself at home or head back if you want. Ino shook her head. Tsunade-sama said to bring you, so I'm staying. She called up the stairs. Several minutes later found Naruto waiting for Temari next to Ino. He was wearing the same kimono from his wedding, what he had taken to calling his clan head clothes. A big difference from the wedding was that rather than the ring boxes, the storage seal on his sleeve held his kodachi and several Hiraishin kunai. Being caught off guard with only a single kunai by Han had caused him to develop a slight paranoid streak. Meh, it's only paranoia as someone is not out to get you, and I know for a fact I have enemies. Catching sight of Temari coming down the stairs, he felt his jaw drop open at her appearance. She was wearing a short-sleeved black kimono with burnt orange trim and a matching obi. As she moved, Naruto noticed that the sides of the kimono were slid to above her knees to allow her more freedom of movement. She smiled at his reaction and did a small twirl to show him the white Uzumaki swirl emblazoned on her back. Ino stared back and forth between the two. Temari looked simply elegant but still fierce, and even Naruto looked refined. She was amazed at how much they matched, and she expected they would draw a lot of attention on the way to the council chamber. Naruto held his hand up. Okay, 2 things before we go, Temari-chan. You have a weapon, or preferably weapons. In response, Temari pulled 2 small folding fans from under her obi. Seeing Naruto eye the fans unimpressed, Temari snapped one open and with a quick wave sliced the top off a candle on the far side of the room. Smirking, she put the fans away as Naruto eyed them with a great deal more respect. I told you earlier, I am a master of Tessenjutsu, Naruto. I can use pretty much any sort of fan as a weapon. Naruto nodded his acceptance. Last thing, Ino, why the hell does Ba-chan keep sending you to get us anyway? Ino's eyes widened. Oh, that's right, you didn't hear, did you? Tsunade-sama accepted me as a second apprentice when I asked her after, well, you know, our fight. Anyways, she told me that one of the first duties of an apprentice is to shut up and do as I'm told, so I end up relaying a lot of messages. Dadab. Ino clasped her hands over her mouth before she could finish her sentence. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Nay, Ino-chan, I thought you had recovered from that whole merger thing. Ino sighed and knocked her head against the wall in defeat. Yeah, I mostly did, but my dad says that some of it is permanent. So if I get excited, I tend to say dadboyo just like you. Naruto smirked. Well, it could be worse, you know. Ino glared at him as Temari chuckled in the background. Yeah, easy enough for you to say. Sure, Naruto responded. You could have been infected with the flames of youth, or possibly find everything to be troublesome. Ino shuddered as she pictured either scenario in her head. Temari for her part stopped chuckling and began straight up laughing at Ino. Flushing, Ino started to retort before she realized that she was outnumbered, a guest in their home and on a tight time frame. Oh, we gotta go, she yelled as she darted out the door. Naruto smirked after her, then bowed to his wife and offered her his arm. Temari smiled a bit as she linked arms with him and clasped his hand. The two shared a brief kiss before they fixed their game faces on for the trip across town. Ino randomly chatted about a very wide variety of things as the trio crossed the village to the Hokage Tower. She was confused that she was only receiving short polite responses from Naruto and Temari until her training as Yamanaka heir kicked in and she realized that she was dealing with the public faces of Clan Namikaze. Ino then dropped her normal attitude and drew on her father's training as heir of Clan Yamanaka. The rest of the trip passed in a companionable silence. Entering the council chamber, Naruto briefly paused when he saw the Uchihas. Sasuke was glaring at him, not a terrible shock but still upsetting. What was far more surprising was Sakura, sitting behind her husband. She seemed to be hiding in her own kimono. She looked terrible. Dark rings under her eyes and the makeup she wore couldn't conceal her clear exhaustion. What the hell happened to her? Naruto murmured to Temari. Following her husband's gaze, Temari admitted to herself that the pinkett looked pretty bad. Hell, Temari actually felt herself feeling sorry for the one she still considered a worthless fangirl wannabe Kunoichi. As they moved to take their seats at the table, Temari whispered back. I don't know, but she looks like she fell asleep in a scorpion's nest. Raising an eyebrow at the seemingly odd comment, Naruto couldn't stop a frown when he reached his assigned place at the council table. The table itself formed a horseshoe facing the high-backed chair the Hokage occupied. To the right of the Hokage's position was a small table where 3 weathered-looking shinobi sat, 2 men and a woman. One of the men and the woman seemed fairly normal, only the man's glasses really made him stand out. The third member, the other man, drew Naruto's interest as he unabashedly studied Naruto. The man looked like he had been through some sort of hell, wrapped up in bandages that covered one of his eyes, one of his arms held in a sling. Ignoring the man's gaze for now, Naruto considered his position at the table carefully. As a junior member of the council in rank and service time, Naruto sat at the very end of the U-shaped table, directly across from the Uchiha position on the other side. It had a small advantage that he was close to Tsunade's place, but the disadvantage was that he could feel Sasuke's gaze boring into him, and given their positions at the table, he could do it for the entire meeting without bothering to turn his head. The second problem he had was that there was only one chair right at the table. A seat was provided for the heir, in this case Temari, but it was seated behind and to the right. This won't do at all, Naruto thought. I promised that she would be my equal. Most of the council and his friends watched amused as Naruto moved the heir's chair up next to his and pulled it back for Temari to sit. Temari felt the urge to blush as she gracefully took her seat. It was a thoughtful gesture on Naruto's part, but she silently wished that he hadn't drawn so much attention to her. Surreptitiously scanning the crowd as Naruto took his seat, Temari noticed that most of the assembled clan heads and heirs seemed more amused than anything else at her husband's actions. She reminded herself once again that Konoha was a very strange place. The underlying chatter and whispers died off when Tsunade entered wearing her formal Hokage robes and took her seat. Taking off her hat, she lay on the desk facing the council, signifying that this meeting was being brought to order. As you are all aware by now, she said, completely businesslike. 2 days ago, there was an attempt made on the life of the head of Clan Namikaze. She paused as everyone turned to look at Naruto. As you can see, Naruto is fine, but the implications are very worrying. We have been expecting a hostile response from Iwagakure ever since Naruto's heritage became public knowledge, but an attack by a Jinchuriki was not something we planned for. Tsunade pulled out a dented and twisted hitai showing the scratched-out Iwagakure insignia on it. Records from the Third Shinobi War would indicate that the Jinchuriki was a shinobi named Han and that he carried the gobi. We don't know much about him, but it seems highly unlikely that he would become a nuke nin after a lifetime of service to Iwagakure. We can't prove that he was ordered to kill Naruto, and as a nuke nin we have no legal reason to lay the blame on Iwagakure. A soft murmur of discontent sounded through the chamber as Tsunade finished speaking. The scratched-out hitai was a polite legal fiction and a paper-thin cover, but one that was recognized by all 5 villages. Unless they wanted to deny themselves the chance to use such a tactic in the future, they would have no choice but to swallow it. Naruto moved to speak. He was very angry at the thought that he was forced to kill someone like himself, and the thought that the one responsible would get to walk away clean was infuriating. He stopped when Temari kicked his shin under the table. Turning a questioning glance at her, he read her glare as, "Not here, not now." Grumpily he sulked back in his chair in compliance. He knew she had a point. If he wanted to be Hokage, he needed to start showing that he could control himself in situations like this, but he really didn't like it. Temari mentally gave thanks as she watched Naruto sink back into his chair. She knew him well enough to know what he was thinking, and a loud outburst at only his second council meeting would cause severe problems for them in the future. Since her husband seemed to live more or less totally in the present, someone had to have the long view. Tsunade raised her hand and the room quieted. For now, we will consider this as a possible first strike, and as such I will be ordering a heightened state of alert after this meeting. Under Operation Plan Delta, we will begin pulling teams out of foreign missions and concentrating our forces. The shinobi in the reserves will begin weekly training until such time as we are certain the crisis has passed. Let me be clear on this, I do not want a war. Even before the Konoha crash, Iwagakure had an edge in numbers, and were able to ally themselves with other hostile countries to bolster their strength. We need time to recover. As the assembled shinobi digested that, Ino blurted before her father could stop her. But Hokage-sama, Naruto knows the jutsu his father used to crush Iwagakure in the last war. Can't he do that this time? Feeling the eyes of the room on him, Naruto spoke quietly. While I have learned to use Hiraishin, I do not yet have my father's skill with it. I could undoubtedly cause painful casualties to any attacker if I used it, but I wouldn't be able to simply crush them like my father did. Danzo spoke from his place at the elders' table. Is it possible for you to teach others to use the jutsu? If it was possible, he needed to have at least one of his agents trained, and then his tools would be far more effective. Naruto considered his response carefully. I'm afraid that I cannot for 2 reasons. First, it's a clan jutsu, much like the Yamanaka mind techniques or the Nara's shadow manipulation. Second, at present it only works for me as my father's son. I finally managed to crack the 3 barrier seals on the main seal array, and frankly some of it still doesn't make much sense to me. One thing I did recognize was the seal confirming the identity of the jutsu user. I thought that if I took that out, I could possibly modify the seal to allow Temari-chan at least to use it. It's a good thing I used a bunshin to test it. There is a reason I now have a new pond deep enough to dive in near the back of my estate. Several of those present winced at the thought of how powerful the explosion had to have been. Danzo for his part simply grunted. It would have been nice, but he had tried to crack the seals for years with no luck. He was frankly surprised that the QB brat had managed to get farther than his own efforts, but perhaps in time. Tsunade once again called the room to order. She'd informed the council of the attack and the response, and now all she wanted to do was go get some sake and maybe try to catch up some on her paperwork. Very well, does anyone have any further business to discuss here today? She asked, voice implying that she truly hoped no one did. Her hopes were not to be, as Sasuke stood stiffly. Hokage-sama, Clan Uchiha has a petition for the council's approval. Tsunade cursed in her mind. Of course he did. Motioning for him to proceed, Tsunade wondered exactly what the boy was up to. Honorable councilors, Sasuke addressed the council. I come to you today on a matter of grave importance. Over the years the Sharingan has been a source of strength for the village, and I am the last loyal member of my clan. I feel that we must revive the strength of my clan for the safety of the village in the future. As such, I propose that we pass a law today I have come to call the Clan Restoration Act. Under this law, if a blood limit clan is reduced to a single male heir, that heir may marry multiple wives to ensure the continuation of the bloodline. I do not do this solely for myself, of course. This law would apply to all blood limit clans and will ensure the village's strength in years to come. I second this motion, Danzo said from his place at the elders' table. I believe that we should do whatever it takes to strengthen the village. Mentally Danzo rubbed his hands in glee as he considered ways that he could use this law to strengthen his own forces. The motion has been seconded, we will now debate the merits. Tsunade said formally, hiding her distaste for the subject. She strongly suspected this was motivated by the fact that Naruto and Temari had already conceived an heir but couldn't actually say that without proof. The order will be reverse seniority, which I consider fitting, as this law would also affect Clan Namikaze as well. Tsunade put her own gambit in play. She didn't see Naruto supporting this, and she was willing to bet that he could shut it down. Even with her legendary bad luck with gambling, she knew to never bet against the brat. Naruto glanced at Temari with a small smile as he stood and took a deep calming breath. He now had an idea of exactly why Sakura had looked so terrible earlier, and he resisted the urge to punch Sasuke in the face. It seemed that Temari nagging him into studying the Konoha Charter and relevant clan laws was about to be useful despite his denial of the idea. Not that he was going to admit it anytime soon, but he suspected she was going to be just a bit smug about it later. Clan Namikaze would deny this motion. He began ignoring the rage that flashed across Sasuke's face. We feel that this law would violate the Konoha Charter regulating clan practices. The charter states that any powers not specifically granted to the village by the charter itself are solely the discretion of the clans themselves. This law would be a wedge allowing future laws that further restrict clan rights, and I simply will not stand for it. Finishing his speech, Naruto sat down as most everyone stared at him in wonderment. Not bad for the dobi, he thought with a huge mental smirk. He was startled when Temari slid her hand into his and squeezed gently. That was very well done, Naruto. She whispered in his ear. Naruto whispered back, well, I had to come up with something other than, my wife would kill me, didn't I? He bit back a small yelp when Temari playfully kicked his ankle. After Naruto's speech, the other clan heads all voted to deny the motion as well. Some may have been motivated by a dislike for the law or past grudges against the Uchiha clan, but most agreed that any law chipping away at clan traditions was a bad thing. The only members that did vote approval were the three elders, and Tsunade turned to the seething Sasuke. My apologies, Uchiha-san, but the motion has been denied. Sasuke grunted a response, and Tsunade quickly dismissed the council to attend to business. As Naruto filed out, arms linked with Temari, he caught Sakura giving him a thankful glance. This did not escape Temari's attention, but she simply ignored it for the time being. Her husband had done well and hadn't embarrassed her, so she wasn't going to let something like that ruin her mood. Arriving home, both teens agreed that they were tired and it was time to go to bed. Stopping Naruto outside the bedroom door, Temari darted inside as a confused Naruto waited. His confusion increased when she opened the door and handed him a pillow and a blanket. Nay, Temari-chan, what's this? He asked. Temari smirked at him as she laughed. Naruto, when a husband screws up like you did earlier today, he sleeps on the couch until his wife says otherwise. Naruto stared at her, stunned. What? Temari laughed harder at his expression. Sorry Naru-kun, but that's the rule, she said, closing the door in his face. Naruto stared at the door for several minutes, until he shook himself out of his stupor. He briefly thought about using one of the guest rooms, but decided that he didn't want Temari angry at him. Sighing, he headed downstairs and made up the couch. As he laid down, he blurted, "Well, this sucks." "Harry," Bob drawled, his eyelights flickering smugly, "what you know about women, I could juggle." Jim Butcher, Stormfront. The sound of a window opening woke Naruto from his place on the couch. He blearily looked over to see a giggling Jiraiya headed for the stairs with his notebook in hand. It took him a second or two to get the implications, and when he did, he tackled Jiraiya as he started upstairs. "Ero Sennin, what the hell do you think you're doing?" he hissed at his sensei. Pouting, Jiraiya put his notebook away. "I was just going to do some research," he said lecherously. "I have an idea for a new book I call Ika Ika, Desert Rose." "Ero Sennin," Naruto growled at him, "if you dare put me and Temari-chan in one of your books, I'll tell Ba-chan about how I got you to train me for the Chunin exams." Jiraiya paled at the threat, holding his hands up defensively. He stuttered. Now Gaki, no need to be so hostile. Today I come in peace." Naruto said, eyeing the man. It wasn't that he disliked the self-proclaimed super pervert. Jiraiya had actually taught him some cool stuff, but he'd noticed a certain trend. Whenever Jiraiya showed up, sooner or later, his life got harder. Extending a hand to help Jiraiya off the floor, Naruto asked the first question that came to his mind. "Can I ask what exactly brings you by this early, Ero Sennin?" Seeing Jiraiya assume his usual perverted leer, Naruto cut him off. "No, what really brings you here?" Jiraiya instantly assumed a far more serious expression and posture. "Tsunade wants me to be there when you go to speak with the fox. If things go wrong, I can use this to stop you," he said, showing Naruto a complicated paper seal. Naruto examined the seal closely. "If I'm reading this thing right, you slap that tag on me, it will cut off my chakra and I'll drop right." Jiraiya flashed him a wide grin. "You're getting better with your fuinjutsu. That's exactly what this does." Jiraiya frowned as he continued. "Tsunade wants us to do this away from the village just in case. I'm gonna take some precautions and set up a barrier seal. You go grab Inoichi and that fox of yours and meet me back where you trained for the exams." Naruto nodded, then froze. "Ero Sennin, I think I should let Temari-chan know what's going on." He glared at Jiraiya when the eccentric sage made whipping noises at him. "Or, I could not tell her, and when she tracks me down and I'm in my head talking to the fox, you can deal with her." "Well, you should probably let your wife know where you're going," said Jiraiya as he bailed out the window. "Wuss," Naruto muttered under his breath as he climbed the stairs. Opening the door to their bedroom, Naruto found Temari sprawled across the top of the bed in her usual nightwear of a large baggy t-shirt and panties. Naruto paused to drink in the sight of his wife's long-toned legs. If there was one physical feature of hers he truly appreciated other than her eyes, it was those legs. He blushed as he remembered how smooth they'd been his wedding night, and it was with great effort he focused back on why he was here. Approaching the bed, Naruto gently shook her shoulder. "Temari-chan," he called softly. "Wake up, Temari-chan." He suppressed his desire to laugh when the girl jerked away and groggily turned to him. "Naruto, ways it," she mumbled, still more than half asleep. Naruto sat and ran a hand through her unruly hair. "Ero Sennin stopped by this morning. I guess today is the day I go talk to the fox with Reynard." Temari had been relaxing, enjoying the feel of his hand through her hair until she mentally processed the conversation. Her eyes snapped open and she jerked up into a sitting position on the bed, startling Naruto. Rolling her shoulders to work out the kinks, she yawned. "All right, I'm awake. Give me 10 minutes and we can be on our way." As she slid off the bed and gathered her things for a shower, Naruto called out. "I was just coming to let you know. You don't have to come with." Poking her head back through the bathroom door, Temari glared at him. "Naruto, if you're going to do something as stupid and suicidal as taking other people into your head to talk to the Kyuubi no Kitsune, I'm not letting you out of my sight." "Ah, it's not that bad, Temari-chan. I get stuck talking to the fox from time to time anyway," Naruto replied, somewhat defensively. Calling out from the shower, Temari sounded annoyed. Baka, you do remember what happened the last time someone was in your head, right? Just in case you forgot, let me remind you, you rammed your own damn kodachi through your stomach. Naruto winced. He had a feeling that particular act would be used against him in the future with depressing frequency. Sighing as he got dressed for the day, he considered just taking off while she was in the shower but decided against it. His decision ultimately hinged on one crucial fact: he didn't want to sleep on the couch again. Now prepped and ready for the day, his stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't eaten. Headed to make breakfast, he called towards the bathroom as he headed downstairs to the kitchen. Pulling her hair into her trademark style, Temari followed her nose to the kitchen a short time later to find Naruto putting the finishing touches on a pair of omelets. Seating herself at the table, she smiled as he theatrically slid the plate in front of her. Smells really good, Naruto," she said happily as she prepared to dig in. She was a bit irritated that Naruto was a better cook than she was, but her annoyance faded away as she savored her omelet. Still, I really need to learn how to cook, she thought to herself. I'd like to be able to surprise him with something good one of these days. Finishing up, the teens checked their gear and headed out the door and exited the estate. Exchanging glances, the two quickly took to the rooftops as they headed to the Yamanaka flower shop. It felt odd to the two that they weren't linking arms, but it would have made roof running difficult and they were wearing their shinobi gear anyway. Dropping to the street, Naruto was about to enter the shop when he noticed Inoichi walking around the side of the building. "Hey, Inoichi-san," the boy called politely, "it's time." Nodding at the boy, Inoichi signaled for him to wait as he turned around and headed back around the building. Bored, Naruto amused himself by practicing levitating a kunai with chakra over his palm. He was having some difficulty as he was supposed to use regular kunai, not the much heavier tri-bladed Hiraishin ones for this control exercise. So, focused on trying to hold it steady, he didn't notice as Inoichi and Reynard walked up behind him until Reynard spoke. "Good morning, Naruto-sama," the large gray and red fox said, perhaps a bit too loudly. Cursing, Naruto barely got his hand out from under the blade as his attention was pulled from the exercise. "Damn it, Reynard, you did that on purpose," the boy said, pointing accusingly at the fox. The fox bowed. "My apologies, Lord Regent, I was merely trying to get your attention." Naruto glared, just knowing the fox was mocking him. Maybe having him spend most of 2 weeks with the Yamanakas was a bad idea, Naruto thought, considering the new attitude Reynard had. It was subtle, but the fox seemed to be enjoying annoying him. Making a mental note to find some way to seek revenge, Naruto pushed the matter out of his mind for the moment. "Inoichi-san, Reynard," he nodded at each in turn. Ba-chan decided she wanted Arrow Sennin nearby in case of any complications. He is currently setting up a barrier seal where we are to perform the mind walk. Seeing the look of confusion on Inoichi's face, Temari decided to clear things up for the man. Ba-chan is what Naruto calls Tsunade-sama and Arrow Sennin is his nickname for Jiraiya-sama. Inoichi's eyes widened in both shock and amusement as he studied the boy in front of him. He had to admit the boy's name for Jiraiya was both amusing and accurate, but calling Tsunade Ba-chan. He'd only known one person with that sort of audacity, and he briefly superimposed Kushina's image over Naruto's in his mind. He may look like his father, Inoichi thought in amusement, but he definitely inherited Kushina's flippant attitude. Inoichi noticed that both teens and the fox were staring at him and he realized he must have gotten lost in his thoughts. "All right, Naruto-san, I assume you know where we need to go." Getting a nod, Inoichi motioned for him to lead on. As the mixed party left, Inoichi couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Naruto hadn't married Temari. It was a shame, the kid probably would have been good for his little princess. He mentally filed that thought away for future consideration. When the group arrived at their destination, Naruto couldn't help but groan. He'd forgotten exactly why Arrow Sennin liked this particular spot. Apparently Jiraiya had gotten bored after he prepped the middle of the field because sure enough, he was sitting in the bushes overlooking the waterfall giggling away as he peeped on the women below. Temari knew that Naruto called Jiraiya Arrow Sennin, but she had assumed it was because of the books the older man wrote. Watching him in action, she now fully understood exactly why her husband called him that to the exclusion of everything else. Growling low in her throat, she pulled her fan off her back and fully opened it. Kamedachi no Jutsu, She called as she swung her fan, creating a visible funnel of wind around Jiraiya as her attack picked him up and tossed him off the cliff. Naruto laughed hysterically at the irony of Jiraiya being thrown off this particular cliff as Temari closed her fan with a victorious smirk. Noting her questioning look, Naruto managed to quiet down, though the occasional chuckle still escaped him. Walking over, he pulled the surprised girl into a fierce hug as he spun her around. "Have I told you lately how awesome you are, Temari-chan?" Temari blushed at the compliment and the public display of affection and demanded to be put down. At least the aptly named Rasengan wasn't here to see it, she thought as she sent unamused glances at the smirking Inoichi and Reynard. Well, Reynard wasn't really smirking, being a fox and all, but having spent several weeks surrounded by foxes, she'd learned to read kitsune body language and he was definitely amused. She was silently vowing retribution when a battered hand appeared at the edge of the cliff. Looking like he'd lost a fight with Tora the demon cat, Jiraiya pulled himself over the edge of the cliff and flopped to the ground with a groan. Seeing Naruto laughing at him, Jiraiya pouted. "You think that's funny, Gaki?" Naruto walked over to the prone form of his sensei. "No, Rasengan," he said quietly so only Jiraiya could hear him. "I'm pretty sure it's karma." "It worked, didn't it?" Jiraiya told the boy. "Oh, I never said it didn't, Rasengan, but the idea that the wife of the kid you tossed off the cliff ended up throwing you off the same cliff was funny as hell," Naruto replied with an easy grin. Jiraiya chuckled and held a hand up for his apprentice to help him to his feet. "I suppose when you put it like that, it is kinda funny." Back on his feet, he scanned the area. "I see we have everyone we need," he paused, warily eyeing Temari. "And an extra. Gaki, I thought you were just going to tell her you were leaving." "She insisted she was coming along, something about me being suicidal and stupid and she wasn't letting me out of her sight. I'm not sure really, I was sort of distracted at the time." "Oh," Jiraiya said, amused, as he watched Temari give Naruto a look that spelled trouble. "How were you distracted?" Naruto flushed, images of Temari in her sleepwear flashing through his head. "Nothing," he mumbled, "it's not important." His reaction didn't go unnoticed by Jiraiya, but the old pervert decided to simply file that fact away for future teasing of his apprentice. Clapping his hands for attention, he gathered everyone at the center of the barrier seal. "All right, you all know why we're here. Naruto, I need you to sit here at the center of the barrier. Inoichi, you can be anywhere you want as long as you don't try to cross out of the barrier while it's up. Reynard, same thing as Inoichi." Naruto sat and began to relax himself. He wanted to be able to enter his mindscape as soon as he could. Inoichi sat next to him, and Reynard lay his head on Inoichi's lap. Seeing this, Naruto raised an eyebrow at the two. "It's easier for him to transfer my mind like this," Reynard told Naruto. "It is also really comfortable." Seeing that everyone was ready, Jiraiya sat on the inside edge of the barrier. "You sure you want to be in here?" he asked Temari when she sat next to him. "He is my husband," Temari replied with an edge to her voice. "I shouldn't have to remind you that if something happens to him, it will negatively affect the Leaf Sand Alliance." Jiraiya gave her a knowing look. "Those are valid points, but I noticed that none of them require you to be in here. Is there perhaps something you're not telling me?" Temari flushed. "Shut up." Jiraiya laughed, then assumed a serious expression. Reaching his hands to the inked line in front of him, he called out, "Naruto, I'm raising the barrier. You may begin." When he pushed his chakra into the seal, a clear shimmering dome formed around the group. When Jiraiya called out, Naruto instantly dropped into his mindscape. He didn't have to wait too long before Inoichi and Reynard arrived. "Ha, welcome to my mind. Watch your step, it's a bit damp here." Motioning for them to follow him, Naruto led them to the Kyuubi's cage. "Ah, it's the warden, and guests, I see," Kyuubi said as the group arrived before him. "Tell me, Ninjin, why is one of the lesser cousins with you?" Lesser cousins? Oh, do you mean Reynard?" Naruto asked in confusion. "If the kitsune next to you is named Reynard, then yes." Kyuubi turned his gaze on Inoichi. "Ah, I see, you had the father of that mind walker bring him here. You went through a lot of trouble to bring him here. Why?" Naruto stared suspiciously at the giant fox. "You're not insulting me or threatening to destroy the village or anything. Why?" Kyuubi looked annoyed and it showed in his response. "You've brought a kitsune. I assume that this is business and business comes before pleasure. Ah, I see, Naruto said as he massaged his temples to ease his sudden headache. As you have guessed, yes, I have brought Reynard here to discuss something with you. The Kitsune consider me to be your regent since you are sealed within me. What are my duties as regent? Kyubi chuckled in his cage. Ah, I see, very well, I'm surprised that a human would honor my old oath. Your duties are fairly simple. You must protect and defend the Kitsune if and when they request it. I am assuming from the presence of the lesser cousin that the Kitsune have requested protection. Naruto sighed. Hi, the idiots in the village hate anything to do with foxes after your attack 13 years ago. So in addition to treating me like crap, they've been hunting and killing the Kitsune. All that are left from the woods surrounding the village are now on my estate. Naruto closed his eyes sadly and shook his head. There are probably only a couple dozen left. Kyubi seemed to expand in his cage as a growl sounded through the chamber. Those fools will pay when I get out of here. You, Ninjin, what have you done about this? Naruto shared a wide-eyed look with Inoichi and Reynard. Dear Kami, the fox sounded pissed. I've arranged for Inuzuka vets to tend to them, and have offered sanctuary on my land. To get the Inuzuka to agree, I had to consent to the Inuzuka sending young members of their clan to attempt to form life bonds with some of the kits. Kyubi considered this, it wasn't a bad idea for the Kitsune. Inuzuka bonded with a partner for life, and while not bred for close combat like the Ninken, the Kitsune had advantages of their own. I suppose your solution is acceptable, since you won't raise the village like I would. You, lesser cousin, Reynard, the Ninjin called you. Come here. Reynard bowed and edged forward to the bars, his body screaming his reluctance. Yes, Kyubi-sama, might this one inquire, why I am approaching your greatness? Kyubi gave one of his terrifying smiles. I have a present for you, little one. Pressing the end of one of his claws to Reynard's head, Naruto and Inoichi saw a brief flash before Reynard disappeared from Naruto's mindscape. Oi, fox, what did you just do to him? Naruto yelled in rage. Relax, foolish Ninjin, I have not harmed him. I simply transferred the basic knowledge of Kitsune ninjutsu to him. Kitsune ninjutsu? Wait, what, fox? I really don't think the village is ready for foxes spitting fireballs. Kyubi sighed. Naruto may be a more interesting container than Mito or Kushina, but he frequently annoyed the hell out of the great Kitsune. I do not care what the fools in the village think. When Reynard teaches the others the skills I have shown him, the next pathetic meat sack that attacks one of Inari's blessed will suffer greatly for the mistake. Kyubi began to laugh as he visualized the delicious shock and horror awaiting the next fool to attack one of the lesser cousins. Naruto glanced at Inoichi and shrugged. He doubted that the foxes would go and seek revenge, but he did like the idea that they would be able to defend themselves if attacked. I wonder, since I'm stuck with Fur Ball here, maybe I should take a page from the Inuzuka clan. I can see some advantages to Kitsune Nin, and to hell with any villagers that don't like it. Pardon Kyubi-san, Inoichi spoke to the fox. I have a question. When my daughter was trapped here, what did you do to her? In the time since, she has had trouble with her chakra control, and I believe you would know why. Kyubi stood behind the bars, tails whipping around behind him. Mortal, you sorely mistake me. I care not what happens to your spawn, but if I do not answer, I'm sure the Ninjin there will hound me for it, and I do not appreciate being annoyed. Your pathetic clan jutsu requires you to send your soul into the target vessel. Your offspring's soul was in direct contact with me, the strongest of the Biju. I assume that such contact forcibly increased her chakra reserves. Now, if you are satisfied, I believe our business is done here. Naruto gave Inoichi a questioning glance, and the man nodded that he was done. Yeah, I think that's all, fox. Kyubi gave them a truly malevolent smile. Good, now that business is done, it is time for pleasure. Concentrating, he forced as much chakra through the seal as he could and then used Inoichi's link into Naruto's mind as another channel to attack. He laughed as the two vanished in a wave of red chakra, and he sat back to watch events unfold. Foolish mortal. Back in the waking world, the first sign of trouble for Temari and Jiraiya was a large explosion of red chakra from Naruto that tossed Reynard and Inoichi hard against the barrier. Temari watched horrified as her husband grew fangs and claws, his whisker marks widening below his red eyes. The red chakra settled around him and formed what almost appeared to be a large fox as three bubbling red chakra tails formed behind him. Oh, this is not good. Jiraiya muttered as he viewed Naruto's transformation. He attempted to get in close to slap the suppression tag on the feral boy, but was forced to back off when a tail swiped through where he would have been. "Oi, girly," he yelled to Temari. "I need to get this tag on him. Can you distract him?" Temari nodded shakily. The killing intent was even worse than Gaara's, but at least she had experience dealing with something like it before. A normal shinobi would have been paralyzed with fright, but Temari pulled her fan off her back and prepared to fight. Naruto's form seemed to crouch, then exploded forward, charging the girl. She wasn't ready for the speed and barely managed to deflect him with her wind. As he rebounded off the barrier, she was just glad that Naruto didn't seem capable of jutsu like this. She shuddered to think of how bad things would be if he could use his clones like this. Getting the timing down, she began trying to drive him towards Jiraiya using wind blasts, but it wasn't working as well as she had hoped. She could knock him back, but he would just use his tails to reposition himself midair to avoid the Toad Sage. Jiraiya was growing frustrated. This version of Naruto was very fast and agile. He and Temari were under the handicap of trying to fight to subdue the boy while he was under no such limitations. He was considering summoning Ma and Pa to use Sage Mode, but he really didn't want to. It would be like hitting a mosquito with a sledgehammer, and then there was the problem of Temari being present. He really didn't like using the technique in front of women. Growing tired, Temari decided to take a more proactive stance. "Kamedachi no Jutsu," she yelled with a slash of her fan. A visible whirlwind formed around Naruto and lifted him into the air. He began to cut through the jutsu with his tails but ran out of time when he slammed full force into the barrier. Bouncing off the barrier, he slammed into the ground hard enough to leave a small crater. Pulling himself to his feet, he cocked his head at Temari, then two claws made of chakra launched themselves at the girl. Temari tried to deflect the attack, but the claws ripped through her jutsu and she desperately threw her fan up trying to block. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see the attack she believed would kill her. The claws ripped through the chakra-enhanced fabric of the fan but stopped right before they struck. Temari opened her eyes to see the chakra claws hovering in front of her face. She looked past them in confusion to see Naruto with his hands pressed against his head. A flicker of blue showed through the red in his eyes and she heard him croak, "Temari-chan." Not one to waste an opportunity, Jiraiya dashed in while he was distracted and slapped the suppression tag on the boy. The red chakra swirl then appeared to drain back into Naruto as he dropped face first into the ground. Temari closed her damaged fan carefully, then ran over to the prone form of her husband. She flipped him over as gently as she could and checked him over. She was relieved when he seemed to be fine, just unconscious. Sitting down, she placed his head on her lap and ran her hand through his hair. After checking Inoichi and Reynard and finding them to be in reasonable condition, Jiraiya checked the barrier seal. He was concerned that the formerly shimmering white chakra shell had taken on a reddish tint. He cursed under his breath as his inspection confirmed his suspicions. Seems that when Temari slammed Naruto into the barrier, some of the Kyuubi's chakra had transferred into the seal, supercharging it. It wasn't too much of a concern. He couldn't take the barrier down, but he could feel the rate the chakra was being used and he figured they were trapped for maybe another couple of hours. The fact that Kyuubi's chakra seemed to supercharge the seal was something he might have to bring up with the Gaki at a later time though. Wandering back over to the teens, Jiraiya smiled when he saw Temari fussing over Naruto. Good, the girl was strong and didn't seem to hold Naruto's Jinchuriki status against him. He could read between the lines. He knew the two were much closer than even they seemed to realize. He mentally sighed. It seemed that both of his apprentices had surpassed him in at least one thing. While he lived with the knowledge that he would never have the love of his life, both Minato and his son had found strong women to support them. Or was found for him in Naruto's case, he thought with a snort of amusement. He sat down next to Temari. "I like you, girl. You've got spirit." Temari eyed the man cautiously, wondering what he wanted. It was nice to get a compliment from someone like Jiraiya, even if he had somewhat insulted her with the name, girl, but she wondered at his motives. "Oh," she replied coolly, eyebrow raised. "I appreciate the compliment, Ero Sennin, but I do wonder why." Jiraiya stared off into the distance as he answered. "You're good for the Gaki there. He's a good kid and he has tons of potential, but he needs someone close to him to keep him in check sometimes." Temari nodded in response. "Yeah, I thought about that during the council meeting the other day. I've never seen anyone able to react on the fly the way he does, but I decided then that if he lived in the present, I was going to take the long view. Jiraiya grunted approval. Speaking of the long view, have you considered your training in the near future? I'm not sure what you mean, Temari replied. Glancing at her stomach, Jiraiya carefully considered his words. Soon, your condition will prevent you from physically training. Have you considered branching out into other skills? I haven't really thought about it yet. This is all still really new to me, Temari replied with a frown. Ah, Jiraiya replied, I can see that, but I know Tsunade is beginning classes for Mednin soon. Glancing down at Naruto, Jiraiya smirked. Knowing the Gaki here like I do, it would probably be a good thing for you to learn at least basic Mednin jutsu while you can't train your body. I can see your point, but I've never really thought about being a Mednin. There really aren't a lot of them in Suna. Well, it's something to think about anyway, but I know that most of the girls near your age will be there. It might be helpful in that long view you talk about if you formed some bonds with them. Temari scowled. The old pervert didn't play fair at all. She knew he had a point, several of them in fact, but she dreaded dealing with the fangirls that would be there. Still, she couldn't see Tsunade putting up with that sort of behavior, and Jiraiya was right, she would need something else to train on for a while. Watching the changing expression on the girl's face amused Jiraiya, but he was smart enough to keep his amusement to himself. Laying back on the ground with his hands behind his head, he told her, well, we have a couple of hours till the barrier will drop. Wake me when it happens. Temari glared at the man as he fell asleep. Leaning down over Naruto, she whispered to the sleeping boy. Naru-kun, you had better never turn out like him or you will regret it. The sun was setting over Konoha as Sasuke stared out the window of his study. He was tired, he was frustrated, and he was angry. His life was nothing like he had planned, and he truly wanted to blame Naruto. His rival seemed to have taken an advantage over him, and there didn't seem to be any way to slow the other boy down. Pain from his arm reminded him of yet another reason to be furious with Naruto, and as he thought of how the Dobi had ruined him, he felt the curse seal begin to activate, feeding on his rage. A timid knock on the door forced him to tamp down the flames of his temper, and the curse seal retreated, but it would be back. It always came back. What? He called out at the door, irritated. The door slid open and Sakura cautiously poked her head in. Sasuke-kun, you have a visitor. HNN. Sasuke responded. Well, don't just stand there. Show them in. Sakura. Flinching from the anger in his voice, Sakura bowed her head and shuffled out. A few moments later, the bandaged figure of Danzo entered the room. Elder Danzo, to what do I owe the honor of a visit? Sasuke said, attempting to be hospitable but mostly coming across as surly. Taking a seat, Danzo studied the boy before him. Tell me, Uchiha-san, do you still seek power? Tell me, Uchiha-san, do you still seek power? For Sasuke, the words seemed to ring through the room, and he activated his Sharingan in a brief search for genjutsu. Seeing everything was normal, he deactivated his eyes and stared at his guest. I've been removed from the shinobi corps, and also crippled. Why would you come ask me if I seek power? Danzo considered the boy. He was flawed, but with training and molding, he could be great. I am no longer an active shinobi, and I too have been crippled. Do you think I have no power? Now that Sasuke was on the council, he had seen the man there, but had never seen him before. Given the facts as he knew them, Danzo was obviously someone that worked from the shadows. Perhaps he could be of use. No, I have seen you at the council sessions. I believe you probably hold some sort of position of power that requires you to hide it. Very astute, Danzo said with a nod. Everyone looks to the visible figures of the village, the Hokage, the Jonin, but not everything a village does is meant to be seen. And you mean to give me this power? Sasuke asked skeptically. You mistake me, Uchiha-san. I am not giving you anything. Danzo replied. I'm merely offering to show you a path that would lead you to the power you seek. If you should prove worthy, of course. Sasuke gritted his teeth as Danzo's shot hit home. Of course he was worthy, he was the last loyal Uchiha. With other paths closed to him, he would do whatever this man required for the power he was offering. I am ready for any tests you may have, Danzo-san. He replied with an edge of anger. Danzo regarded him impassively. No, you are not. Not yet. The first thing you must learn is that emotions are a weapon. Your anger and rage drive you to weakness. Weakness Konoha cannot afford. What would you suggest then, Danzo-san? Sasuke growled out. I will tell you some truths, let me see how you handle them. I am aware that you hate the Uzumaki boy for crippling you, but he is not to blame. You are. Sasuke exploded. How is the Dobi not to blame? He blew off my arm. Yes, he did. What caused him to do it though, Uchiha-san? Who drew upon their curse seal and used an assassination jutsu against another leaf nin? As I said, emotions are a weapon. You let your anger take control in that match and now you must pay the price for it. Danzo's response caused Sasuke to reconsider the events of the match. He still crippled me. Yes, he did, but he could have killed you. Had you done such a thing against me, I would have killed you. His compassion allowed you to live. Yet another reason emotions are a weapon. The Uzumaki boy fails to control his emotions and allowed someone that tried to kill him to live. A potentially fatal mistake on the battlefield. Sasuke considered the man's words. They made sense to him, but he lived on his hatred. What was he to do without it? Still, if it was required for power, he would control his emotions. Danzo watched the lesson sink in and the corner of his mouth twitched in approval. Good, you are beginning to learn. You must not allow your emotions to control your actions. This leads to the second truth, Uzumaki will someday be Hokage. Now Sasuke was shocked. The Dobi had always spouted his determination to be Hokage, but Sasuke had always assumed it was simply his way of drawing attention to himself. Now a high-ranking member of the village was telling him that Naruto would be Hokage. I see this shocks you, and for that you can only blame yourself. Taking your emotions out of it, I want you to think about Uzumaki being Hokage. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he began reviewing what he knew of Naruto now. Several pieces he had previously ignored demanded his attention. He is the son of the Yondaime, and is related to the Shodai, Nadaime and Godaime Hokage. Danzo nodded his approval as Sasuke began to speak. Once the boy began to clearly look at the situation, he had an excellent mind. He will be powerful almost beyond belief provided he is trained correctly. Sasuke continued, unaware of Danzo's thoughts. With his heritage and the Kyuubi to call on, he will be almost unstoppable. His marriage would tie Tsunagaku to Konoha if he was Hokage, even more than it does now. Sasuke paused and looked at Danzo again. Yes, I can see it. The Dobi will someday become Hokage. I shudder when I think of him in that spot though. Danzo nodded again. Yes, Uzumaki is a firm believer in the teachings of the Sandaime Hokage. Such teachings lead to weakness for the village, no matter how powerful the individual. Now, what would you suggest in regards to this information? Sasuke placed his good hand under his chin as he began to consider the question. Obviously there would need to be some sort of check or voice of reason. Someone able to do what needed to be done. The Hokage is the military commander, but most village functions are controlled from the council. Only in times of war is the Hokage absolute. I see, he trailed off, realizing what Danzo was subtly suggesting. Tell me, Uchiha-san, what do you see? Danzo said, carefully watching the boy. I would need to fill that role. I have the support of the civilians of the village, and while useful does not get me what I need. I will have to form some sort of alliance with other members of the council to ensure that the Dobi has someone opposing his actions. Sasuke smirked at the bandaged man. That was your role, but why come to me now? Danzo considered what to tell the boy. Perhaps some measure of the truth would be needed here. I have always sought the position of Hokage, to make the hard choices the Sandaime never would. I can see events in motion and I know that I will never attain that post now that Uzumaki's heritage has been revealed. It now falls to me to ensure that the adherents of the will of fire, as the Sandaime was fond of calling his teachings, never completely control the village. They would strip Konoha's power and bargain it away in the name of peace. He nearly spat the last word out despite his emotional control. Sasuke leaned forward, briefly flaring his Sharingan in excitement. I see, and so while the Dobi is being taught, you will teach me. Perhaps, Danzo replied as he stood and shuffled to the door. You will need to show me that you are worthy before I will commit to anything. He paused at the door and said over his shoulder. It has come to my attention that the Hokage will be training several young kunoichi in her medical arts. I have heard that the Uzumaki's wife may be there as well. A shinobi uses every tool at their disposal, Uchiha-san. Perhaps you should consider that. I will be watching you, show me you are worthy. Having said his piece, Danzo gave a curt bow and exited the room. Sasuke sat back in his chair and considered new options for the future. Danzo may not be able to become Hokage, but perhaps he could take the Dobi's dream away. It would be only fair after Uzumaki took his away. He would play along with Danzo and form his own power base. Sakura, he called out. Come here, I need to speak with you. Sakura answered his call and walked into the room. Yes, Sasuke-kun, she asked quizzically. Sasuke took a moment to observe his wife. As it stood, she was useless for anything but breeding stock. The only reason he married her was that she was the only kunoichi willing to do so after the events with the Dobi. Given another choice, possibly any other choice, he would never have married her, but perhaps she could actually be useful. He forced a smile as he told her about the medical training. Elder Danzo informed me that the Hokage is beginning classes for kunoichi in the medical arts. I think that this would be a wonderful opportunity for us and I would like you to attend. Really? Sakura clapped her hands in glee. Training with the Hokage to be a mednin? I promise you, Sasuke-kun, I won't disappoint you. See that you don't, you represent the Uchiha clan. Sasuke said, dismissing her and turning to stare out the window. Even Sasuke's cold demeanor couldn't shake her from her excitement as she left the room. Maybe if she excelled as a mednin, things would get better here at home. At least the training would get her out of the house. She missed her friends. After testing the water with her toe, Temari sank into the onsen with a groan. Jiraiya had been correct, the barrier had disappeared after a few hours. After waking the man, they'd had to drag Inoichi, Naruto and Reynard back to the village when they couldn't get any of the three to wake up. She had ended up carrying Reynard, who was surprisingly heavy for his small body size. Jiraiya had been stuck with Inoichi and Naruto and she giggled as she remembered the man swinging the two onto his shoulders. The Toad Sage had not been pleased at carrying two men, and the look on his face when Temari asked him what his intentions for her husband were was hilarious. She hummed happily to herself as she felt the hot water ease the pains caused by the fight with Naruto. She found it odd that the nicest, sweetest boy she had ever met had an unstoppable rage demon imprisoned within him. I suppose it's for the best, she mused. I'd hate to think of what would have happened if someone like the Uchiha had that sort of creature inside them. She supposed it was his general good nature that helped keep the beast in check, but even that could be overwhelmed, she supposed. Naruto, not her Naruto, but still Naruto had almost killed her today. She was extremely fortunate that her Naruto had somehow stopped the other one from killing her. She idly stroked her still flat stomach, a habit she'd acquired sometime during the past week. Aside from not wanting to die, I really don't think I want to know how Naruto would have reacted when he learned he killed me. Perhaps I shouldn't have been inside the barrier. The sound of the gate leading to the garden opening caused Temari to snap her head up, but she relaxed when she saw Ino walk in wrapped up in a towel. Ino, what are you doing here? Sliding into the water, Ino took a moment to relax before she answered. Well, tonight is the last night for me here. The garden is done, so tomorrow I go back home. She looked around a little wistfully. I figured I would take one last soak beforehand though. Temari nodded. Being from the desert, she could appreciate someone wanting to enjoy the onsen one last time. Sure, there were public ones, but they were public and Jiraiya was still in town. She'd heard of the man's habits from her husband, which was why she'd convinced some of the resident foxes to keep an eye out while she soaked. Jiraiya had tried to peek only once and she giggled again as she remembered watching the man run off chased by small woodland creatures. Something funny? Ino asked when Temari couldn't stop giggling. Temari waved a hand in a brushing motion. No, just remembering why I really like having a private onsen. Ino tilted her head, then smirked. Oh, Jiraiya, right, yeah, I saw that. One of the strongest shinobi alive being run off by foxes. She leaned forward and whispered. Just between us, when I saw that, I took control of one of the foxes just so I could bite him. Temari laughed uproariously at the information and Ino sank back into the water with a satisfied smile. So, you going to come train with us? She asked Temari. Temari stopped laughing and sighed. I think so. She absently stroked her stomach, a gesture not missed by Ino, and continued. I'm not going to be able to train like I want soon, and Ero Sennin made some good points about why I should. Ino laughed. Oh Kami, now Naruto has you calling him that. Temari smirked. Trust me, I have my reasons. I even tossed him over a cliff earlier today when he was being perverted. Ino's eyes widened and she clapped her hands over her mouth. No way, you threw him off a cliff. Temari's smirk widened. You would be amazed at the things you can do with wind. The two girls laughed for a while then settled down to enjoy the water. I'm going to miss you guys, Ino said after a few minutes. Temari eyed her curiously. It's not like you won't see us around. Ino closed her eyes and floated in the water. I know, but the last couple weeks here with you guys have been really fun. She chuckled. I won't spoil the surprise, but he made something for you in the garden I think you'll really like. I never would have guessed that Naruto could be that romantic. Temari arched an eyebrow. Oh, what did he do? Ino stuck out her tongue playfully. I'm not ruining the surprise, but I will say that I'm really kinda jealous. Temari snorted. Jealous? I was married off to another village for political reasons. I didn't even know who the groom was before I got here. Then, no one knew that I had never been taught the contraceptive jutsu since I was on a team with my brothers and I get freaking pregnant on my wedding night. The only thing I feel lucky about in the situation is that at least my husband is a really good guy, but even then he has a freaking demon sealed in him. Ino stared wide-eyed as Temari wound down from her rant. Wow, when you put it like that, I don't really know what to say. Temari grinned. Ah, that felt good to let out. Don't get me wrong, though. Everything I just said is true, but I'm actually pretty happy right now. Ino stretched her arms out and formed a triangle with her fingers. She stared through the hole at the stars as she responded. I'm still jealous, you know. We all thought that Sasuke was Prince Charming when we were growing up. He was just so dark and mysterious and all of us girls thought we could just take him and fix him and then he would be our knight in shining armor. Both girls chuckled at the image of Sasuke wearing shining armor. The image was just a droll. Then it comes out that the boy we all thought was stupid and weak is really the tragic prince of the play, desperately searching for love, and you come out of nowhere and claim him. Temari crossed her arms and gave Ino a stern look. You all had your chance, but no one bothered to really see him. Even I vastly underestimated him when I first met him. I make no apologies for my good fortune. No, I wouldn't either in your place. Ino sighed. I just wish I had someone that cared for me the way I've seen him care for you. I suppose it's every girl's dream, huh? Temari replied. Who knows, Ino, maybe someday your prince will come. After finishing her soak and her chat with Ino, Temari padded back into the house to check up on Naruto. Temari had tucked him into bed after Jiraiya dropped him off before leaving to take Inoichi home. She was concerned when entering the bedroom. She saw no sign of her husband. She closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling his chakra nearby. At least he is still in the house. Following the trail, she found him intently studying a scroll in his father's old study. Looking around, she noticed a half-dozen clones also sitting reading scrolls as well. Before she had time to say something, the Naruto at the desk, she assumed was the real one, began furiously scribbling on a scroll. Silently, she crossed the room to see him working on what appeared to be a very complicated seal. So intent on his work he never noticed her presence. He jerked in alarm when Temari gently touched his shoulder. His flailing knocked the ink pot over and ruined the seal he'd been working on. Cursing under his breath, Naruto began trying to clean up the mess but mostly just smeared ink over everything. Temari watched his actions with a certain amount of alarm. Usually he would greet her, no matter how short the time then had been apart was. Now he was refusing to even look at her and she knew that something was very wrong. Temari was many things: smart, beautiful, strong, proud and rather blunt. She spun the chair Naruto was sitting in to face her and planted her arms on the armrests on both sides, trapping him in the chair. Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto refused to meet her eyes, taking small glances and immediately looking away. Nothing, Temari-chan, he said with forced cheer. Just working on my fuinjutsu. Temari narrowed her eyes and her expression became stern. Naruto, look at me. When he refused to turn his head to face her, she removed one of her hands from the chair and forced him to meet her eyes. This isn't nothing. I know nothing. Nothing happens to be a good friend of mine and this isn't it. She was trying to both get his attention and lighten the atmosphere with her small joke. I broke my promise, Naruto muttered. I'm sorry, you did what? Temari asked with a great deal of confusion. Naruto crossed his arms and stared at her feet, but he did raise his voice. I broke my promise, Temari-chan. I swore I would protect you and I almost killed you today. I'm working on a seal for myself, something you can use on me if the fox screws with me again. Temari chewed on his answer. Yes, he had almost killed her, but it wasn't really him. She remembered her thoughts in the onsen, her Naruto had saved her. Naruto, that's not true, you did protect me, she finally said. Naruto jerked his head up in surprise at her statement. He'd been expecting her to be very angry with him, possibly not want anything to do with him after what happened. I suppose I should stop assuming the worst, but before Temari-chan, it's all I knew. He paused, unsure what to say. I'm not sure what to say here. I know what happened. I was seeing everything in a red haze after the stunt the Fox Tem pulled and I almost killed you. Temari leaned forward, touching her forehead to his. Naruto, you can't blame yourself for this. Yes, you went berserk when the fox pushed his power into you, but you didn't actually harm any of us. You fought off the effects of his chakra before anything really happened. Naruto winced. Temari-chan, I saw where those claws were. If I had been even a second later, you would be dead, and I would be to blame. He paused and brought a hand up to cup her cheek softly. I don't think I could take losing you. Temari gently bopped him on the head. Naruto, you broke out of the Kyuubi's power when you saw I was threatened. I'm not afraid of you and you're not going to lose me. Taking his hand from her chin, she placed it against her stomach. I'm also pretty sure this ties us together too. Naruto closed his eyes and focused on his hand. He wasn't a Mednin like Tsunade of course, but underneath his hand, he could feel a faint chakra signature within Temari's. Yeah, he said huskily. I suppose it does. Temari was glad to see him recovering from his little bout of depression. Turning to the table, she guided the subject to something else. So, tell me about this seal. Naruto shrugged. I'm trying to create a suppression seal like what Ero Sennin used on me, but one that is permanent and can be used from a distance. I figure if I get it right, you'd always have a way to stop me if Kyuubi decides to be a Tem again, and he will. Temari stared at the seal in horror. Naruto, that's a really stupid idea. Naruto wasn't sure where that came from. Wouldn't she want a way to stop him if the worst happened? Temari sighed. Naruto, the idea of a suppression seal is great in theory, but what happens if an enemy learns how to trigger it? Naruto's eyes widened. He hadn't thought about that. He looked at the notes for the seal as his mind raced. She really had a point, and it would actually make anyone that knew how to trigger the seal into an even larger target if his enemies ever discovered it. Damn it, I didn't think of that. Temari giggled at his expression. And that, dear husband, is why you have me. Someone has to think of these things and we both know it's not going to be you. She said with a teasing lilt to her voice. Naruto pouted. That's not very nice, Temari-chan. Temari laughed at him. I don't recall ever claiming to be nice, Naru-kun. Naruto decided he wasn't going to win this argument, so he took the mature route of continuing to pout while ignoring the wide grin on his wife's face. Something about Temari's appearance had been bugging him since she got his attention, and it suddenly popped into head. Nay, Temari-chan, why are you wearing a robe? Temari glanced down and blinked. Oh, I was in the onsen earlier and I never got dressed after I came in to check on you and you weren't in bed. I guess I just forgot. Hey, that reminds me, Ino came in to use the onsen before she went back to her parents and she said you had a surprise for me in the garden. Naruto grumbled under his breath. She did she? I suppose I shouldn't have let her see it given her tendency to gossip. It's not like she told me what it was, Naru-kun, just that it existed. Temari replied. Oh, so you haven't seen it yet? No, she said it was a surprise you had for me, so I resisted the urge to go look, but now I'm really curious. Well, Naruto said dryly. We can go see it, but you'll have to let me out of the chair first. Temari blushed when she realized she was still trapping him in the chair. She backed off to allow him to get up and took his offered hand as they headed out to the garden. She was confused when Naruto led her to a back corner that appeared to just be flowers. Naruto. Naruto flashed her a foxy grin. Kai. As he dispelled the genjutsu he'd had Ino use, the ordinary flowerbeds became something else entirely. Apparently he hadn't listened when she told him not to have Gaara turn part of the garden into something resembling the desert near Sunagakur, but she was now glad he hadn't. Divided from the garden by a low wall to hold the sand, Naruto and Gaara had somehow found the time to create something remarkably like an oasis. She wasn't sure how they had found the time, as hectic as things had been, but she suspected massive abuse of shadow clones given the amount of work it looked to have been. Moving across the sand, relishing the feel of it on her bare feet, she entered the oasis to find a small gazebo surrounded by carefully cultivated flower beds of desert lilies, her favorite flower. Standing next to the gazebo was a life-size statue of her and her brother standing next to each other in their battle poses. "Oh, Naruto," she whispered as she started to cry. "I don't know what to say, it's beautiful." Naruto smiled as he pulled her into a hug. "I wanted you to have a part of the garden that was all yours. I'll have clones come in to tend to the flowers from time to time, but otherwise, this is your sanctuary." Resting her chin on his shoulder, a somewhat uncomfortable position given her height advantage, she pointed at the statue. "Naruto, what is that? Or rather, how did you do that?" Naruto chuckled as he explained. "I'm not sure if you know this, but apparently Gaara has taken up a hobby to occupy himself since he can't sleep. I guess he goes out into the desert at night and uses his sand to make sculptures of things. As you can see, he's actually pretty good." Temari pulled out of the hug to go run her hand along the statue of herself. "Yeah, this is really good." She looked over at him when Naruto started to laugh. "What's so funny?" "Oh, you missed the best part of this. Kankuro managed to stop me and Gaara when we started painting the face of his statue purple." Gaara just turns to him and goes, "Ni-san, we just wish to accurately portray your makeup for Temari." Temari began to giggle as she pictured Gaara telling Kankuro that in his usual monotone and found it to be hilarious. Yeah, it was hilarious. Kankuro couldn't tell if he should be shocked that Gaara was making a joke or pissed that he was calling it makeup. Still giggling, Temari sat down in the gazebo and watched the reflection of the stars in the water of the faux oasis. The fragrance of the flowers drifted in the wind, and if she closed her eyes she could almost imagine she was back in Sunagakur. Not quite, but it was close enough. While Temari was enjoying herself in the gazebo, Naruto received a visitor. A small toad wearing goggles of all things, approached him and spit a scroll out at his feet. Opening it, he was far from shocked to see it was from Jiraiya. It was delivered by a toad after all. Temari popped her head over his shoulder to read it as Naruto frowned. "Oh, he wants you to start training tomorrow, huh?" "Yeah," he replied. "I'm a bit worried. Rasengan said to meet him back at the barrier seal, and I think he wants me to use Kyuubi's chakra." Temari shrugged. "I wouldn't be surprised. You are a Jinchuriki, after all." Naruto gave her a level look. "Temari-chan, I don't want to use Fur Ball's power. If my mother and father could become S and SS ranked ninja without using Fuzzball, I want to do so as well." "Naruto, that's a rather naive way to think of it," Temari replied after a short pause. "No," Naruto said firmly. "I know that I'll have to use its power at some point, but the stronger I am, the more powerful I'll be when I have to use it." Temari wasn't sure she agreed. He needed to learn how to control himself while using the chakra, but decided that could be an issue for another day. Taking his hand, she began to lead him back to the house. "It's getting late. We should go to bed." Naruto nodded and enjoyed the warmth of her hand as they strolled through the garden. He cheerfully waved at the handful of kitsune that popped out to watch the two teens pass by. He was pleased to see that despite the cruel treatment their kind had endured, none of them seemed to be afraid of Temari or him. Entering the house, Temari dropped her hand from Naruto's and turned back to him. With a sly smile, she allowed her robe to slide off, revealing her nude figure. Naruto gulped and tried to keep his eyes on her face, but was rapidly losing that fight. "Temari-chan." Temari swayed closer to him and whispered huskily in his ear, "I said we should go to bed, I didn't say we should go to sleep." Naruto smiled as his wife took his hand and led him to the bedroom. This being married thing had its perks. "Good morning, Rasengan," Naruto called happily as he bounced his way onto the training field. Following him at a far more sedate pace was a tired and bemused Temari. "Well, you sure seem cheerful this morning," Jiraiya called back with a knowing smirk at Temari. "So why is she here anyway?" Naruto replied, "That medical training doesn't start till tomorrow, and she asked to come along." Moving closer to his sensei, Naruto dropped his voice. I wasn't going to tell her she couldn't come, and I figure with her here, you will have to train me and not go peep if you want to avoid another trip off the cliff. Glancing between the two, Jiraiya grinned easily. Well played, Gaki, well played. Jiraiya scratched his chin in thought. You know, your dad did the same thing. Jiraiya shuddered. I loved your mother like she was my daughter, but she was one scary woman. Glancing over his shoulder at his wife, Naruto saw she was idly toying with her fan as she waited for the two to stop being stupid. I fear the fan, rasengan. I fear the fan. Watching Temari flip her fan open and slice a training post into ribbons in boredom, Jiraiya paled. Just think, she's gonna train with Tsunade. Just imagine what that fan will do with enhanced strength behind it. Naruto shuddered again. Rasengan, sometimes I hate you. He stopped as a thought struck him. Hey, speaking of Temari-chan and training, you think we could let her sign with the Toads? It's not just that simple, Naruto. Jiraiya responded sternly. I could let her sign, but Gamabunta has the final say, so why do you want her to? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I'm not always going to be near her, and you know the Toads are awesome. Plus, we can pass messages to each other with the Toads if we are apart from each other. Jiraiya boomed out a laugh. Worried about her for when you're not there, huh? I suppose it won't hurt to ask Gamabunta. He paused to scratch his head in thought. Alright, I'm gonna go bring her over, you summon Bunta. Naruto's irritation bled through into his voice. Me, why don't I go get her and you summon Boss Toad? Jiraiya waved over his shoulder as he walked towards Temari's corner of the field. Cause he's still irritated with me for not stepping in and stopping your fight with Han. Naruto's eyes widened as he got the implications. What, you were there? We almost got killed, rasengan. But you didn't. Mumbling under his breath as he planned his revenge, Naruto began to focus chakra for the summoning. He could cheat and use cubies, but he wanted to see if his improved chakra control would let him summon the boss on his own. As Naruto began to summon Gamabunta, Jiraiya reached Temari. Yo, fangirl, the Gaki and I need you for something. Temari narrowed her eyes at the man as she snapped her fan shut. She was curious as to what the two wanted, but Jiraiya would pay for calling her fangirl. Yes, rasengan, she said, drawing the nickname out. What did you need me for? To further lure the man to his doom, she even went as far as to bat her lashes at him. As Gamabunta appeared across the field with his usual complaint about being summoned, Jiraiya felt warning bells sound in his head. The math in his head went something like, violent, aggressive girl plus sweet tone and flirting equals danger, danger. Unfortunately for him, the distraction of Bunta's bellow allowed Temari into range, and he winced when he saw the fan incoming. Why, he complained in his head. She's supposed to pound the Gaki. Standing on Gamabunta's head, Naruto had a clear view of his wife pounding the crap out of his sensei with her fan, and he did the only thing he could. He laughed hysterically. I know he's letting her do it, but it's still funny as hell. Bunta removed his pipe to blow a stream of smoke. Naruto, I hope you didn't summon me to fight her. If you did, I will punish you for wasting my time. Naruto's laughter shifted to a more nervous chuckle as he scratched the back of his neck again. It's not like that, boss. The woman pounding on rasengan is my wife, and we wanted to ask permission for her to sign the contract. The huge toad rolled an eye up towards the boy on his head. Well, she certainly seems spirited. The toad settled himself and boomed out across the field. Jiraiya, stop screwing around and bring the girl here. In response to the call, Jiraiya popped up off the ground in front of a surprised and panting Temari looking completely fine. Well, you heard him, Gakut. Let's go talk to the toad. Temari gritted her teeth as she followed him. Gakut was at least better than fangirl, but she dearly desired to strike him with her fan again. She glanced at the edge of the field overlooking the waterfall, and a sinister smirk played across her face briefly. Or I could wait and fling him off the cliff again. Gamabunta carefully evaluated the girl following behind Jiraiya. He'd seen her before, when he and Naruto had fought Shukaku, and again when they fought the Gobi Jinchuriki. The fact that the girl would stick around for fights involving Biju was impressive. That she would beat on Jiraiya was amusing, but another point in her favor. He hadn't made a decision, he was waiting to speak to her, but the girl had potential. Naruto hopped down as the two reached Bunta's location and happily bounced over to Temari's side. Temari-chan, he said, gesturing at the mountainous toad. This is Gamabunta, the boss toad. Boss, this is my wife Temari-chan. Temari bowed low. It is a pleasure to meet you, Gamabunta-sama. She wasn't sure why the two had apparently randomly summoned the contract boss to meet her, but she wanted to make a good first impression. Gamabunta chuckled. Polite as well, you could learn from her, Naruto. Ignoring the boy's protests, Gamabunta addressed the girl directly. I have been summoned to consider you for the toad contract. He paused momentarily as the girl almost appeared to faint before she was steadied by Naruto. Tell me Temari, why do you faintly smell of weasels? Temari braced herself against Naruto. She felt a bit unsteady, being offered a legendary contract like the toads was not something she had been expecting at all. I have a partial contract with the weasels from my time as Asuna Kunoichi. I only have a personal summon. His seal is located on my fan, Gamabunta-sama. Bunta blew a stream of smoke as he considered this. This is highly irregular Naruto. Why do you and Jiraiya wish for the girl to sign with us? Boss, she's pregnant, Naruto called out from his place next to Temari. I may not always be able to be with her and I want the toads to help. Girl, would you give up your summon to sign with us? Temari was torn. The toad contract was powerful, but she'd worked with Kamatari for years. It pained her but she only had one response. I'm sorry, Gamabunta-sama. As much as I respect the toads, I've worked with my partner for several years and I simply cannot just toss that away. Forgive me for wasting your time. She finished her statement with an extremely deep bow. Gamabunta chuckled again as he regarded Temari. Good, I would never accept someone who would throw away a summon's friendship. I would have you summon your weasel, Temari. Nodding, Temari backed away and summoned a giant white-furred weasel. The weasel wore a black vest with red trim and had his left eye covered with an eye patch. The weasel looked around expectantly as he planted the butt of his scythe into the ground. Mistress Temari, why have you summoned me? I see no battle here. Temari smiled at Kamatari and ruffled his fur. I'm sorry, Kamatari, I was asked to summon you by him. She said pointing at Gamabunta. Kamatari jerked in surprise when he realized exactly who he was looking at. He glanced nervously between Temari and Bunta. Mistress, we aren't going to fight Gamabunta-sama, are we? Temari laughed gently and stroked his head soothingly. No, I was offered the toad contract but I refused to give up our friendship for it. After I refused, Gamabunta-sama requested I summon you. The weasel stared at his summoner slack-jawed. You refused the toad contract for me. Temari smiled at him. Of course I did, we've been friends and partners for years. I wasn't going to just give that up for an offer of power.